Yo, yo, yo. Yo, everyone. Yo, Ray. Yo, Crispy. How we doing, guys? Let me just set up the hat properly. I've been in a bit of a rush, but I really wanted to launch that stream. Yo, Ray. How we doing, chat? What time is it? I'm not like that late. I'm actually late, but I'm like always late though. So, how we doing, chat? Yo, guys. So nice to see you once more after yesterday's stream, opening stream. Also, hello YouTube. I don't know if this works properly. This is actually the very first time I am streaming on YouTube. Just almost an hour, which is average to me, I'd say. No? I think if we go for the average of how late I can be on streams, it probably adds up to about an hour, no? I think probably something like that. But it's also the first time, as I mentioned, that we are also live on YouTube, which I don't exactly know how this is gonna go. This is one of the pluses of, how would you call it? In French, we would say pèlerinage. Is it like pilgrimage? I don't know. But this is one of the pluses of going on a pilgrimage of streaming a lot in pro setups and casting events and working with people that actually get paid for being tech guys on streams. It's that they teach you a lot, and they actually taught me how to multi-stream for free, which I thought was only like a paid thing. But there's a plugin that allows you to do so, which I'm trying right now. So don't know if that's going to work properly. I literally have no clue. But supposedly, hello YouTube. If one of you, by the way, if one of you in the Twitch chat can go to my YouTube and check if the live stream's working, that would be like super nice. Because on my end, it looks like it's working actually. But I don't know. I did not have a good way to test aside of like hitting go live and seeing what happens. Yo, Dumps. Do you stubborn streaming in French since you become popular in the French fan base? I was considering the question. It's not like completely excluded that I go back to streaming in French at some point. But so far, I feel like from the amount of time I spend like streaming and editing videos, which is nearly not as much as I would love to, but clearly not enough to go full time, I think English is the better way for me to go. If I go to streaming like five, 6 days a week, 7 hours a day, like try to make it full job, actually maybe I'll consider going back to French, because then it would probably mean that even though like the French community is smaller, I'm like known enough and it's dense enough for me to have a shot. Whereas if I grind the English stuff, I'll probably start from like what we have right now, which I think is less than how known I am in the French community. But it's a bit of a difficult decision because I think both have perks and like pros and cons. And I'm not like giga certain which one would be the better option. So since we're going for English right now, I'm sticking to English up until like something really tells me, okay, now you got to switch up to French, dude. And maybe that something will just like never happen. I don't know. But yeah, so far I'm like questioning myself, but I don't think I want to go back to French yet. Maybe I'll have to learn French if you do that. No. I'm considering options. I mean, like if you guys or like American and stuff, you probably don't know the French scene. So like it makes sense for you to not be completely aware, but like the guys I'm working with, like just to give you a bit of context, when I get there, like they pay for my travel and stuff. And like when I get there, it's a fucking studio. Like it's like technicians and stuff and like 40k euros camera everywhere and like lights and like screens everywhere and stuff. Like they have a fucking tech room with like 20 screens and they're just like, okay, switch to that scene, okay, go there, we send this asset there, okay, you host, you try to speak next to the microphone. It's like it's crazy. It's like literally TV. It's pretty big. So that's been a question for some time, but I think I'm sticking to English as of now, and we'll see. Also, I think most people that really want to get better at Riftbound and that saw me on the French broadcast are probably capable of following an English stream, which is not the case the other way around. I don't think English people that like my content can follow a French stream, which is why even though I'm losing part of the French audience, I think it could be worth it. Thank you for checking YouTube, by the way, Ray. Thank you. Hope that answers your question, Doms. Sorry if that's not what you were expecting. Like hoping, I would say. But I hope it makes sense and you kind of understand my feelings about all that. But that's something that's been going through my mind, yeah, for sure. So, we are finally back to streaming after casting like 7 weeks in a row. Actually, no, 6 weeks in a row, and we also had a show because it was. I think it started 14th of January. We casted like Regional 1 in China, then next week Regional 2, next week Regional 3, next week Regional 4. Then we supposedly had a 1 week blank, but we decided that it was a cool opportunity to schedule a show on the OTP channel, so the channel I work with. So we did set up a show that actually did put up great numbers. I'm pretty proud about that show. I did like the runner and stuff. And I think it was a very good way to hype the Bologna regional for the French audience. And we did notice a like pretty big increase in numbers talking casting the Bologna regional after that. So I'm pretty proud of that show. Then the week after that was Bologna and the bootcamp. Then the week after that was Vegas, and then the week after that is now. So it's the first week I don't have casting on the weekend since like close to 2 months is now. Pretty hyped to be back to streaming, pretty hyped to be back to editing, posting videos regularly, stuff. The next casting occurrence will be not this weekend, not the next one, but the one after that. We'll be broadcasting the Chinese nationals in French too. So I'll be there, but I don't think that means canceling my weekly stream. So you probably should expect me to be back to regularly streaming, at least up until Lille. And then I don't know. Yo, Safo. Hope you're doing well too. You can get the AI English like we did in one of your videos. I did try to do the AI French subs. It was like, on YouTube it was decent, but on Twitch, like I did try to use a plugin to translate what I'm saying, but I speak too fast, so the plugin was like late, which at the beginning of the stream was fine, like it was like 5 seconds late, but it grew later as long as the stream went on, and at the very end of it, it was like 15 minutes late on what I was saying, which is like, that makes no sense, right? Like I'm like talking about a completely different topic, and the plugin is like, yeah, so in the meta, this deck is like looking strong, and I'm like, yeah, so last week I was eating ice cream, like this just did not make sense, so I decided to cut it. I've not found a satisfying solution in that sense, but we'll have to see. I'm fine with the English. I was curious. Okay. Thanks for asking. That being said, if like you know some French people that are like fine with English but not like completely certain they can follow, feel free to ask in the chat. Like you can just say like, okay, you said this, I did not really understand. Can you translate in French? I think the English guys and girls won't be like too mad if I spend like 10 seconds talking French for you to understand properly. If I do it like every 10 seconds, then it's a problem. But if it's once in a while, like feel free to ask. I should probably be able to help since French is my native. So what was I talking about? Yeah, casting and stuff. So we're back to doing streams, and for the occasion, I think tonight will be a big stream. I'm not like too tired. I rested fine, decently. I would not say well because I still feel tired, right? Like casting in Vegas, I mean not in Vegas, in Paris, but Vegas time was insane, but it was also like super hard. Like basically from my time, which is like, I'm a night person, so I sleep at like 1 a.m., max 2 a.m. I wake up at 10, work at 11. So like I'm more of a night person. I had to switch my schedule from like that to casting from 8 p.m. to like 8 a.m. in the morning, so the entire night without a stop, because we don't do stops and we did not have like co-casters, so we were doing each and every round. There were two of us, and then same on the Sunday, and then which probably is what killed me, to be fair. I should probably have like took a day off, but I did not. What killed me is that on Sunday I woke up at like 4 p.m. so 16 French time, 6. So because like we were casting the Saturday night, right? So I woke up at like 4 p.m. Started casting at 7:30 p.m. Ended casting at like 8:30 a.m. So once again the entire night. Then I left the studio, took train to get back home, and I started working at 11 a.m. Which probably was not a great idea because like zero sleep into full day at work. I tell you what, like at 7 p.m. like on Monday night, I was like there was no one. I was missing, gone. Only dust remained. Like I just went straight into my bed and I was like, okay, it's only 7. Let's watch an anime, something, so I don't like sleep too early and fuck up my schedule. I watched like probably like 10 seconds of the anime, then I was gone. so yeah. That probably was a mistake. I should probably have like took a day off and get some more sleep during the day, or a nap or whatever would have been a great idea, I think. French stream was high production, not gonna lie. Yeah. French stream was maybe I can flex a bit. I mean, technically it's not flexing because it's not me. I'm not producing the show. I'm writing the show. I'm hosting the show, but I'm not I'm not producing the show. So props, like kudos to the techs, but I can show you. Like I'm pretty proud. Like the show I was talking about, I'm pretty proud about it. Where is it at? Like these guys are the ones that do everything League in French, and they also do Riftbound now. Like that was the show. That was like pretty crazy sick. Also, we had the pleasure of having Randy with us, which was a big plus. Big thanks to Randy for coming and being like the GOAT. And then like yeah, you have like they do this. Like look at that. Like when we talk all together. Then when someone specifically is talking, they just like switch, zoom in on people. You have all of the stuff going like in the background. They have like these. Give me a sec. Yeah, like these when we want to talk about something. They have these, and then they also have like this is when the two of us are talking, but we are not like. This was us going over Randy's game in China. We also have like the split plans, which I probably won't be able to find one now, but yeah, that one. Like split plans, split screens, and also we had this one, which like we were just setting up an image for like this is the main card in the deck, this is the dynamic of the deck. Maybe I should try and find one for you to see. Okay, Fiora maybe. Yeah, okay, so we have this, which is like 4 key cards of the deck in strategy, and I'm talking about strategy and how the deck works and like how you're supposed to make it work and stuff. And then like we just add a screen that gives me the opportunity to move legends like as I want to make a tier list. And then we have split screen with the guys, and they just like switch from like camera to camera. Like these guys, production wise, this is not a Twitch show. Like production wise, this is a TV show, and a nice one at that. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not like involved in the production, so it's not like me ranting about me being so good. I did write the script, maybe some loved it, maybe some did not. But the production quality, like these guys are doing a tremendous job. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Randy is French. Randy is actually French. Friend of mine. Fun fact, Randy was a friend of mine when we started playing One Piece, which at the time I was not even good at Yu-Gi-Oh! And Randy was not even good at Riftbound. Like we were not top players. We were just randos, and we played One Piece together, and we became friends. And like when we jumped into that Riftbound scene, and I noticed Randy, I was like, huh. I think I know the dude, no? I think I know the dude. I don't like decks like Fiora. We'll probably play Fiora the preview tournament. I try her against Ren. Oli is my favorite legend of the set. Fiora is cool, huh? So you switched from Sivir to Fiora Deku, right? You were wanting to play Sivir at some point, no? I think. Alright, so anyway, this was just me talking about what we do on the French stream. I'm sorry that you guys in English can't really follow it. I mean, you technically can, but you have to speak French, so it just makes no sense if you're an English person. But yeah, it's like a pretty good opportunity, and also it's like helping me a lot because I think that's going to be the end of like this stream opening discussion. But I also had to keep you updated on what I'm going through. This also helped me realize where I belong, sort of. I think I've always liked creating content, but I was in that like mix of, do I just like it? Do I want to make it a job, sustainable one? Can I? Casting and like teaching people stuff definitely feels like where I belong. Like I really feel like when I'm on set, I really feel like, yeah, that's where I should be and that's what I should do. So now I know what to grind. I've always been a grinder, but now I know exactly what I want to do, right? I learned French, it's okay. Teach me French. You guys are cool. You guys are too nice. Yo, Mia, how you doing, brother? Yo, grinder? Yeah, I've always been a grinder. I mean, in the grinding sense, not anything beyond that. Crispy, I see you coming. It's not because I'm French that you can fuck me up on English. Nah. I've always been grinding. Yup, grinder. But not that one. Not that one. I mean, everybody knows what they want. Like, I'm fine with it. I'm just not in that particular, into that, I would say. But I, like, you know, whatever you want. I'm fine with that. Starting to learn Chinese because of my girlfriend. That will take up all my language brain cells. I get it. I get it. Keep pride. Yeah. Pride is fine. Pride, everything's fine. People can do what they want. I respect it. I'm not into that, but whatever. I don't hate it either. So, let's get started with today's stream because we have a fucking lot to do. Like, we have a lot to talk about. That's the issue when you've been gone for like a decade. It's like you have a lot to talk about. So, here's the schedule, and I hope you like it. Probably we're not going to be able to do everything, but I want to try and do everything, and then we'll see. Like, if we can do everything, we will do everything. If we can't do everything, it's fine. We'll just have to schedule another stream and talk about it like next Wednesday. It's okay. It's okay. So there have been a lot of new intel regarding Unleashed Vendetta and Radiance that's been released. I've been aware about it. I've been made aware about it because of the Riftbound report posts. Once again, like exclamation mark report if you want to have the direct link and stuff. They just like Marshall just does a tremendous job at bringing the intel to everyone, and we're going to talk about this. And there are some very cool news in that sense. So that's what we're going to start the stream with. There's not like a billion news, but there are a few. Also, I have a pretty like not big but cool announcement to make. So maybe we can start with that. And then we are going to switch onto a deck tier list for the season 1 skirmishes. Because skirmishes are starting, I think it's this weekend, maybe it was the weekend before, but I think it's this weekend. We definitely need to do some sort of a little sum up from the results from like Vegas Bologna. We have an updated tier list from during the Chinese regionals, but since then the format has evolved a lot. So I'm going to talk about all that, and we're going to try and adapt it for you guys to know what deck you want to pick. Because like I kinda don't want to have another like full-on tier list talk on absolute potential. I think this would not make sense right now because regionals are gone, and now what people are looking forward to are skirmishes. So what I want to do is also include a notion of like how complex each legend is to play, and how you could try to take advantage of that to pick it or not. So that's going to be something that we're going to try and mess with. And that's going to be the first big part of the stream. I think it was Crispy or Mike, I don't remember, but someone asked for it, so we're going to deliver anyway. And then we're going to make a focus on 2 decks from the Las Vegas Regional. It was you, Crispy. Okay, right. So we're going to deliver. One deck that I want to talk about, I realized I did a focus on Ezreal on YouTube. I don't know if I have the YouTube channel somewhere. I think I have to do this, right? Does it fuck up the live stream? Should be okay. I did do a like focus on Ezreal, Pit Crew Ezreal, and a lot of people in the comments were like, okay, this is pretty cool. Can you do more with the top tier legends? So the idea is like we break down the deck list together. I talk about like the main pieces of interaction and stuff, like the puzzle that you need to bring in. And then once we're done with that, we watch gameplay to like apply the theory to actual gameplay and practice, right? And so I realized that I never did do one of them focus on Draven, which did not make sense to make one if it was just to talk about like Draven as a whole, tempo, miracle, blah blah blah. But a new deck popped off this weekend in Vegas, which is the Detonate Draven, which is a new variant of the Miracle one. So I feel like this is a great opportunity to make a focus video on like Miracle Draven and talk about it. So that's what we're going to look at. And then we're also going to do the same, but with gameplay, because we did not have the chance to have him on stream. Gael released a video regarding Aggro Irelia. I did not see it. I like clicked randomly through it to see if he was talking gameplay and stuff, which he is. So we'll probably like look at the video together, try to learn stuff, and then I'm going to try and play the deck in TCG Arena, because that's probably what I'm playing to my, like, I'm bringing the deck to my skirmish this weekend, most likely. You were asking, Doms, yeah, I'm playing a skirmish this weekend, and I've not played the game seriously in about 2 months now because of casting. So I definitely need to catch up, and I think Irelia is one of the decks that I feel the most comfortable on. So trying to play the deck, but also bring in a like sort of variant of it that could spice things up a bit is pretty much what I want to do for this weekend. So we're going to try and play that deck, and we're also going to try and talk about the list. Thank you for the follow, Kurt. Are you still on Targons over Rivers? Yo, Mike. Yup, I'm still on Targons over Rivers, but maybe we can talk about Rivers indeed. This is my list, by the way. This is not like Gael's list. Gael's list is slightly different, but I feel like there are a few tweaks that I want to make to that list. Not saying like this is necessarily better than what Gael did, but also because I think I feel more comfortable with the playstyle that it brings to the list. So I'm definitely going to stick to his playstyle, but I definitely also want to try and bring in a few tweaks of mine, which we're going to talk about anyway. And that's about it. We can also spend a bit of time, if you guys want to, reviewing some of the top decks from Vegas, sorry. Like, if there is a specific deck that you want to check, we could do it, but I like necessarily won't be going over all of the list because of time issues. I think this stream is going to be quite a long one though, so if you want to, like, you don't know what to do tonight, I think you have your evening schedule now. Yo, Poki, how you doing? The video has some good points for the list, worth a watch. Yeah, we're going to learn that together because I did not see it. When I built the deck, so when I built this list, the video was not on YouTube. Like the Gale talk, it was like released 2 days ago. I think I built the deck on like Tuesday when I was like sleepy-ish, too much to stream, but not enough to do nothing. I built the deck and I made a few changes. So we're going to, like, I can already guess some of the changes. Is going to say like, I don't want to play stack deck because I can't get that extra rune, blah, blah, blah. There are a few things that I can already guess that I feel like I'm not going to change because it's more of my play style to be able to dig and like try to calculate things. But there's probably some stuff that I'm going to learn in this video and update the list with. So that's going to be part of tonight's stream. The first thing, before we dig into this Intel-packed reveals from I don't know exactly where, the first thing is that I have a cool announcement to make. Riot reached out to me. As you guys may know, I've been a Riot Riftbound creator for about a month now. They did reach out because they liked the content. Not gonna lie, especially because of the French stream. Because like the EMEA friend, like the EMEA content, what's the name of the title? I don't remember. Like the person that deals with content creators in Riftbound in EMEA, so in Europe, is French. And so she heard of me through the OTP broadcast. She reached out. We agreed that it would be cool to do stuff together. They sent me a package for Spiritford, which is just like right here. We'll never thank them enough for that. Also, like the package was actually packed. we pulled a lot of healers in them, like displays and starters they sent me. And so they reached out last week. I confirmed my interest, and they just replied a few days ago, tell me, okay, you're going to have one. We're going to be revealing a chord in set 2, which I'm like pretty hype about. So I don't know the chord, I don't get to pick it. And when they tell me, I don't know if I can tell you the date. We'll see. I don't think I will now, just in case I don't have the opportunity to. But we will be revealing a chord for set 3 Unleashed. If you guys don't know, they have a reveal season. They just give like creators opportunity to reveal cards. They just give us a chord in advance, and then you can just like showcase it to the community. And also, I think we are entitled, but I would have done it anyway, to make a video about like how it's going to place in the format and like different strategies that could work with it and stuff. So I don't exactly know what I'm going to get. I'm praying for it not to be too much of a trash card, so I can actually make a decent video on how I think the card is going to perform. But yeah, we're going to reveal a card. Don't exactly know how, when I will announce it. And I currently don't know the card. Like they did send me an email saying you are selected, you're going to reveal a card, but they did not tell me which card yet. So we'll see. We'll have to see, right? Thank you guys. Yeah, that's pretty huge. Rumble support card. No. I can tell you that because I don't think that's like leaking the goo. I asked because like I'm quite buddies with the person that, I mean, I'd like to think we are buddies. I don't know if she thinks of me as a buddy, but kind of friends with the person that deals with the creators in EMEA. We're bantering each other and stuff. And so I asked, are you just going to give me a shit card because I'm nobody? Or are you going to give me something decent so I can actually make content? And she said, I don't actually know how good it is, but I think it's at least playable. So that's what I know so far. I don't know anything about the card, not even the name. But she thinks it's playable. Which gives me a tiny bit of hope that I can get something cool to reveal and we can have a cool video to display how it's going to see play in the Unleashed format, because it's not so far from us now. It's going to, reveal season is going to start in about like 2 weeks, I think. Garbage. No. She did not say that. She said, I don't know how good it's going to be, but I think it's playable. Which does not mean it's not going to be good. It just means she's not certain it's going to be good, but she thinks it's like okay-ish, I guess. Yo, Otomo, how you doing? So we're going to be revealing a chord. You guys will know about it. If you don't know about how to follow my like news stuff, whatever I post, I think you can do that and it works. Does it? It does, yeah. You can just like follow me there, and that's where I post most of my updates and most of my thoughts too. Like we opened the what's the name? Lunar Bundle Pact yesterday, and like I tweeted immediately that it was like fire, and if you have the opportunity to buy it, you should buy it. Like that's also like part of the stuff that I don't necessarily mention on stream, but that I do post on Twitter. We need Rumble support. We do need Rumble support, but I would love for it not to be my reveal. Would be what I'm thinking about Rumble support. Do you have the date yet, or is that not public? I have the date on which I'm going to be reading the cards, but I don't want to spill the goo. So I'm probably not going to tell you guys now because I don't know if I have the right to. I think it's not like that big of a problem, but I'd rather not risk it, if you see what I mean. But it's not like in that long of... I think they announced when the roadmap, no? I think in the roadmap they announced Riftbound, roadmap. They announced the reveal season, I think. Let's just check. This should be in the roadmap, no? I think it is. March? Yup. Unleashed preview begins. So it's going to be after the 16th of March. Which is like, once again, in about 2 weeks' time. I'm pretty sure they said reveal starts March 16. Yeah. So I won't give you like my date, because I have an exact date. And I don't want to leak it once again. But it's going to be like pretty soon anyway. Man's gonna get a 1-cost card that just draws a card. One cost the raw one? This has potential, no? I think one cost the raw one probably has potential. As in, like, it just becomes blank spots in your deck. That's something that was, like, pretty common in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, one cost draw one something, of course, because, like, we have Stupefy and stuff that goes, like, -1 draw one. So it's not just, like, one cost draw one. It's one cost draw one something. Then most of the time, I think these cards have potential. I would be pretty happy getting that. Not gonna lie. And it's in purple. Stupefy is blue, though. Of course, it would be one cost draw one and something. Stupefy. Yeah, Stupefy. Just one cost draw one. So how about we get started with the news, chat? How about we get started with the news? One energy tutor cord. Yeah. They said they won't make tutors, I think. I think they said something like that. We'd call those cords air when making Magic the Gathering Legacy deck. Yeah, that was something in Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. Like, there was a cord. I don't remember the name in English. Oh, it's Upstart. Yeah, I remember now. Upstart Goblin. It's like Gobelin Parvenu in French, but Upstart Goblin in English. This card is just like basically draw one and give your opponent life points, which is like the way you win the game, right? You take away all of your opponent's life points. And this card, like, at some point was just 3 of staple in all decks because it just gave you that extra boost of consistency, right? Like, you play with 37 cards in your deck instead of 40, which just is mathematically good, I guess. If you don't have like better cards to fit, you can definitely play cards like this. Where's my Pot of Greed? Pot of Greed has been banned forever in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's too broken, though. Yeah, like, I mean, if we have a card in Riftbound that's like 1 energy, draw 2. Pretty ban. Pretty fast ban, in my opinion. So anyway, how about we get started with the news now? How many of you guys are here, by the way? I did not comment anything on the stream. Okay, fine. Fine, 20-ish. I don't hate it. I did not tweet, did not do anything. Just like back to streaming. Maybe I should tweet. What do you guys think? Purple gets 0 energy, 0 power, draw 2 cards. Yeah, I think so. Maybe I should tweet though. What do we tweet, chat? Let's just use this as a thumb. Let's... Oh. I should probably make a face though for the camera. Here we go. Tweety. That's not what I wanted. Okay, maybe we can use this though. It probably is fine. Alert. Chill streams, guys. Sorry for that. Sorry about that. Chill stream anyway. Back to streaming. Talking set 3, 4, 5 news. Decks tier list for your skirmishes and Detonate Draven / Aggro Irelia. Salut. Boom. Twitch.tv. Yup. Should be fine. Let's go. How do I kill this now? Because that was not my intention. Can I kill it? Close this view? Yeah, great. Maybe I should also send it on the Discord just so they have news about it. If they want to. Oh. Give me a sec. Copy tweet. Bonks. All good. Now they know. Here you go. Perfect. Yup, you can join the Discord, Doms. I'm most of the time answering Discord. At least trying to. If you have any questions like stuff, deck building, blah 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 blah. There are just a lot of channels you can join in. Yo, Ita, how you doing, brother? Thoughts on reprinting Legends into different colors? What do you mean reprinting legends into different colors? As in, like, you expect mastery to be mastery, but in another pair of color? As in, like, same effect? What's... Can you like, try to narrow the thought? I believe so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Not the same text? Okay. Then it's not reprinting. It's just a new legend with the same visual, sort of. People are saying green, blue for ye. Do you like? Let's jump into this, okay? Let's just jump into this because this is pretty interesting. So this was what we expected on March 3rd. So it was like, when was it exactly? 3 days ago on Tuesday. And then I think on Wednesday, we got a big like wave of leaks and stuff to... It's not leaks, by the way. I have the right to talk about it, but news sort of from a panel they had wherever. I don't exactly know where. So this was what we were expecting. Vi and Vex, we knew they were going to be Unleashed Legends because like when they announced Spirit Forge, they also announced starter decks for Unleashed. And Vi is red-yellow, and Vex is purple-blue, I think. So, or purple-green? I think Vex is purple-blue. I really hope Vi can make red-yellow a viable archetype, because so far, red-yellow is utter shit. I know you guys are going to say Rek'Sai is fine. Purple-green, okay, thank you, Rhetoric. Rek'Sai is like fine-ish, but Rek'Sai is not red-yellow in the gameplay. It's more like Kai'Sa, more like very control-oriented build, whereas like red-yellow is like Fury and Order. It has to be like spawning a lot of tokens, aggro stuff, and we are kind of lacking consistent aggro decks in the format. The problem with like consistency and aggro being together is that most of the time it becomes like super cracked. But I'd rather have a consistent aggro deck that's a viable option and also a threat for the top meta decks that they have to consider, rather than like fucking Azir just like goofing around, and when they don't open like Doran into Sacred Shears, into BF, into Arise, they just lose the game on the spot, which makes them a super strong deck when they hit, and also a super shit deck when they don't. And I really dislike that, because then you can just like lose your tourney because you face an Azir that opens the nuts, and then next round he just loses because he opens nothing. And like that's not related to like the level of like any player involved in the game, be it like your opponent on Azir or the opponent they're facing next round. It's just about them not opening, and I don't like that. I'd rather have a consistent aggro deck that's a threat, and I'm hoping we can have that with Unleash, because I think that's one of the archetypes we're still missing in Spirit Forge, which is not like a problem, right? Like Spirit Forge is an insane set 2 for a game, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to be one of them crybabies on Twitter. If you're in the chat, I see you. If you're not, my man G, blah 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 G, I think I think it's G. His initials. Man, you can never like. You're too old for that, man. Drop it. Like, drop it for real. Drop it. It's getting tiring. Perma whining is getting tiring. Not gonna lie. So, I mean, if you have stuff to do, like actually advise people about like you should do this or this, okay. But if you just want to complain because you play Kai'Sa and then like your opponent plays like 10 cards a turn when you play 2, bro, it's your pick. Like, you play Kai'Sa, you play a deck that requires you to play 2 spells a turn, else you just get swarmed and you lose into Miracle. So either adapt and overcome, or just like stop whining. That's all I'm asking for. You can complain. That's definitely fine to not be happy with stuff. But then like stop doing it like every single day, every single hour, every single tweet you do. That's just too much. By the way, I should probably... Give me a sec. I should probably put some black box behind you guys so you guys can see properly. Chat BG? Something like that. Okay, but nope. Pick a color. Pick screen. Cage. And then Zwick. So you guys can read each other while watching the stream, and you don't have to have the chat on the side. I feel like that's a better idea than what we have right now. And let me just drop it down there. Perfect. So now you guys are clean. What colors do we think LeBlanc and Pike are going to be? We can talk about them. We can talk about them later because we have news now. And so we were expecting Rangor, Diana, Master Yi, LeBlanc, Poppy, and Pike to be in the set because of like products leaks, sort of products news, if you will. Whatever. Some of them are showcased on the boosters. Some of them are showcased on the display that they just gave us the art for. Some of them are showcased on the decks, Vivex. So basically, green is like we know, red is like we were expecting. And then they add a panel. I don't exactly know where, but they add a panel somewhere. Probably we can see where, but I don't exactly know where that was. And they just gave us intel on the Vendetta set and on the Unleashed set, and that's what we're going to talk about right now. I'd love both those, blue, purple, LeBlanc, red, purple, Pike. Yeah, we basically have the color because of the arts. So let's dig into this. If that's what you're interested in, let's dig into this, and then we can talk about the rest of the news, because there are a lot of news. But let's talk about the legends first. These are the 6 new legends that we got 100% confirmed because of the arts. And we know also that we don't have 2 legends with the same color set in a set, aside of like Proving Grounds and stuff. So since we don't have a Proving Grounds in set 3, technically, we know that for example, like if Vex is purple-green, which is confirmed because of the starter deck, we know that LeBlanc can't be purple-green. So LeBlanc has to be another color combination. And that kind of matters to try and guess what the other legends could be. Let's be careful because Uni was on Spirit Forge displays. Yes, but this was confirmed legend art, as you can see from... Okay, it was Gamma Expo. I don't exactly know where Gamma Expo took place, but whatever. LeBlanc's gotta be blue. Maybe. Yo, Leroy. How you doing, brother? This is confirmed legend art. This is not champions, this is art. It's been confirmed. But you're right. We have to be careful about the rest of them, but yeah. And good? Better. Not as tired as I used to be in the beginning of the week. So, Rango is most likely going to be red-green. Which... red-orange, sorry. Because of like Vi being red-yellow. And Vi could have been red-orange if you look at the background, but we know for a fact that she's red-yellow. So Rangor, most likely from the background, gives like red-orange vibes. Which, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty hyped about, because we have a super good Rangor champion already, which released in Spirit Forge. So even if like the 2 Rangor champions in the Unleashed set are shit, we have one that's like pretty good. Sort of accelerate, assault 5, blah blah blah, reaction speed unit, pretty good. Also, that would be super interesting to see, but I think it would work as the Teemo, blue Teemo, purple Teemo, whatever. Like the reaction keyword would probably work from the Champion Zone, just as the hidden keywords on some of the champions work in the Champion Zone. So that would be like pretty interesting to see. If you have the opportunity to threaten your opponent of playing Rangor at any time during the game because you just have it in the champion zone, it completely warps the dynamic of a deck. So that's already something that I'm interested in. And also red-orange. So far, I feel like is lacking something as a color combination. Because like, Volibear is just a ramp deck. It's like very orange in the gameplay. Lucian is an equip aggro deck, so it's very red in the gameplay. But both of these kind of don't do anything together, right? Like there's not, when you look at like MF, which is like purple-orange, Misfortune, you have like that combination of like purple digs and then orange ramps, and then your endpoint is like Aura, but both colors serve Aurora super well. That's not the case in red-orange, I feel like. So I'm pretty hyped. If we could have something like a red-orange mid-range deck, I think there's some tools, definitely. There's Challenge, Windrunner is a good card. There are spells, there are very good accelerate units in red. I think that we could have some sort of very interesting mid-range red-orange deck that's not as one mechanic centered as Lucian. That's probably something that I'm hoping for. I might be wrong, but I really like the idea of having the Rengar in the champion zone and being able to threaten during the entire game that whenever you attack, they basically can't do anything except if it's a fucking lot because you can just react Rengar. And that just completely warps the dynamic of a match. So I love it. I really do love it. Red orange hide codes would be fire. Yeah, true. We could also have a hidden deck with Rengar being a hunter and all. That would make sense, I think. It's tough because there's no code draw, so red orange is just play. Yeah, but if they bring it, I could see it. Then Yi is green yellow from the background and the vibe it gives. I'm curious about the choice of implementing another Yi when we already had one in set 1, but also I think when they released set 1, they were pretty like affirmative on the fact that set 4 was already developed. And remember that they expected Proving Grounds to be shit tier. Like they expected Proving Ground Legends to be unplayable, not competitive, which turned out not to be the case. But in my opinion, they wanted to make another E because they were like, okay, that E is unplayable, never going to see play. And so we need to make another E for the E mains not to be too sad. Which also gives hope, I feel like, the Garen mains. The Garen mains are like, can have hope because of this news of Yi coming back already. Because there's a lot of people that love Garen, and there's a lot of people that are disappointed that Garen is so shit. So maybe that's something that we're going to see. A good Garen in like set 4, set 5 would be dope. Rengar, when you don't lose a combat, draw a card. Huh. That seems strong though. How good would it be? So now they need to make Yi terrible. Why would they though? I mean, anyway, Yi, if he's really like green-yellow, he probably has to either bring some sort of new mechanic to the color combination or be shit. Because like Leona is pretty trash. It's interesting, but it's pretty trash. And Azir is weird. Like Azir is technically not a green-yellow deck in the gameplay. It's more of a red deck, sort of. It's not like completely out of it because you still play like the Defies, you can play the Not So Fast, you can play the Cold Weeks. But technically, if you look at the gameplay, it's closer to some sort of red deck, no? So, I don't think Yi is going to be a threat color-wise. Now we have to see if they print good cards, then Yi could be good. Also, the green Yi champion that could be used in that legend slot is shit. Like, it's unplayable. It's when you have 8 rooms, gain +4, something like that becomes an 8. Just unplayable. So that's not something that we have to take into consideration when thinking about legends. When you react to Roy Cord. Seems fine, huh? If it's blue, because his meditation ability is mind. But there's meditation in green too, but I see what you mean, Mike. What do you think about Azir? I personally don't like it for a lot of reasons, but I don't think Azir is shit. I think Azir is top middle of the pack. Like 7th, 8th best deck in the game, something like that. Meditation is literally a green cord, yeah. And then we have, so someone was talking about like LeBlanc being like blue-purple, which can't be the case, subtly, because we have Diana, and Diana is blue-purple. So that's pretty cool. I know a lot of people that like Diana that are hyped about being able to play Diana, so I don't exactly know how they're going to make it better than Ezreal, because I think Ezreal is pretty strong. But also, I think the core strength of Ezreal is having the champion in the champion zone, and not necessarily the legend ability. So if they manage to make Diana have some sort of like very powerful legend ability that warps the deck towards the ability and not the miracle package, then I could see Diana being strong, because I think purple-blue is a pretty strong combination of colors. I don't hate it. That being said, it's probably more about control than anything else, and I don't see Diana being a control legend. I think Diana is going to be something pretty aggressive, like pretty sharp, dashing in and stuff. I don't see Diana being a control legend. Maybe I'm like wrong, mistaken. So we'll have to see. But LeBlanc definitely can't be blue-purple because Diana exists. I don't think Order with LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc has to be purple. That's pretty much like Chaos. Or is LeBlanc Chaos even? Maybe LeBlanc is not even Chaos. Maybe LeBlanc is like Mind, so blue, because like she's scheming and stuff. And then it's not Body for sure. It's probably not Order. It's not then blue-purple because we have it here. So that leaves us with maybe LeBlanc is blue-red actually. Order and Fury? I could see it. Like Nox is trying to take revenge and like scheme and manipulate people. I could see LeBlanc being like Kaisa, Rumble colors, blue-purple, blue-red. I could see it maybe. Pumped for Diana, my main on the Rift. I'm worrying about how she'll play. She's very aggressive in game and blue isn't. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I don't know. To be fair, I don't know, but maybe it's good. We'll have to see. Has to be red, then it probably is red-blue, no? Wonder which of this champion will tie in with the new mechanic. New mechanic? We have intel on a new mechanic? I don't know about it, but pretty interested to learn about it if there's anything. Red-blue Z. Z is set 4. Z is set 4, so we're not going to have to take Z into consideration for that reveal port. Then we have Vi, which is red yellow. We know about it already. I talked about it already, so not going to talk much more about Vi. Vex being green purple. I'm hoping for Vex to take green purple out of that when I move range, sort of. I think green purple has some perks that so far you can kind of only exploit as like play buffs and moves, discipline and war, blah blah blah, and move like ride the wind, blah 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 blah. Irelia, Yasuo, sort of. I'm hoping for Vex to take that color combination to some unexplored places. I would love it. We'll have to see, but yeah. The only problem with Vex, I would be pretty hyped because I think this color combination is pretty good. You guys know, if you guys know me, if you guys have watched the stream, I was pretty hyped about Yasuo in set 1. I still think Yasuo could be strong at some point. I think Yasuo is a decent contender now. I'm pretty pumped again for Irelia. I'm probably playing Irelia this weekend, so naturally I'm like pretty pumped for Vex too. But since she's a Star Lake Legend, I'm hoping she won't be like Rumble tier. Like sort of just, okay, I have like +1 when I move, and that's about it. I wouldn't have not loved that. And then Pyke is red purple, which is a tough spot to be in, not gonna lie. When you are facing Draven and Annie, you really have to be a hell of a legend to make room for yourself. But is that going to be a problem for him? We'll have to see. Maybe it's a completely different mechanic and then it's fine, I guess. But yeah, Pyke probably has the toughest spot so far. Like the most chances of just becoming a forgotten legend never ever seen play, because you are facing 3-2 runes and 3 draw 1, which like is just crazy good, right? Compared to the global power level of legends, and both of them are red purple already. LS confirmed he knows what it is. It's not as big as equipment, but there is a new mechanic. Okay, so LS said there's a new mechanic, but LS did not say what the mechanic is, right? I don't know. I have no clue. I'm not like playing a role or whatever. I have no clue what the new mechanic could be, to be fair. I hope Pyke is good, but not as good as Raven or Annie. I mean, if Pyke is like jinxed here, he's probably going to be playable because Miracle is still going to stand strong anyway. But is he going to be like good enough to be a decent deck on its own? Probably not. And then if he's not good enough to beat Draven, he's like automatically almost useless. Because why would you play a weaker deck with a less generic effect than just draw 1? So that's part of the questions we'll have to answer when Pyke releases. Pyke has to make gold? Maybe. But then, like, if Pyke is just like making golds, then it just does not make sense for a legend to make gold when you have a legend that gives you 2 free runes at the end of the turn in the exact same color combination, right? Like, if Pyke is when you win a combat make a gold, it it's just worth any, basically. There's so many assassins that should be linked to them. Maybe, yeah, true. Probably gonna be something like make 2 gold when you kill enemy unit. Maybe. 2 gold is strong though. 1 probably is fine, but 2 is too strong, I think. I don't play top tournaments, so I don't mind Week of Legends. Draven has felt pretty boring to play. Yeah, I would tend to agree. Sham spell would be super important, Emo. Yeah, there's just a lot to learn about. From the champions to the signatures to the actual legend ability. Like, there's just too much to learn to guess now. I'm not trying to make guesses. I'm just giving you worries about what I think could be good and what I think has to be good to exist. But I'm not trying to make guesses at the current power level of stuff. And then we also have a few more news that we could go over quicker, because like there's not that much. Blah blah blah. Well, I mean, like Vendetta, they just confirmed that there would be a new mechanic, even like new mechanics, so probably several ones in Vendetta, which is set 4. And we could also hope for Renekton, Nasus, Akali, Ambessa, and Mel as legends, maybe? I don't know. But if so, I like that set already. I'm a big Renekton enjoyer. I don't hate Nasus. And I'm a big Akali enjoyer, and I really love the Mel and Bessa line from Arcane. So, yeah, there's definitely some stuff that I'm apt about regarding Vendetta. I would think Pike spells to be his ult, which repeats on kill. That would be cool. Yeah, that would be dope. I do agree. Some sort of like, if deals kills a unit, do it again. Something like that. Yeah, I would love it. Then we also get news for 2 legends from set 4, which are Vendetta. One of them is Zed, the other one is Shen. That's pretty big news because a lot of people like ninjas for some reason. Maybe Naruto has something to do in there, but whatever. And we know that Shen is going to be green-yellow, and we know that Zed is going to be red-purple. You don't mind if I take my hat off, right? My hair is a mess, but whatever. I'm just feeling comfortable with it, so I have some sort of like Superman thing sticking out, whatever. So yeah, these 2 legends I'm pretty hyped about. And also the arts look super cool, and I think that's going to catch a lot of people because Zed is just a champion so many people have been trying to play and loving for some time now. Since Faker, basically. Like, look at the cleanse, look at the move Faker, what was that, blah, 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 blah. It's just like a big fan base for Zed. So maybe it's a lot of people would jump into Respawn with this. And I would love it. I have some sort of like 20,000-ish boys band air vibe, no? As in like some 41 stuff. Like I could be, or what was the name? Smash Mouth. Like I could just be like, I'm into deep, blah 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 blah, and I would fit the theme, no? Like my hair is just crazy right now. What the fuck is that? New energy mechanic, like in League? Yeah, I could see it. I would love it. I would definitely love that. Zed looks sick. Yeah. Zed looks super sick. I do agree. Still waiting for Twisted Fate. We have a Twisted Fate champion, but it's not very good, unfortunately. Zed used to be my main in League. Yeah. A lot of people have been playing Zed in League. Surprised that Zed is red-blue and not red-purple. He is red-purple, though. Zed is red-purple. This is chaos. Maybe like the colors of the stuff don't make it clear enough, but it is chaos. Zed is red-purple. We don't have the effects though, so like not a lot to talk about there. This is sick though. This chat, this is master set material. This is definitely master set material. They are introducing in set 4 linked arts, reprints of previous cards, which they started doing in Spirit Forge, of course, because of the Spirit Blossoms. But like this is set 1 Vi, this is set 1 Jinx, so both Red Sisters, and then this is set 1 Blue Vic, and this is set 2 Blue Jace, the one that brings out the gears. I love it. I mean, it's just a cool thing, right? When you hit another number, that's going to give a bit more taste to it. That does not cost a lot. I think for them, it's just like, instead of paying 2 artists to do 2 several arts, they just pay 1 artist to do 1 bigger art. So maybe they even cut on cuts, I don't know. Like, cut on cost, sorry, I don't know. But just like, looking freaking good. I love it. And I'm hoping that it's not just a Vendetta exclusive, and it's going to remain that way for more sets because like they look very dope. We also have the mat, which compared to what we've seen so far, I'm pretty happy that they are getting away. Like obviously this is once again card art, but I'm pretty happy that they're going away from just like zoom in on the face of a champion or a legend and make it a mat. Irelia, Ari, Darius, Timo, Inspired Forge. Now we have a bit more personality in there. Like it's a bit more dynamic than just a big ass face, Volibear, blah blah blah. Right? So I love that mat too. I love it. I'm probably not going to buy it, but I love it. We can't just buy mats each and every set because I'm just going to stack mats forever and that's not the point. Also, they shared that in set 5, so Radiance, we're going to have a Learn Together sort of starter deck, which is pretty sick. Once again, big Riot W as per usual. You can just like pay $34, $35, which it's like something like 30 euros, something like that. And you have 2 decks of 56 cards, plus 2 booster packs, plus 2 playmats and a rulebook. That's just what, like, once again, common Riot W, right? As in, like, they are just giving us like cheap product that has a lot of value in there to learn the game and stuff. Like it's sort of a proving grounds too, I would say, and I love it. We don't have the colors, we don't have nothing, but we just know that Evelynn and Seraphine are going to be legends in the set, and I think Evelynn is also going to have a lot of fans, so we'll have to see. Can't wait to play my, like, bring out my Seraphine and play the signature spell. That's like the big ode of Seraphine and go like, against my opponent. Like, I would love it. I would love it. Please be something like that. I would love it. Evelynn, yeah. Evelynn just has a lot of fans. Telling you right now, KDA over numbered signatures are gonna go buck wild. Yeah, true. I would hope for KDA signatures. I would definitely hope that we get KDA signatures in that Radiant set. What's more? Sorry, I was just like, I had a pop up. I had to read. This we don't care about. This is the starter set for set 4. So we have one in set 4. We have one in set 5. We're just going to call it starter set because it's not a starter deck, it's 2 decks. But the fact that we have Zed Shen and Evelynn Seraphine makes me think that we are going to have one for each and every set starting now, which I love. I'm just hoping that this does not mean these legends are going to be Rumble tier once again. This is literally my only like fear looking at them products. I'm like, they're cheap, they look dope, there's a lot to get from them. I'm definitely going to buy one, even as like a competitive player. But please just don't make them Rumble tier, because for the health of the game and the fan base, we need Zed and Evelynn to be playable, I feel like. But that's my only fear. The rest of it is like only good news. Cosplay Evelynn? Yeah, maybe cosplay Evelynn at an event. KDA Sig Seraphine will be 10k. Maybe. I think KDA Sig Evelynn would be more than Seraphine, no? I think Evelynn will be more than Seraphine. People like succubus stuff. Any tier. Any tier is fine. Any tier is pretty good. Any tier is pretty good. But Rumble tier? Please. Please don't. Then there's another huge news that we have to talk about, and it's about Discord. So if you guys know Discord is actually an art card from set 1, which is the orange listing, and it's been confirmed that Discord will be reprinted with a centered layout, which I don't know if I like or if I don't. I guess it's pretty much like whatever. I would love for them, I guess it's the next step, but instead of making it, because Discord is a rare. Okay, let's start with the beginning. Discord is a rare. Let me just pull up the Khorgar Rift. Yeah. Lee, where you at, my boy? Origins. Lee, here. Discord is a rare. So alt rares are fated to have the like black border and stuff. How about we just reuse the same art, because we can see that it's continuing like below the like behind the stuff. Like there's still stuff that we can see behind the shadow. How about we just cut on all the crap and we make it a full art alternative? How about that, huh? That would probably be the next step. But they are going to reprint it in the Nexus Knight booster packs for set 3. Probably as one of the eaters, I would guess. With a different foiling. Usually Nexus Knight foiling is better, so I would love it too, probably. And the center text. I guess the next step would be to take away like all of the banner and the black stuff and just make it a full art, just like as they did for Discord. Which I can't say I love the art as much, but I like the fact that it's sort of a full art there. So we'll have to see. But there's a good news though behind all that. We could be skeptical about that Lee Sin. It's a meme, it's funny, blah 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 blah. But like Lee Sin centered is in the middle, funny, lol, we get that. Now, if this means that we are getting epics reprinted in Nexus Knight packs, that's huge news. That's super huge news. That's not to be underestimated. Let's say this means now we are guaranteed that in like set 3 or set 4 Nexus Knight, we get the seals reprinted. Sick, right? Like pretty sick. That's a possibility because this introduces the idea of having Nexus Knight packs reprinting epics from previous sets. And that's probably something that we have to be wary about. That's something that we have to be wary about. Because that's definitely, yeah, Kaisa, that's definitely something that's possible. If they use this opportunity to reprint like meta-relevant epics in the Nexus Knight boosters, that's definitely something to be wary about. And pretty sick. Flash, yeah, there's just a lot of cards that we would love to have reprinted. Aurora, Kaisa, Flash, Seals, like Baited Hook. There are just a lot of meta-relevant cards that have to be reprinted in these. And that would definitely make going to your local shop and playing Nexus Knights very valuable. Because if you can pull a Kaisa in your Nexus Knight booster, all of a sudden Kaisa is going to drop a lot in value. And also all of a sudden it's going to be way, way, way better to go at your LGS and play some games. So I love that idea. I think Lee Sin Center is not like the big thing. I think the fact that we have previous set epics in there is the big thing. Thoughts about Poppy? Is she confirmed? Your refill. Poppy is not confirmed yet, I think. Let me check. Yep, it's not confirmed. They are expecting Poppy. I don't exactly know why. Poppy, maybe they talk about it there. Well, I think they talk about it in the previous one though. Why they expect Poppy. There's a reason. Maybe it's on the booster packs or whatever. Where is it exactly? Nah, I don't know. I don't exactly know. But they did not confirm Poppy, so pretty hard to guess. And we don't have the colors either with the picture, so I can't really guess like what it could be. It's the marketing info to stores. Okay, right. It's in the marketing info as in like there's going to be a Poppy legend? Or as in like there's going to be Poppy somewhere? I do think it's probably a one-off and they won't reprint the epics. That opens the door, right? That opens the door to something that was never done before, which is the important part. Even if they don't do it now, they can do it for set 4 or later on, because now they have made it so that they can now reprint epics in the Nexus Knight packs, which is a good news. Anyways, reprinting epic is always going to be a good news in my opinion. And that's about it for the news from Spirit Forge and stuff. And the Gamma, I think, convention stuff. So overall, once again, common rail W, right? As in like, there's nothing bad. No, I don't feel bad about anything. I feel pretty hyped about a lot of stuff. I already want to try and build them legends, even if I don't exactly know what they do. I'm already pretty hyped about the early guide series that we're going to release on the channel when the set releases. And I'm pretty hyped about the card that I'm going to get to reveal and to try and guess in which deck it could fit and stuff. So pretty hyped about all that, not gonna lie. Come on, Rail W, huh? Anything else we should talk about? Or how about we jump onto the tier list? Should we do the tier list first? I guess we should do the tier list first. What time is it? Oh fuck, I like to talk too much. I like to talk too much. Was it like too long? I think it was fine, no? I think it was pretty fine. But we spent like about an hour and a half maybe less than that, an hour. No, about an hour and a half, talking about stuff and introducing it, blah 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 blah. But I guess it is what it is. That's what we do here. And if you're here, I guess you like it, so whatever. How about I try to update the stream title on YouTube and Twitch? Because once again, I've never multi-streamed before. The PC seems to be doing to be going strong though. No crashes yet. Skirmish decks tier list. Oh no, the title is good. So let's just... Is it the same on YouTube? I think it has to be, right? Let me check. F5. Yup. Yup. It's the good, correct title on YouTube still, so perfect. We can just go for it now and we don't have anything to edit. Love it. You talk so much, bro. Yeah, that's my problem. That's an issue though. I love to talk. Sometimes it's cool. Like right now, it's pretty much of a quality. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not. Like the day before yesterday, I went to my editor's place to just like quickly grab a cord because I was in a rush. I had a lot to do on that day. So I went to his place to grab a cord I needed for the deck. And like I entered the room, grabbed the cord, and then I left an hour and a half later. And we did nothing but talk. And I grabbed the cord though. so like, it has its perks and it has its cons. And one of the cons is being late most of the time, but it is what it is. How about we jump onto talking tier list power potential with the Spirit Force season coming. Let me just clear my throat. I'll be back in a second. I'm not really back into streaming, so my throat is not used yet. But on Monday, I could barely talk because of like casting 24 hours in the previous 2 days and like not sleeping and stuff. Like my voice was just straight up not coming out. Is what it is. We're getting better now, getting fully healed. So I kind of wanted to have that tier list talk with you guys because let's just like set up the context once again. And then we can just like start talking about the actual decks and you can ask questions and stuff. I'll try to set up the context first. The idea for that tier list is that we made a previous one from before the Chinese Nationals. I mean, I should probably pull it up now, though. I think I posted it on Discord. Give me a second. I'll go find it. Was it? Yeah, it was there. Give me a sec. Save. Whatever. So I can set up a proper context now. Yep, perfect. So this was our pre-regionals tier list. You guys are missing a few decks because of the chat overlay though. Here we go. Great. Perfect. This was our pre-Spirit Forged tier list. And to be fair, pre-regionals tiers. I'm pretty happy about how it turned out. I feel like it's pretty much of a meta snapshot, sort of. This tier list was made before the first Chinese regional, so on January, probably like 7th, something like that. Maybe before that, like 3rd, 4th. I don't exactly know. This was the prediction that me and Randy teamed up to do on the Spirit Forge format. And if you look at it, it's not like exactly what we expected it to be, but it's pretty much of a format snapshot. I'm pretty happy about it, and today we're going to go for some sort of a different one. The idea for today's tier list is to talk about the Spirit Forge Skirmishes season that is starting this weekend, and I'm going to try and talk to you guys about like your monitor, about like the decks you could probably pick, the power level and stuff, but also there's definitely going to be a bigger emphasis on the complexity part, like how hard it is to play the deck, how like hard it's going to be for you to pilot it over like 4 or 5 rounds plus top cut, how likely it's going to win compared to how likely it's going to top regarding your different goals and stuff. So that's going to be the main difference, and also that's going to be the format I'm going to use to make some sort of a big catch-up stream on the regionals format and talk about like the lists, what we've seen, the evolutions of deck buildings for each and every legend, and what I'm expecting for the upcoming weeks, and maybe what we could see going into like Lille and stuff. So that's for the main thingy. Now for the tiers, because I think we also need to be like pretty sharp on tiers going into such a wide tier list with all of the legends packed in there. There's 5 tiers. Once again, I usually use 5. The first one is best win rate. That's not going to be like the decks that I think you absolutely have to pick if you want to win a skirmish, but that's going to be the deck that gives you that combination of like, hey, I'm strong enough to win a skirmish, and also like easy enough to pick so that you can like play me and start now, and in about like 2 weeks, 3 weeks time for your skirmish, you're going to be ready. So that does not mean like them decks are like giga simple, but they're not like hyper convoluted. Spoiler, Ezreal is not going to be in there. Like Ezreal is definitely going to be in the expert category, for example, which is why I decided to separate these two. I think Draven, Irelia, some of these decks have a very good win rate, and if you're a good player and you want to spend time testing a deck to prep for a skirmish, these are options you should look for. If you're a very experienced player on one of the decks that are going to be in the expert category, you probably could pick them and win because you are very good with them. But if you're not, you probably don't want to start looking at them now because it's going to be too short of a time frame for you to be ready playing them. And I'm especially thinking Ezreal and stuff. All this. As a new player, I'm going to cherish all these infos tonight. Not playing this weekend though. I don't have a deck yet. Perfect. You are exactly the type of person that got me to do this. Yo, thank you for the follow, Rayo. So, if that's some sort of topic you're interested in, and you feel like you're a beginner, but you're a bit afraid because like, here's the channel, or like we talk a lot of meta, we go pretty in deep on some topics, I give like pretty complex opinions based on like several factors, blah blah blah. Feel free to ask, there's no dumb questions. My goal is to help you learn, get better, and understand the Riftbound world better. And the more players we have, the happier I am. So there's no dumb questions, feel free to ask, and I'm going to be more than happy to help if I can. I'm just bad, so I play expert decks badly. That's also a pick. I'm not saying like don't pick this. I'm just saying like be wary that if you want to pick this, you're probably going to need to play a lot to be at the same level compared to like picking an easier one, sort of. Then the steal category is going to be, in my opinion, you could win a skirmish with these decks, but these are neither the better one nor the more complex one. Just to give you an example, I'm thinking like Yasuo, Azir, like these decks have pretty good shots, in my opinion, at winning skirmishes if you're a master at your craft, or if you eye roll, or if your skirmish level is like below average. But they would not be my preferred options if I was going into a skirmish tomorrow, sort of. Then top 8 material is pretty much going to be everything that's playable, from like Ornn to Rek'Sai and stuff, Set, like decks that you can make sure if you're good with them, you can probably reach the top 8, but it's also going to be very hard to win it all, because when you play top 8, top 4 finals into more experienced players with probably better decks, it's just going to become tougher for you to go through. Not impossible, but pretty much tougher. And then the last part is the Demacia tier that's been a constant since set 1, since Proving Grounds actually, because of Garen. And it's just going to be decks that you probably should not bring to a skirmish because they are just too bad to be played, unfortunately. And there's no incentive in playing a bad deck to a skirmish except having fun, because we don't have the metal cards in skirmishes. We don't have the best of cards. There's no incentive to play like, what's a shit deck? Like Garen. There's no incentive to play Garen to a skirmish. You're probably going to pay for the spot, probably going to get like a Nexus Knight booster, but aside from that, like you're just going to lose miserably. Probably do something like 2-3, 1-4, 0-5 drop, not have fun, and then you're just going to get nothing because there's no best of Garen there. So that's the tier. If you want to have fun, definitely feel free to pick those. But if you want to compete, these are probably not good options. Was that clear enough? Is there anything you would want to ask regarding like the context before we dig into that tier list? I feel like it was fine, but if you have any questions, feel free. And I'm just going to start with. I'm just going to pick them in order. It's like whatever, but if you have questions on a specific one, maybe we just skip to that one and then we go back to the usual order. So the first one is going to be Airy. I mentioned it already before in the pre-regional stream and stuff. I was a pretty big Ahri enjoyer in set 1. I think if a super good player played Ahri in set 1, he probably could have gone pretty far in the tourney. I think Ahri's failure in set 1 was a combination of her not being one of the top decks and also the top players not playing her, which I feel like is a bad spot to be in. It's like needlessly complex in a way. But in set 2, I'm like way below on expectations looking at Ahri, because Ahri is just a deck that's like very hard to play, that requires a lot of stuff to like work together, stick together to be properly effective. And also, she just got countered by a lot of cores in the format. Thank you so much for the sub, Monilin. Thank you so much, brother, for the support. Hope you're doing great and welcome to the stream. Yeah, Ahri is got like a lot of counters coming to her in set 2. She does not like purple cards. That's the first thing. Ahri does not like purple cards. Ahri was one of the decks that had a super good matchup into Annie in set 1, and the only way you would lose a game in set 1 to Annie was several rebukes. Now, literally every purple deck in the game is playing a bunch of rebukes and is able to do them several times because of fees, because of blah blah blah, and you still don't have a very reliable way to counter them aside of not so fast, which once again means that you have to play units and have them stick on board, and then you have to have buffs to protect them, and then if they use rebuke on top of your buff, you have to have not so fast. So it's like, once again, you have to have so many pieces coming together to make Ahri work that I don't think she's a reliable legend in set 2. And also, the bigger problem, in my opinion, fortunately enough for Ahri, there's only one deck playing it at the top level right now, which is Fiora. But Punch First is a fucking pain for Ahri, because you go from, okay, I'm going to try to chip at your might, because -1 on the legend, -2 on the blue Ahri, and I'm going to try to hold a battlefield. You go from that in set 1 to in set 2, they just push a unit. You go -3, they go +5 for 1 energy. And then like they basically have all of their energy still available to play Hidden Blades. We're talking about Fiora, right? Hidden Blades, Call to Glories, more Punch First, Primal Strengths, blah 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 blah. And you can't even defy it. So like, it's basically, they start their turn, they untap, as long as they have like 1 unit on the board, they can just crush your BF, and Ahri is not the type of deck that can recover from that. Your gameplay is stack a BF, blue Ahri, Sona, blah blah blah, and then if they just push with like 1 punch first and break through and kill everything, you lost the game on the spot. So I don't think Ahri is reliable. Right now, there's a list that did get top 64, I believe, in Vegas. We could probably try and find it. It's a very weird list. To be fair, I don't like it. That guy got result with it, so like, kudos to him. Where was it? Ahri, is it somewhere here? Yeah, it is here, I think. Nightingale top, no, 128, not 64. So that list, to be fair, let me just get that pen out. I really don't like it. It's just, once again, a fucking puzzle of a lot of stuff trying to come together, but if they don't, like, it's just game over. You play the one of Sona because you need the runes, you play some units, you also play Janna as sort of a reaction, but then you play units that interact with spells. I'm thinking like Ravenbloom and Sona that interact with giving you runes open and you playing spells. But then you also have to play equips to get some might out here and cheat might. So you have the cloth armor, you have the brutalizer, you have the gauge. So you have some sort of an equip package and a spells package. If we want to go like separate colors, we have that, which is a spells package, and the Ravenbloom and the Sona. Then we have the gears package, which is that and the Sterax. Then we have also the Lucian, the Aesir, sorry, that has to, you need to have gears for this to work. And then you also have some sort of a like toolbox package with this, all of them are mostly like 1-2 offs. And then the centerpiece of all this could be Sona. Because then, like, you need to have runes open to play your quick draw equips, and you need to have runes open to play your spells, and you need to have runes open to play your Janas. So Sona is probably like the glue, and you only play one. Which to me does not make sense. So I'm not saying like this guy is trash and you should like shame him, blah blah blah. I'm just saying I don't like that list. Maybe it's what you're looking for to play Ahri in the current set, because you just need the pieces to click together, else you lose the game, so might as well go for the gamble. But if that's the plan, then I think Ahri is at best top 8 material, close to Dimesh. Which is why I probably would not recommend playing Ahri. Ahri Legend is way too weak and it will be worse as time passes by. Yeah, exactly. Do you need an equipment to use the green Aesir ability? No. But if you don't have an equipment, it's shit. So you sort of need an equipment, but no, you don't. You can just like swap them and it's okay. But then like the Aesir just does not make sense. The good way to make that Aesir work is you have blue Ahri at a battlefield and you just go like blue Ahri -2 and then you just go Aesir, swap them, bring Aesir in so Ahri does not die, and then you can just push with blue Ahri once more on the next turn. But like, it's giga expensive, right? You have to play a blue power to put this into play, then green power for this, then green power for this. So you're already 3 powers down to save a -2 might, which like smoke screen is like 1 power for -4, right? So you have to repeat the operation like a lot of time to make it actually worth it, which I think you really can't. It's too much setup, in my opinion, though. I did not test it personally, but I don't like it. Then there's Aini. Well, I think in the context of a skirmish, Aini is a pretty good pick. So I kind of want to put Aini in the best. Aini is either best win rate here or still. Aini is not an expert deck. It's a deck that's just going to rely on you being able to drop on curve a lot of units, and that's very threatening on its own. You have a lot of toolbox there, rebukes, fight or flights. You could play the Void Seeker still. You could play the Rengor. Rengor is a terrific unit in the current format. Like, you can just bait Draven to do so much and just destroy them with Rengor. As in, like, you attack with a Kaisa something, they have to go rebuke or fight or flight to like tap their runes, recycle, send the Kaisa back to base because they don't want you to clear and to draw, and then you just go like Rengor and you just win anyway. You prevent them from drawing, you clear the resources, they use the combat trick. Like, there's just a lot you can do with Rengor in Aini. I really love that card. I think Aini has to be somewhere around the best win rates in the skirmishes formats. Also, there's the Flash package that's very strong in the current format. You can just like basically infinitely draw because of the Dreaming Tree and the Flash, and you can just like dodge the rebukes, and that's pretty strong. For those of you who are not aware, I know like this is pretty basic interaction these days, but maybe some of you don't know. Flash, all sets. Flash is reaction speed, and so if you get hit with a rebuke that reads send a unit at the battlefield back to its owner's end, if you flash out, literally like just in League, if you flash out your unit from the BF to the base, that unit is going to not be sent back to the end. And that's pretty insane in any, especially when you play the Ferrous Forerunner, because Runner, the only weakness of Runner is that to put it in play you have to pay 6 runes and a power. So it's very weak to rebuke, does not proc the death knell, and then you have to pay 6 runes and a power to drop it again after rebuke. So that makes rebukes kinda worth it to use on Runner even in the mid game. And the fact that you can just with any on 6 runes straight up play Runner and then untap 2 runes, and if they rebuke it you can just flash it out, makes it so that they can't really rebuke the Runner, because it just makes Runner too sticky and they just lose too much value. Like, they pay 2 energy, 2 power, and they don't do nothing. Which is why I would probably recommend playing Annie as one of the potential better win rates going into a skirmish. Also, Annie is an aggressive deck, and aggressive decks tend to be super good at punishing control decks that are not played correctly. I'm thinking like Ezreal, Kai'Sa, because if they make a mistake and they like miss the better clear pattern for a turn, you can just swarm them and they can never recover. Whereas like on the other side, if as Aini you make a mistake and you don't develop the correct unit on a turn, it's still going to apply pressure on them and you're not going to be out of the loop if you just miss on a turn. So you're probably going to be in the driver's seat in most of them games, and they have to play not like perfectly, but close to perfection to be able to continuously clear your boards. So I'm thinking Annie could definitely be a contender for your skirmishes. I would not be too surprised to see Annie have a very decent win rate in skirmishes in set 2 still. And I also think she's a pretty good legend compared to like the rest of the field. She's probably not like as good as Draven, but she's not that far, right? That would be like my stance on Annie. And also, if you're a beginner, Annie is pretty easy to learn and get your hands on. You just have to get the flashes, which are a problem. And like the chords are technically not easy to get your hands on, but like from a gameplay perspective, she's pretty easy to get into, sort of. And then like you can just scale with your games. Azier. Azier probably has to be a steal now. I think Azier has to be a steal. Yeah, Azier definitely is a steal. So, okay. That's a lot. There's a lot of stuff to talk about regarding Azier. The first thing that I'm going to talk about is going to be the exact like opposite of what I'm going to use as my points after, right? This list is Roklo's list, and Roklo was the player that got the metal Azier, so the best of Azier in Bologna, and also the player that got the best of Azier in Vegas. So pretty strong showing from Roklo, the Azier GOAT, sort of. I don't have a billion hours of training on the deck, but if you want to play Azier, you should probably pick his list, because he's probably close to the better Azier in the world right now, or one of them, and he's probably done a bunch of testing on the deck. Now, that guy managed to be consistent over 2 events, which is pretty strong. But I do have a big problem with Azier. Look at that list. How do you have consistency, and how do you draw cards, and furthermore, how do you win games if you don't see a gear in the early game? My answer would probably be you can't, sort of. And then that's already a big red flag for me when picking a deck for a tournament. I want my deck to be consistent at doing what it does, even if it's like slightly weaker than some other decks that are not consistent but I roll. And Azier is one of them. Azier is a casino deck. If he gets the curve, like what we call the curve is like the chords that you can, the better chord that you can play on each and every turn. Azier's curve is pretty simple. Going first, one drop gear, so either like I or Doran, and then legend ability. Then turn 2, it's another gear plus legend ability. Then turn 3, it's BF plus legend ability. And then it's a rise. And basically when Azier hits that plus a few toolboxes along the way, is barely stoppable. Like, he's almost unstoppable, to be fair. But that goes without saying that you also have games where you don't hit the perfect curve, and then you have to try and win with like no gear turn 1, and then like no gear turn 2, and then your first gear is a BF on turn 3, and you play like a desert skull for like nothing, just popping soldiers, and then you play a shit arise because you did not hit like 4 or 5 gears in the game. So that's something that you have to be wary about considering Azier. That's probably a deck that's a lot of fun to play, but that's a deck that's going to lose you games, and there's not a lot you can do about it. So Azier, in my opinion, is probably going to be a steal, because I don't think, maybe you can win a skirmish with Azier, but I don't think if we go over like 10 skirmishes, like 10 rounds, and you play Azier each and every one of them, you're going to be able to consistently like win all of your games and go to the finals and win the finals. Like, I think there are more skirmishes that you're going to lose because Azier does not do the job that you expect it to do, rather than skirmishes you're going to win because Azier I rolls you the entire event. Then of course there's skills and stuff. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that goes into playing Azier. It's also pretty technical to be able to understand when you can equip, how, sequencing and stuff. But I feel like before the skill part comes the opening part, and sometimes checking your opening end could mean the end of the game, which is a problem to me. So Azir is probably a steal, but it's not a bad deck by any means there. It's not like, it's way better than Leona in terms of color combinations that are similar. Then Darius, unfortunately, is probably Demetia. Once again, there's no incentive in trying to play bad decks for a skirmish. So there are decks that I'm just going to classify as like Demetia decks, and I'm not going to talk about them for quite some time, and Darius is one of them. Baited Hook Darius is playable, but lacks consistency, lacks draw power. Sometimes you just eye roll the game and you win on the spot, and sometimes you just don't. And mid-range / tempo Darius, which relies on like some spells, captains, blah blah blah, is just not good enough to match the current top decks. So unfortunately, Darius is going to be our first Demacia deck, and some of them are going to. I'm just going to say it. If you want to win and if you want to perform at your skirmish, just don't pick them. Now, if you want to have fun with your favorite legend, that's a completely different story, of course. What's next? Draven. Draven, there's a lot to talk about regarding Draven. The first thing would probably be that Draven is two Dravens, actually. There's the Miracle builds and there's the normal builds. But I think both Dravens probably go in between like the top experts and the best win percent. I'm going to put them in the best win percent, but there's like two completely different approaches. In my opinion, the Draven build from like Sam D. Sherman, I think was the name. The guy that just won the Vegas Regional. Sam D. Sherman, yes. That tempo Draven builds, while not being like giga easy to play, is definitely going to give you free wins. Like, there's definitely games that you're going to win just because your deck is super strong. And you have like a lot of cores that are just actually good at being slammed on the board, and they just make the difference that way. Runner, Briner, Darius, Rebuke, Fight or Flight, like all of them cores, Kaisa, all of them cores are not like that technical to play. You just have to find a spot in which they're worth it. So you definitely have to have a lot of practice with the deck, but also if you have TCG experience and you pick it up now, you're not going to be like that late compared to other players. It's not super hard. So that deck is probably the better compromise between hard to play but gives you room to like easy to play but gives you room to improve, and power level. That deck is probably the better compromise between these two. And then you have the Miracle build, be it like Detonate or the other Miracle bits that we are going to talk about, which I feel like are sort of overhyped in the how hard they are to play. I think a lot of people are like, okay, you have to be 5-head to play Miracle Draven, and you have to like always make the better decisions and stuff, which I could see at top level. I do agree at top level. Like, if we're talking like top 64, top 8 of a regional, yes, they are like 5-head to play. Definitely need to be a cracked player to pilot them perfectly. But also, I think at the skirmish level, Miracle Draven is not as hard, because since people do make mistake, you're just going to be able to anyway just like slam your units on board, and that's going to win you games. And you don't have to be like 5-head to go like seal, drop Ezreal, stack your hand, and then next turn cold shot, pay with the seal, pay with Ezreal, grab the stack deck, grab the ram, stack deck, grab the ram, detonate, break the whatever, draw 2, ram for 2. Like, you don't have to actually be 5-head to be able to resolve ram. That's the thing. Yo, Zach. Yay, catches content. Yo, how you doing? First message on YouTube. You have the props to be the first ever chatter on a YouTube stream. Twitch, say hello to YouTube. It's the first time we're multi-streaming, but nice to have you here, Zach. So yeah, I think it's in a field of like mid-level players, Miracle Draven is probably a good pick too. And probably a deck that you can consider, even if you're not like top of the pop, and you definitely could win an event with. So I think both builds are pretty interesting. There's also a YouTube stream. Wow, yep, there's YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Technology is huge. Detonate Scrap Heap and Treasure Trove is kinda gas. I love it. We did not talk about it. Yo, Quentin. Yo, everyone, how we doing? YouTube is popping off now. 2 messages in 2 minutes. Whereas before, no message in 2 hours on YouTube. Yeah, to be fair, that's something that we could talk about. So the package is, if you guys don't know, Discord is like pretty blurry right now, so I'm just going to pop it off for you guys. But we're going to do a focus on the deck after that. Detonate is kill a gear, its controller draws 2. And the idea with Detonate is that you play it with the Trove and the Scrap Heap. And so that way, Scrap Heap is when I'm played or when I'm killed, draw 1. And so you can just go like pay 2, play Scrap Heap, draw 1, Detonate, kill Scrap Heap, draw 2, and then Scrap Heap was killed, draw 1. So you play 2 cores, you draw 4, which is a huge consistency buff. And then Trove is sort of the same. Trove is when I'm killed, draw 1, channel 1. And so you can just go like for 2 Trove, then for 1 Detonate, you draw 2 because of Detonate 1 or because of Trove, and you channel 1 so you repay the Detonate power cost. So you just transform like 2 cores into 3 and you dig your deck. So it's sort of like blank chords that allow you to get that consistency buff. And I just like love that package, and I think that was one of my main issues with Miracle. That's also something that I've been talking about during the tier lists and stuff. It's been quite some time since we did it on here, but I've been talking about it on stream during the bootcamp in French. I've been talking about it during the OTP show in French too. I was pretty afraid that Miracle Draven would not give you the options to be competitive on a 13 rounds event because of like how likely the deck is to break. Because if you look at the chords in a like standard Miracle Draven, let's say we look at the list from Oregon, which is Colin from Changes TCG. If you look at the list and you want to think about like starters and stuff for that list, this is the gas sport. This is also gas. And this is gas, of course. And this is not gas. Like, don't want to draw this. Don't want to draw this in the early game. Don't want to draw this in the early game. This neither. This, you're pretty happy to draw it, so I'm not going to put it as don't want to. But like, not gas, not gas, not gas, not gas, not gas. So, technically, there are a lot of cards that you don't want to open. If you open too many of them, there's a good news and a bad news. The good news is that it means all of your good cards are still in your deck. So one draw could change it all. If you manage to get up like to get onto like a purple Ezreal, then play it, then draw 2 and you get to your stack deck cold shot, good. You're playing now. But also if you like in your 6, 7, 8 first cards, you don't see any of them and you don't see a way to like increase your consistency, then we have a problem. And I feel like the Detonate builds kind of help in that regards. So I would probably prefer playing the Detonate builds right now. Maybe it's a bit less high ceiling because you don't have all of them cores that you can use to put even more might on the board, like the Nocturnes, the Hopefuls, blah blah blah. But that's way more consistent, I feel like, and that's exactly what this deck does. This deck does need, because like when you have the consistency in Draven, you have what it takes to win basically every game if you're the better player. So yeah. I love the Detonate builds. And add cores in trash for the zombie goat? Who the fuck is zombie goat? Wait. Who the fuck is zombie goat? Oh, Raja? Raja is zombie goat? Yeah, then yeah. Raja is a zombie? Yeah, technically he's a ghost, so I guess it could be a zombie. I could see it. This might be a way for me to enjoy Draven a bit more. I just can't for the life of me get my hands on purple seals. They are pretty expensive, so I could kind of see why you can't. They are pretty expensive right now. They're like $45 each, which makes it like 120, 130 a playset. That's some serious money there. Then what do we have? Ezreal. Ezreal is definitely going to drop straight into the expert category. I think Ezreal right now, if you are the best player in the world, so if you are Alan ZQ technically, is the best deck in the game. Like, there's no bad matchup, there's no clear weakness, there's no good way of targeting, countering it, at least not that's known so far. And there's just like too many options for the deck to play into each and every matchup. You can just like remove Draven's boards basically each and every game, every turn, sorry. You can just like kill any in the very early and then you just win the game on the spot. You can just outdraw Kaisa and so you win the control game. Like, there's basically not a lot other decks can do against Ezreal if it's perfectly piloted. But that comes with a downside, and that downside is that if you want to play a deck that has so much toolbox and so many options, if you have a lot of options, you are very likely to take bad decisions at some point, and that's very likely to cost you the game. And that's what Ezreal is right now. If you're not a pro Ezreal player, if you're not an expert, and you want to pick the deck up now, if you want to pick it for Lille/Atlanta regionals, go for it. You still have the time to learn. If you want to pick it to play your skirmish in like 10 days, you can still do it, but I would advise you not to if you want to win, because the deck will require a lot of knowledge, and also something that's very underestimated, the deck, since it gives you so many choices, so many decisions to take, it requires a lot of time. And that's what the most impressive thing about like Alan ZQ's gameplay to me, is that guy takes game-changing decisions basically like 3 to 4 times a turn in like an average time of like 2 seconds, which makes no sense to always make the correct choice on like a 3 to 4 times a turn basis with just like, I don't know how many fucking cold shots and stack deck he plays, but like on over 13 rounds, and like same in tops. So the time is going to be your worst enemy when playing Ezreal. And I think that's going to be something that you want to be wary about too. If you're not familiar with Ezreal, you're going to take a lot of time making decisions, and then you're going to lose the game, or at least draw it, because you don't have the time to go get your 8th point. So you have to be wary about that. Then if you're an Ezreal expert, I really do think it's probably one of the best decks, if not the best deck in the game right now, to be fair. Why do I enjoy big break decks the most while being a garbage player? Nah, you're not garbage, Ray. We did have talks about the game already, and the way you debate and you argue makes me know for sure that you're not garbo. You probably just don't play enough or don't theorize enough to be like top of the pop. But from the way you think, I know you can't be garbo. I switched to Ezreal from Irelia recently. Deck is very hard, but it's been feeling great to learn and master. The deck feels like it can beat any deck, and if played perfectly, it is the best in the format. Yeah, that pretty much sums up what I was saying. So yeah, I do agree, Zach. The deck is pretty much top of the pop in the format if you're the best player in the world. Which there's only one of, and we probably know who that is right now. Either Randy or Allen, but I would say Allen so far is a bit more impressive, even though I really do think Randy is like giga impressive. Also, I just noticed, but I love the fact that just like top of my head, you guys can see yourselves, and you can also see like YouTube. Like Zach is talking on YouTube, and Ray is talking on Twitch, and you guys can see all of them. I never knew because I never multi-streamed, but that's pretty sick, no? So you guys can like chat even though you're not on the same platform. Of course, there's like delayed stuff, but that's pretty sick. I like it. I've been having a hard time getting reps in due to my health. I know, Ray. Like, it is what it is. Everybody has reasons not... Like, I've not been playing for about 2 months, which does not mean I don't theorize and I don't watch a ton of gameplay because I'm casting each and every weekend. But, like, there's no shame in not being able to play enough to be good, or just not being good because you want to be casual or whatever. Like, not everybody needs to be a pro player. But if you enjoy thinking about the game and theory crafting and all, you can't call yourself garbage, because you're already like taking that extra step to bring something to your game, which makes you better than garbage anyway. If you see what I mean. I think we did the entire talk about Ezreal, right? Like, it was pretty short, but also it's pretty easy to spot the strengths and weaknesses of that deck, so I don't think I have a lot more to say about it. Fiora is an interesting thing. I think Fiora is between bottom experts and top steel, but probably has to be steel. Yeah. I think Fiora is a pretty strong deck in the current format, but you need to be extremely good with Fiora to properly pilot the deck. And even being like extremely good, you have very tough matchups. Like if you're paired into Kaisa, Ezreal is not as bad because Ezreal does not have mass removal, so most of the time riposte is going to be enough to save a turn into Ezreal. Whereas Kaisa, most of the time when you're paired into Kaisa, she goes Falling Star, Piercing Light, and then the next turn she goes like Void Seeker, Singularity, and then the next turn she goes like Piercing Light, Repeat, and like you can just like riposte one and you're fine. Ezreal is a bit different because Ezreal goes like Fox Billow's Breath, and then you just riposte the Billow's Breath, and then you saved your units basically. Does not mean you win the game on the spot, right? But it is kinda better. It's not favorable, but it's kinda playable. Kaisa is very hard if you don't find the Unyielding Spirits post side. That being said, I think Fiora played to perfection is a super strong deck. She has a shot into pretty much all of the meta decks. Is it needlessly complicated? Maybe a tiny bit. Is it like a bad deck? Not by any means. It's definitely a deck that I could see winning skirmishes. So I'm going to put it on the same like tier as Azier. Decks that could win, but you need some sort of AI roll, be it because you just like are super good with it, or you get to open your better cards. Whatever. If you play a skirmish this weekend, personally, what do you pick? I'm going to play a skirmish this weekend, and I'm most likely going to pick Irelia. Because that's a playstyle I feel comfortable with. I've been playing green for almost the entirety of set 1. And there's a cool Irelia list that got released recently. We're going to talk about it like later on, the aggressive Irelia list. And I'm going to... I love playing a bit of spice, you know? Like, even if I don't win, I love bringing in a bit of spice. And I played the Yasuo to set 1 skirmishes because I loved it and I thought it was fun to play. So yeah, I'll probably bring some sort of Aggro Irelia to the table. Thank you for the follow, Sonic. The deck is too inconsistent for me. I also feel like the Irelia matchup is rough. What, Irelia for Fiora? Yes and no. It's okay. To be fair, it really depends on the opening of both players. But if you get access to some of your yellow cores like Eden Blade, it makes the matchup super hard for them. And if you don't get access to them and they just like you kind of miss on your early game and then they manage to like drop that Irelia when you're on something like 2 points, you probably lose the game on the spot. So yeah. It's a weird one, but it's not a like super unfavored one compared to like Kaisa, which is like straight up unfavored for Fiora. Garen. Do I really need to talk about Garen? Garen is the Meshia. Like, is literally the reason why this tier is called the Meshia. Once again, there's no incentive in playing Garen and bad decks as a whole into a skirmish. There's no best stuff. There's no nothing. So just don't bring Garen if you want to win. If he's your favorite legend and you want to have fun, you can bring whatever you want, but Garen is just not it, in my opinion. Does not Riposte just dog on Irelia? Yeah, Riposte is a super strong card into Irelia, but you need to see it, right? That's one of the problems with Fiora. You need to see your cards. If you don't, meh. I have many thoughts on Irelia. Can't wait for that discussion. Yeah, we're going to talk about Irelia later on, when we're done with the tier list, actually. What time is it? It's not like too late yet, so... It's fine. I was already planning on a long stream anyway. Maybe we end up at like 1 a.m. here or whatever, and that's just gonna be it. So I was planning for a long stream. We're going to have a lot of talk. I like it. Bro, get Fiora in Demacia tier. Yo, Mike. Yo, Mike. Lots of Loto switch from Twitch to YouTube. Yup, Demacia. Played Fiora against lots of Irelia, you must play it at the right time, and it's still not 100% win. Yeah, the matchup is not free by any means, but it's contested. It's not like straight up unfavored for one of each legends. Maybe Irelia has easier win conditions to put on the board. I could agree with that. I could see it. Like, it's easier to win as Irelia than it is as Fiora. But it's not like because the deck has a favorite matchup, it's just like it's not as hard to create your win conditions, technically, like from a technical play POV, sort of. Talking about Irelia, I'm ganking. True. You do be ganking. Talking about Irelia, Irelia is probably in their best win percent. I'm just going to be talking about like the conventional Irelia build, President Irelia, however you want to call it. That deck is pretty strong. It does not have very bad matchups. Draven is obviously one of them, but you still have chances of winning because of the sneaky stuff. If you don't play sneaky, you have to be sharper on your decision making, but that does not mean you can't win. You have a lot of options, you have a lot of toolbox, be it like rebuke, flashes, fight or flights, stack decks, boots, GAs, defies, not so fast, obviously signature, discipline. Like, there's just a lot that they can do toolbox wise, and I think that's probably the better deck. If you have it, like, if you're not bowling on a budget and you have like some money and you want to get into Riftbound coming from another TCG or coming from no TCG but with an appetite to become competitive, I think Irelia is probably the better pick. Because then it's a deck that gives you like sometimes easy win conditions. Sometimes it's just like manage to drop Irelia, buff it, you win the game on the spot. Like, not on the spot, but like it wins you the game over time. And so you have the feeling that you can win games. You have a deck that's competent and that can win. And you also have that idea of ceiling, sort of, that you can improve. You have a lot of options. You have a lot of toolbox in the deck. So your decision making is going to matter. So you have a very consistent deck that's going to let you play, let you get some reps in without like just getting shit stomped. Like, if you start with Ezreal, you're just going to get shit stomped for like 50 games in a row before being able to win one. Irelia is not going to be that. You're going to win games, and then you're going to improve. And there's a lot of mechanics. There's like might, there's battle tricks, there's removal, there's movement, there's targeting, there's reaction. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that you can do with Irelia that makes it probably the better pick to learn Riftbound right now instead to, learn competitive Riftbound. So I love it. And I'm probably going to be playing Irelia this weekend because I just love how the deck feels and how permissive it is, sort of, in terms of skill expression. I just love it. With Irelia, I have a hard time versus E for some reason. The Camo and the 4-drop 4 might deflect unit I can barely beat, especially because you defy or not so fast the punch first. You can't, I think you meant you can't defy or not so fast the punch first, and that's true. My better advice in that kind of matchup would be play it slow, and you need to be the one that's answering and not the one that's shooting first. You don't have to fight for the points against these decks because mid-range EE these days is not a good deck in the late game. So if you scale, you know that you're going to win the game, depending on what you play in your list, right? But like, you know that you're going to win. So make sure your Irelia is always in base. Make sure you never expose her to like fights and stuff, to punch first especially. And then just make it so that when you attack, you stack resources, and when you attack, you know that you can win. That will be my advice for you. Irelia is so good versus the field, but really struggles into the other S tier strategies. I think Irelia is overall good, yes. I do agree with that. Seaver Miracle feels unwinnable, and Ezreal is... Yeah, Seaver is the big problem, but that's good news for you. I don't think there are going to be a lot of good Seaver players at Skirmishes. But yeah, Seaver Miracle is a problem for Irelia. At Skirmishes, it's a lot smaller problem than it is in Regionals, though. Thank you for the hint. I always lose a lot of resources when I try to get points early versus E. Yeah. Should we go for that talk now? I probably should, because I feel like there's just a lot of you that are new to the stream. Sorry for those of you who already know about it. But that's something that's super important, and I feel like, oh, there's an ad in a minute. So I'm just going to show the Irelia list, and when you guys are back from the ad, I'm just going to talk about the theory, sort of, pillars of what it takes to win a Riftbound game and evaluate a game state. And that's probably going to help some of you guys understand some of my points sometime. So just give me like a minute and a half, and when you're done with the ad, we're going to talk about that. Irelia has a good matchup into Draven though, could just be me. It's like it depends a lot on the Draven, and it depends a lot on what they do. If it's Miracle, probably not, because if Miracle Draven just gets ahead in the, like, you don't get ahead in the early game, which is why like sneaky deck end is so important, right? If you don't get ahead in the early game as Irelia, you just reach a point in which like both players have like 0 to 2 points, because like they open like Traveling whatever and you open like Stella whatever, and then you drop Irelia, and in answer to your Irelia they develop their miracle turn and they drop like 20 might, and you can never come back. Like your Irelia can't trade that into like rebuke, plus you have to have not so fast, blah 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 blah. And so that's for the miracle matchup. You have to be ahead, which is why you have to play some early stuff, I guess. And then the tempo build, Irelia is not that unfavored, but there's one big problem, and that big problem is Brynir. Brynir fucks you up. Like, there's nothing you can do into Irelia, as Irelia, sorry, into Brynir. Especially when they have several Brynirs. If they Brynir you on the turn to go from 4 to 6 and 6 to 8, you basically just lose the game on the spot and there's nothing you can do. And most of the time, just one Brynir is already enough to be trouble. But you can sort of play around it, but it's still like pretty weak plays, in my opinion. I can show an Irelia decklist. I can show you the decklist that got top 8 in Vegas. So technically that's the better one from this week. But that's not what I'm going to be playing at the Skirmish. Then we're going to be talking about what I'm playing at the Skirmish after, when we're done with the ad and stuff. What were you saying? Difference between games where Stella goes off or not is night and day. Yeah, Stella Corn is pretty important in some builds, but in the aggro build, you don't need to play Stella Corn too. I'm still debating between Ez and Irelia. I put both over Number, Legend, and Champs. Sheesh! My man be living good. my man be pulling fire. The only way to beat Brynir is to get to 6 first. Yup, which is why you need to play stuff like Sneaky Deck and all, but then that guy is not playing Sneaky, so I don't exactly know how he wins. And I would have loved to see a game of him into like some decks, but he's just not... he just not got on stream, which was weird. Is what it is. Why Vex on this list? Vex is a pretty good card. I was keen to play Vex in my Irelia builds before this list released. I was playing Vex for quite some time. My editor went to Bologna with some Vex in his Irelia main decks. The idea is sort of what you want to do with Ezreal. You try to set up big fights, you push with Vex, and then you just don't pay for the DeFi power cost. You just pay one for the disciplines, one for the Vital Flights, one for the rebuke, one for the bargain. Like, Vex just makes everything so much smoother when playing Irelia. That's just a good card, and also that's a pretty decent answer to Vex Ezreal, because Vex Ezreal is your absolute worst nightmare if you don't have Vex yourself as Irelia. Because they have a Vex, your only way of clearing units is to push, because your deck is a combat deck, and then you just like attack into their Vex, and all of a sudden your discipline is like 3 energy and power, your DeFi is like 2 and 2, your Angward is 2 and 1, and that becomes troublesome. So just being able to go Vex into Vex, and so that way you can still use spells at their normal cost, is already good enough, to be fair. I really don't understand the Vegas list, and they run Aspirant's Climb. Yeah, because they don't have the early game, so they need the game to last longer, but I'm not sure I like it though. Not sure I like it. Vex help with how power hungry Irelia is. It makes things smoother for sure, but it does not like completely erase the power problem for Irelia, because most of the time the power problem comes from the legend and the GA, and those two chords you can't pay with with Vex. Sorry. Cut Charm plus Draven. Yep. They cut Charm and Draven because I'm not a big fan of Draven, but I think you can definitely play a 1 of Draven in there or 2 of Draven in there. They cut Charm and Draven because nowadays most people try and play around it, and you really need to have Charm and Draven together to make them work. But Charm on its own is a decent card. Draven on its own, if you don't have Charm and they play around it, is not very good. Which I guess is the reason. Vegas guy went 15-1 versus Draven over the weekend. He was chatting in another Discord. Yeah, I would need to try and see his reasoning, but I don't hate the list. I just don't think... I like how committed to one thing it is. I just don't think it's the standard Irelia list, so it definitely has a different game plan. And we would have to hear his thoughts on the said game plan. Yo, Popcorn, how you doing? I miss you too. I missed all of you guys. But like, work was calling me, you know. I've chosen my mid hardcore chase for set 2. Which one is it? Jinx? You still a Jinx lover? So, let's talk before we jump back into the tier list. That's going to be a fucking pain editing it. But before we jump back into the tier list, there's something that I want to talk about. And that thing is sort of theory. So that's going to be like, try to warm up your brain now. There's going to be a bit of thinking. Some of you already heard me talk about it, but that's something that we have to talk about, I feel like, and that you have to understand to get what's going on behind just playing cards in Riftbound. If you just give me a Riftbound game, like random game, you just plug me in a game right now, any game, you like screenshot the game state and you send it to me, and you tell me like, try to guess who's winning the game. There's a few things that I'm going to use, and that's what you need to think about when you're thinking about a game. I call these the pillars of Riftbound, but you can just like call them however you want. They are just like 3 concepts of sort of resources that you need to maximize to try and win your games. The first one, the first pillar, you're going to get it. It might seem a bit shady right now, but you're going to get it. The first pillar is the resource / the economy that you can get in a game. Okay? Economy is basically the combination of how many cards in hand does a player have and how many runes does a player have. Why do you need to combine both and not just like look at one or the other? Is because if you have a lot of runes but you don't have cards in hand, you just can't play because you can't value the runes. And other way around, if you have a lot of cards in hand but you don't have runes, you just can't play your cards. So the cards in hand are worthless. So you need to combine both. That's going to be the first pillar of sort of, you can call it economy, if you will. Then the second pillar of a game state is the tempo. So tempo is a bit of a complex topic, but to sum it up, I'm going to say tempo is the boards that you have right now. So how many units you have on boards and in the battlefields, and also how many units you're going to be able to use next turn to pressure the game state. And of course, the further ahead you can calculate, the better it is. But if you have accelerates in hand, like Darius, Kaisa, Champion Zone, if you have like Rengar as a reaction, some stuff like that, tempo, like these are, you need to take them into consideration for your tempo. So tempo is sort of board pressure, if you will. And then the third one is just points. Basically, that's the third resource in Riftbound. That's the most important one. And if you want to think about all 3 of these, they just snowball into one another in the order that I just talked about. You need to maximize your resources in the early game, so have as much runes as possible and as many options as possible in your hand. You need to maximize these, then find a way to convert them into boards, so tempo, dropping units, accelerating cards, blah, blah, blah. And then you need to use that tempo, so the board you built, to convert this into points that you score that are going to win you the game, okay? And that's something that you can use to evaluate basically each and every game of Riftbound in the world. You just drop in the game, it's like turn 7, they show you a screenshot of the board state, and you can just go, okay, this is the 3 factors that I'm going to use to evaluate the board state and know who's winning and who's not. If a player is ahead in like 2 of them, most likely is going to win, not like 100%. If he's ahead in like 3 of them, is winning 100%. But let's say I am ahead in resources, like I have more runes, more cards in hand, and more board than my opponent. But my opponent has 7 points. Basically, that gives me a hint that next turn is going to try to go from 7 to 8. If he manages to do so, he can win the game, but that's his only shot at winning it. Because after that, I'm just going to take over. I have too many resources, I have too many board, he's not going to be able to come back. So I have to be wary about next turn, sort of. And some decks, and that's what got me, like, led me to talk about that, some decks have win conditions that are not related to you having points. For example, control decks, Kaisa. Technically, to win a rebound game, you need points, but control decks, let's say Kaisa and to an extent Ezreal, they don't need points to win because they're going to use the exact strategy that I just described. They're going to maximize their resources, Kaisa by paying less, Ezreal by drawing cards. Then they're not going to use them resources to establish tempo. They're going to use their resources to diminish your tempo to a point that they know you can't push. And even if you have resources, you can't convert them into points because you're never going to be able to establish tempo. And so the win condition of Kaisa is not build a big tempo, it's kill your tempo, which is slightly different but still comes with that second pillar sort of, right? And Irelia is the same. I was trying to answer the guy that was talking about Irelia into Mastery before. Irelia, if you play a build similar to this one, the idea is not that you try to like grab resources quickly and then like just smash tempo onto the board and then just like fast score points. No, that's not what you want to do with Irelia. What you want to do is build resources, use them to translate into tempo, and use that tempo to prevent your opponent from converting his tempo into points. And when you manage to do that as Irelia, you know that you're going to win because in the late game, you have the better might buff, you have the better removal in the purple cards, and you have like basically invincible units because of the Angel and the Zonia, whereas your opponent is going to run out of options slowly but surely, and you have the Stella core and stuff. So that's sort of something you have to consider. When you feel like you're struggling into a matchup in the early game, maybe just don't try to fight into the early game and try to find a way to just like work around that and maybe find another win condition. That's something that you have to try and integrate in your thought process. Obviously, at some point you're not good. Like when I'm playing a turn, like let's say I'm like playing turn 4 in like round 3 of my skirmish, I'm not like, okay, how can I establish tempo? Like it's become sort of natural, right? I don't have to think about it exactly. But it's slightly different when you're starting, and it's a good thing to keep in mind. As in like, okay, I have to maximize my resources in the first 2 turns, so I'm going to focus on my resources. Okay, first 2 turns are over. Now we're entering the tempo phase. I'm going to try and maximize my board. So now I'm going to commit all of my resources to board. And then, okay, now we're turn 6. We're getting closer to the end. It's time to score. I'm going to not care as much about tempo and resources, but I'm going to try and win the game, actually. That's something that you have to consider. Soul has a very good video on this tempo versus value versus score. Okay. I have not seen it. This explanation just comes from me trying to explain it, and after explaining it several times, it's become clearer the way I want to phrase it. But maybe his video is like super cool and like with images and stuff, it's probably clearer. In this case, Sneaky Deck End does not benefit this gameplay, or am I wrong? Because the core is just about tempo early. Yes, so then sometimes your game plan, like let's say you are playing Lux, control deck, alright? Your game plan is to starve your opponent, destroy his tempo, not increase yours. But you're facing Azir, and Azir is just too aggro, and there's nothing you can do because you can't remove all of his unit, it's just too fast. Then maybe you just realize that your game plan is fated to lose into that matchup, and you try and find ways to change your game plan, which does, in the case of like Sneaky Deck and Irelia, means you try to, instead of just going for the slower approach and try to win in the late game, you realize that this does not work into Draven, and so you try to change your game plan and shift it into a more tempo-oriented game plan. You just don't care so much about your resources, and you just like spew a lot of boards, and then you just like win the game from that, but it's a different win condition, right? Don't know if you see what I mean, but like, it does not mean that playing a core that does not fit your game plan is a mistake. It just means that you have to shift your game plan accordingly to the codes you play. Can I share my Renata deck? Sure. Feel free to share it in the Discord Popcorn, and maybe people are going to interact. I've got a best of 1 skirmish on Tuesday. Tips? Probably gonna run mid-range Draven. I did talk a bit about Draven before. Tips? It's best of 1. So try to include as much consistency as you can in your deck, because you're not going to have an opportunity to win a game that you break in best of one. You can afford to break in the best of three because you can just win the two remaining games, but that's not the case in best of one. So try to make your deck as consistent as possible. If you can play the third stack deck. If you play like Cold Shot, play maximum copies. If you play Ezreal, play maximum copies. If you don't know which tech card to play and you want to play like 2 runners, then 1 bargain, then 1 rebuke, then 1 fight of light, decide on one of them and try to stick to it. Like, if you think runner is good in the format, just play 2 or 3 runners. Don't play just 1. Okay? That will be my advice. I don't know if it's perfect or what you were looking for, but that will be my advice. Was that theory discussion clear? Not sure if it was, but I think that's part of something you need to understand to like understand some things that I'm talking about regarding decks and stuff. Thank you for the follow, Delete Me, and hope that advice helped. It was not like super precise, kind of wide, random, but hope it was able to help in some sense. Then Jax is an interesting piece. Posted where? In the Discord. You can go ! Discord if you want to, Leo. And there's a deck building channel, and like people post there, and if you want to interact with the list and like chat stuff, feel free. Jax, I think is a good legend. I think he's not as good as people would want it to be, and he's pretty much a bait. But also, Jax is like pretty consistent at doing good. I would say I prefer to play Jax than Azir in most instances. And that includes skirmishes. Because I think Jax, even though he lacks draw power, is more consistent. He does not need one specific card to do the trick. He just needs some groups of cards. He just needs a bit of units, a bit of equips, a bit of toolbox. Whereas Azir specifically needs a lot of equips, then a lot of toolbox, then a rise, if you will. So I would say Jax is less needy than Azir will ever be. But is it that powerful? No. Is it not losing to a single rebuke? No. That's still something that I'm fascinated about. Like, if you just play Jax and you get like paired into Draven, people are like, yeah, but Jax has the punch first, and he has the equips, and he has the counter strike. So like, he just can't lose combat into Draven, so it's fine. They never draw cards. And I'm like, have you ever been hit with Briner Rebuke before? Because if not, just try it. You will see that it's not like super fun. It's not like giga fun. Jax in the right hands is quite good. Yeah, Jax is quite good. I would probably say it's like Fiora-ish good, but with different tools because of the yellow versus green. But it's probably Fiora-ish good. It's probably better than Azir. So I would probably be putting Jax as a steal. I don't think Jax is way better than he used to be. There's still one thing that I like about Jax. With the errata, you guys maybe don't know about it, but let's just check Jax. They did errata Jax Legend, or like clarify stuff rather than errata actually. Regarding like attaching an attached equipment you control to a unit you control. So the second part of the effect. Well, before people were expecting that you needed 2 units to do this, they clarified that you can do that on the same unit and it just goes like detach, reattach. And so that's pretty good with Aphelios now. So I think you probably should play 3 Aphelioses in Jax now, because Aphelios suddenly became way better because you can just like equip something to him, like GA, whatever, and then each and every turn you just have to tap your legends to either have 2 free runes or 1 free ramp or 1 free buff, which I don't hate. So I think Jax is decent. Maybe better than I expected it to be. Definitely better than I expected it to be in the beginning of the formats. Is it like a top tier pick? Probably not. Jax and Azir to me have such potential. They are already so good and are gated by us only having 1 set with equipment. The more equipment we get, the better they get. That is true though. The consistency issue is pretty easily fixable by 2 things. either you get access to great draw power. Let's say green gets a cool draw power tool that's like very playable for Aether and Jax, then they instantly become better decks. Or they get like cool equips, and then consistency for equips is not as much of a problem because you just have the ability to play more, and then it sort of fixes the issue. There's still going to be a problem though compared to top decks. Like to activate Draven or like Irelia, you just need units, sort of. Like to win combat, you just need units in Draven, and that's it. And you have a strong effect that allows you draws basically each and every turn if you want to, and if your opponent does not play around it. Jax is an easier in a sense, or slightly different because they need equips, units, and then toolbox to play. If they don't have access to, I can share the link if you want, Zach. Give me a sec, because I don't think the comments work on YouTube. I need to fix that. But they need equips, units, and toolbox to work. So if you eat like only equips, the deck does not work. Azir works, Jax does not. If you hit only units, the deck does not work. And if you hit only toolbox, the deck does not work. Whereas Draven technically can just play a bunch of units, and when he hits a unit, the deck works on its own. Sort of. So I think these decks are still going to be never ever top tier, but they probably can get way better than they actually are, for sure. Jinx. Well, Jinx is probably the measure. Not completely related to the power level of the legend, because I think the legend is pretty good. But, I mean, compared to other Dimesha decks, not like in the overall format, but compared to Dimesha deck, the legend is overall pretty good. Only problem with Jinx is that there's no incentive to playing a bad deck in a skirmish, so why would you play Jinx instead of Draven? When you need like basically 37, 38 chords to make it work as Miracle Draven, but it's Miracle Jinx instead, and you don't get a best of metal chord at the end. So I would probably never ever pick Jinx for a skirmish in the grand format. But the deck is not that bad because it's basically the Miracle Draven package, but in a Jinx shell, sort of. Yo, Amandine. Yup, doing great, doing better. How about you? I just need to fill in my holy. Yo, Selenia. How about you guys give me like 1 minute to go fill that, and I'll be back. Give me a second, because I'm going to die of thirst talking too much. Okay, chat, I'm back. Your rises. Yup, I did make a difference between Tempo and Miracle, but I feel like they rank at the same spot in a skirmish tier list. If you want to have like the complete explanation of what I think is the difference, you can just go check the VOD, it's free, don't worry. I'm not going to charge you for that. You can just go check the VOD and you will have my POV on both decks. Kai'Sa is interesting. I think Kai'Sa is in a decent spot format-wise, but not the best she's ever been. Because Ezreal is definitely a better control deck in the grand format. Like, if you're a top tier player, there's literally no reason to pick Kai'Sa over Ezreal right now. Ezreal just does everything Kai'Sa does, but better, in my opinion. So I would probably be picking Ezreal over Kai'Sa in every scenario, but a skirmish, I'm questioning myself because like if you're not like giga good and you want to play control, Kai'Sa is probably the better pick right now. It's easier than Ezreal. It's basically about you being able to clear your opponent's board, but with simpler ways, simpler lines, sort of. You don't have to go like Mad Reducers, Draw, Billows, Breast, Fizz, blah, blah, blah. You can just go like Singularity Piercing Light, and that does the trick. It's obviously has like bigger flows, but ain't it better for skirmishes? That being said, the Irelia matchup is kind of unwinnable. But if you don't run into Irelia, you have a pretty good matchup into Draven. I think Kai'Sa has to be there, no? I think Kai'Sa has to be up there. Because like the Irelia matchup is tough, but not unwinnable, especially if they don't play perfectly. And then the Draven matchup, when you're paired into like a not perfectly playing Draven and the Ezreal matchup exact same, is pretty favorable. Because like if they make small mistakes and don't develop as much as they should, you just shit on them basically. I think Kai'Sa has to be in the better win percent, better win rates for that skirmish season. But it's only because it's skirmish, right? If it was only like skirmish is a balance between power level and how hard and complex it is to play. Kai'Sa in an absolute poverty list would probably be still not like best win rate. Changed my vision Yu-Gi-Oh! Then started TFT and now starting Riftbound. Come join the church, Rises. Riftbound is like a crazy game. Yeah, true. Killing Stellacorn is an insane value play against Irelia, but if they develop Stellacorn on 4 into Kai'Sa, they just deserve to lose that game. What you need to do into Irelia, into Kai'Sa as Irelia, and you play Stellacorn in your build, is wait, and then when you're in need of cards, you just go like Stellacorn, ride the wind, get a point, move twice, draw 2, and then you can just like equip boots, whatever, equip GA, ready it, move once more, draw once more. Like, you can't just develop Stellacorn on curve. If you do that, you're just going to lose the game for sure. Kai'Sa Mex is an antiquity from the pre-Chinese regionals format, so we're not going to talk about that. Lee Sin probably is top 8 material. The list that got like a decent run in Bologna is pretty interesting. Do I expect Lee Sin to be a good deck? No. Is it as bad as like Darius, Garen, and Jinx? Probably not. I think these decks are slightly worse. But Lee Sin is not a good enough deck to perform and win events, in my opinion. Actually, it should be top of the mesh, yeah, my bad. There's once again no incentive in playing a bad deck, so it's not as bad as these. But it's not good enough for you to want to play it. I feel like, yeah, Lee Sin is just the mesh, yeah. Leona, same. I don't really need to talk much about Leona. She's just not been performing. I mean, she's been consistently performing poorly, which is not a good way of saying things when you want to talk highly of Legends. It's just not doing great. Lucian is interesting. Lucian could definitely be a stealer. Lucian has problems. He has issues. Rebuke being one of them. Basically, to beat Rebuke consistently, you have to play Ring Runner, the Camo. And then to play Ring Runner, you have to find it plus equips. And then you play a deck that does not have any draw power aside of Kai'Sa. So it's about playing Russian roulette, sort of. But if you hit, you probably could win the games. On a span of like 5 rounds plus top 8, Lucian is definitely a legend to be wary about. Also, he has access to several pretty good tools to outplay your opponents. Be it like Angle Shot potentially, Relentless Assault, his signature move, Quick Draw Gears, Punch First, Challenge. He has access to a decent toolbox for a red deck. So yeah, Lucian if you're very good with it. Also one of his big perks is that it has a very decent matchup into Draven. Because like the Mosquito gameplay, like in out of battlefield and then Ring Runner, kind of denies them the fighting. And then into a not very experienced Draven in that specific matchup, you probably could win the game just off of that. So I don't hate it. I think Lucian is definitely a stealer. You don't really need to be an expert to play Lucian though. It's not like Giga Art either, so... Lucian is just super fun, scratching the silly itch, getting 4 points in one turn. You could play... I don't think the combo version is the better one, but you could play that, yeah. I mean, Lucian is definitely fun, and it's not, like, bad. So, yeah, it's a stealer, in my opinion. I love Leona and her signature. I hope she gets support next set. Me too. I love Leona. I love the stun mechanic. I think it's super cool to have a legend that has such a unique identity. I just think right now she's not good enough. But at some point, why not? Also, Leona struggles a lot because stun is definitely weaker than removal. That's like by definition, right? You have the option to either win combat because you send their unit back to end with Rebuke, or win combat because you send their unit back to base with like what Rune Prison or Thwonk. Like it's kind of the same, but worse. Which is a big problem for Leona. Lux is Demacia. There's no way you want to play Lux in a skirmish environment. It's not too bad, but it's not better than Ezreal and Kaisa, and it's very, like, super heavily depending on the matchups you face. It has good matchups into the top decks, but it also has auto-lose matchups into some of the jungle, like Azir, for example. And that's a big problem when you're playing in the skirmish format, in which you don't exactly know what people are going to bring, but you can't expect like 40% plus of Draven, just as you would do for a regional. So I'm thinking Lux really ain't it for that skirmish season. Sorry I'm late and I'm noob, but I feel like Draven deserves tier of his own. 65% win rate at regionals. No worry for being late and noob. This place is also for teaching and answering questions, so feel free to ask. Regarding Draven, there are a few things. The first thing is, if you're playing at skirmish level, the Dravens you are going to see in the top cut are not the Draven that you would see in the top cut of original. They just don't have the same... Like, maybe you play in the same shop as one of these and then unlucky you, but aside from that, them Dravens are going to be worse than what you see at the regional level. And the second thing is Draven has 65% win rate in regional, but if you are experienced enough to bring a strategy that's tailored to counter Draven, you can very well do that on a consistent basis. And at a regional, that's probably harder to do because there are like 500 Dravens in the room. But at a skirmish, when there's like 4 Draven-ish, you can just like play 1 or 2 of them, beat them, and then you win the skirmish because you beat those. So that's a bit different. You don't have to consistently beat Draven on your run, you just have to beat them at some point, which makes a difference. But if you tailor your strategy to beat Draven, like let's say the Alan ZQ Ezreal build, if you are good enough at Ezreal to play it to a very good level, I don't really see how Draven consistently wins a best of 3 into that Ezreal list. The matchup feels like giga unfavored. Giga unfavored. So I don't exactly know how Irelia beats Draven consistently right now. There are a few things and a few problems that I addressed when we talked about Irelia. But that list, the guy that played that list said he was 15-1 into Draven over the weekend. So maybe there's something to dig in there. Also, I'll be playing something close to this list this weekend. And this list is supposedly completely different from what you see. Usually it's heavily inspired from the Gael list, of course. Gael wins. And it's pretty much tailored to try and beat Draven, because you play a completely different playstyle and you try to outrush Miracle, which by turn 3 they're just like starting to combo and you have like 4 points already. That's the idea. So there are a few things to dig into Irelia. Yi could be a stealer. I think Yi could be a stealer. Is Yi better than Jax? Nope. Fiorab? Nope. Azir? Nope. So is he top 8 material? Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's top 8 material and not a stealer. I don't see... I mean, Yi in a skirmish environment seems strong. +2 in an environment where people are not like giga experienced at playing around it seems strong. But also, I don't think Yi is consistent enough. Like, it ranks in the A0 Jax consistency category. As in, like, you don't draw a lot, you kind of have to play with your opening end. Of course, Stellacorn helps, but then you still don't draw as a legend overall, so if you don't get your hands on Stella, you just don't draw. And then... Power level wise, it's not very good. It's not like horrible. Like, you have good chords, not so fast, DeFi, Punch First, Ring Runner. You have good chords, but then you also have to play shit chords and you have to hit the curve. You'll probably lose in a lot of late game scenarios. I don't see him being extremely like menacing at them first season skirmish. I would probably see performing, getting top 8 for sure. But do I see it going to the finals and winning into like Dravens and Irelias? Probably not, I would say. Which Irelia list, Kurapika? The late one or the aggressive one? If it's the aggressive one, you can just type !Dex in the chat and you have my list. I think Leak's list works too. Deck, maybe? Oh, yeah, it's deck. And then this is the link to my Pilt Arc profile, where you can find basically all of my lists, which has not been updated in a while. I did put in 2 lists today, but aside from that, I built all my decks on Pilt Arc, and I just like used this feature so you can see all of my decks and what I'm trying at the moment because of my profile. Misfortune, Misfortune is definitely a stealer. Is Misfortune in the better win rates? What's the problem, Selenia? Oh, yeah, I see it. Give me a second, I can fix it fast. Dear lists, there archive. All good. Fixed. So, yeah, MF could probably be a stealer. Could MF be a better win rate than any of those? Maybe not. MF is definitely good. Like, in an environment of people not playing perfectly, being able to just have simple games, stack deck into cold shot, into all-round curve, with a bit of ramp in there, easy win conditions, not too many decisions. I don't think MF is necessarily a bad pick for a skirmish format. I would tend to rate it higher in a skirmish format than I would at a regional. So probably MF is between there and there. It's definitely not expert. It's not like complicated enough to be in there. So it probably has to be like there or there. And I don't think it's on the same power level as these guys. But also his skirmishes, right? MF win rate was as in Vegas. Yeah, that just makes sense. That MF win rate was as in Vegas. Several reasons. The first reason is Draven Detonate popped up. This is something that did not exist in Europe. If you play Draven Detonate, like Miracle Detonate builds into Aurora, and you just like detonate their Aurora, cool, they draw 2, they just lose the game on the spot. So that's first problem. Second issue is that people were not expecting Aurora in Bologna. Aurora made finals, a bit of luck, a bit of matchups, a bit of a lot of stuff. And then they were expecting Aurora and they came prepared. So that's the big difference. Aurora is sort of a... in French, we would call it a white wolf, but I don't exactly see a correct translation in English. It's like, if you don't expect it, it's strong. If you expect it, it's bad. Sort of. That's Nibiru in Yu-Gi-Oh! If it's expected, it's bad, because people play around it. If it's not expected, it's good. So you kind of have to be ahead of the curve of like what people expect to know when it's good and when it's not. Like, it's never as good as when nobody's talking about it, which was the case before Bologna. If people expect it, it loses. Exactly, yeah. There's a saying for that in French, but I don't know how it goes in English. Sort of. Lux in Demacia. Yes, sir. There are just better control decks. And Lux loses to too much of the late jungle decks like Aesir and stuff. Like, Lux has unwinnable matchups, which is not the case for Ezra. And is not as much the case for Casey. Ornn is probably not good, unfortunately. I feel like Ornn is going to scale at some point and be good. The champion is so insane, but I mean the blue Ornn, of course, not the green one. But if you want to think about a skirmish where you will have to fight into Draven and Irelia on a like consistent basis, I feel like Ornn is not going to be it, unfortunately. We'll probably put Ornn in the Messiah tier. Unfortunately, I like the gameplay, I like the idea, I just think it's too weak now. But with a few sets of support, Ornn could be something for sure. Rek'Sai? Is Rek'Sai a stealer? Rek'Sai is probably a stealer. Here? Let me order them properly. Yeah, that should probably be correct. Rek'Sai is probably a stealer. Equipment-based decks will not really get better over time. This is a narrative that a lot of people have been pushing. I see what you mean. I don't disagree, but as I mentioned before, don't expect them to be as good as some top tier decks because of their mechanic. Because it's just like logical, right? Like purely based on logic. What does Draven need to win combat? 1 unit. That's it. Or like, that's basically it. What does Ezreal need to draw? 2 targetings. That's it. Sometimes even like 1 repeat chord. Equips is different because what do you need to value equips? 1 unit and an equip. So like mathematically it's already harder to assemble than the rest of it. So if you only like you need to play a lot of equips, a lot of units, and then toolbox. And if you hit like only 1 of these or 2 of these, but not units and equips together, equips are basically worthless. That's a bit different for Aesir because Aesir gets units from the legend. But that's the type of legend ability you need to scale like Giga well as an equip deck, in my opinion. Aggro best of Rek'Sai is definitely a stealer in Skirmish. Yup. Yup. I think I could probably pump it there. I think Rek'Sai is pretty good. I don't think Rek'Sai is like top of the pop, but I think Rek'Sai has good things going her way, especially like her ability to play a mix of removal and aggressiveness. That's pretty good in Skirmish. And aggressiveness usually is pretty good in them format at punishing whoever is making mistakes. Because if you're playing control and they make a mistake, because of the deck you're playing, you give them time to recover. Whereas if you're playing control, if you're playing aggro and they make a mistake, you're just pressuring them even more and they don't have time to recover, and that pressures them into making another mistake and then they lose the game. So I think aggro is a good thing in a skirmish environment, and I think Rek'Sai definitely deserves a spot in the meta threats. For sure. The consistency is a bit of the problem in my opinion though. Like if you don't hit if you play the removal builds and you don't hit the removals when you need them, that's a problem. And that's something that we saw on stream during this Vegas regional. There is a feature match. I don't exactly recall which round it was, but I think it was either end of day 1 or beginning of day 2. We had a Rek'Sai on stream, and we had basically like the double tape, like the 2 faces of Rek'Sai. We had game 1, she hits everything, Phoenix on the Zones Warren, then removal. Opponent can't do shit, she goes like 8-1, I think. Wins on the spot, opponent can't do shit. People in the chat are like, oh, Rek'Sai is crazy, what the fuck, it's so broken. And then game 2, it's the exact opposite. She hits unit over unit, never ever removal, never ever able to set up Phoenix, just loses the game because she can't do shit. So yeah, the consistency is a bit of a problem. The legend helps in that regard, but it's not enough. You would need a bit more draw power to make it like consistent enough for me to consider it a good win rate and a top tier. How would you replace the Immortal Phoenix for a beginner on the Rek'Sai deck that can't afford them yet? That's an interesting question. How would I replace the Phoenixes? That's not easy because it's the only unit that can technically come back infinitely, I think. Interesting question. To be fair, I think you would need to make your deck, to shift your deck to being more aggressive. Maybe playing like several Rek'Sai champs. So that way you can like give accelerate to everything you play from the top deck and shift your deck to a more aggressive approach. Could be it, I guess. I was thinking about Vi or Darius. Yes, Darius kinda fits that idea. Yeah, I see it. The yellow Rek'Sai? Oh no. No. Not that one. The red one. But you play 3 of the red one, not 1. That's what I was saying. No. Not the yellow one. The yellow one is like poop ass. Sorry, but it's not good. More Rek'Sai and low cost units to accelerate them. Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. But you kind of need to shift your deck's dynamic to be a bit more aggro than control. Gotcha, Rises. Then Renata. Nope. The Messiah. Renata is shit. Even in a constructed format where you have best of, Renata is like Russian roulette, literally. Like, Renata is literally not capable of winning each and every game, so you have to pray on being able to combo and having good pairings to try and win with Renata. But even that way, like, top players are not guaranteed to win with Renata because the deck is so shit. So there's definitely no perks in bringing it to the skirmishes. You offend me. Well, in the regional, there's an interest in playing Renata because you can get the medal. That's not the case in the skirmish, so you never ever want to play Renata, I think. Similar question for Irelia and Defiant Dances. A friend of mine wants to play Irelia but doesn't have the found ATM for those. Just play Discipline, Engord, and Feral Strengths. You just need the buff ratio in the deck anyway, so just play Feral Strengths. It's obviously worse, but it's better than not playing a buff. If I had to play yellow Rek'Sai, it would be in blue-yellow control, but that's still bonds and just for fun. Yeah, bonds as in like bullshit. Makes sense, thanks, gotcha. How would you beat Draven as Renata? You probably don't. I don't have a way to fix Renata, unfortunately. I think Renata is a bad deck. Like, very bad deck. I mean, when your legend starts with when me or an ally, you probably don't even want to read the rest of it, right? Hey man, singularity on attack, low-key fun. You kind of have to play aggro control, I guess, yes. I mean, like tokens and stuff, and then Singus and Cold Wicks, and you get gold, and you try to make value out of it, but meh. Cold turn 1 going second is best I can think of. Yes, you kind of need to eye-roll, yeah. Oh, Rumble is Mesha. There are just, like, if you want to play a might-based deck, that's pretty easy to play. Just stick units on the board, just play Mastery, don't play Rumble, right? In skirmish format. Rumble is not like trash ass, but there are just better, easy decks to play. It's not trash ass though. You could technically play Rumble and do like top 8, I guess. Set sort of top 8 material, but needlessly complicated. Like, it's sort of as hard as Fiora, but without the big payoff of being able to auto-win games on repost and stuff. You have to fight until the very end. And then you also have to be able to get your spells at the correct time, which in a deck that has like so few draw power is never going to be easy. So I think Set is not trash, but is in mastery range. Is like okay-ish, and you need to be super good to make it work. 3-time Cold, 3-time Wedges, 3-time Singularity, and run Void Gate first battlefield. Aiden Blade, hostile takeover to what? Try and beat Draven? Yeah. But then you kinda like the consistency. Sivir, expert deck. Sivir, so I'm talking Sivir Miracle, don't get me wrong. I think we have the no veggies list, which is the perfect example of what a Miracle Sivir does. Yep, here. This is no veggies Sivir Miracle list. If you want to play Sivir Miracle, this is probably a very decent list to look at. I know Randy, which is the man that brought this deck to light, does not like the Nocturnes. But no veggies has had consistent success with them, so maybe that's the way to go. Overall, I think this deck is extremely good, extremely competent at beating most decks in the format. The gameplay is basically either you play Sabotage when you're playing into a spell deck and you check their end and you kill everything that's not a unit, or when they play units, you play Challenge and you kill them and you avoid the fight. Technically, that's your gameplay, and that's what you try to do on a consistent basis, abusing the fizzes and the shovels and stuff to permanently replay these two spells and stack them, get a hold of your entire deck and the way it's stacked, and then just like fish for the cards you need. I think Seaver is super hard to play, but if you're good with it, it's probably one of the better decks in the format. You just have to make sure you never ever break your cycle of Sabotage/Challenge, because if you do, you kind of lose the game on the spot, but if you don't, it's kind of like slowly getting your opponent to checkmate. So yeah, I think Seaver really is an expert deck to look for, and if you're a super good player and want to play a deck that gives you a lot of control over your game, Seaver is it. But if you are a beginner, I would strongly recommend you don't pick Seaver and you pick like Irelia, something easier to work with in the beginning. And I would also probably advise that you settle for a deck that's like more permissive in a way, like not Ezra technically, because else you're just going to lose games and it's going to be frustrating and you're never ever going to get better because you just keep losing because of your own mistakes. So you don't even get to like stage 3 or 4 of the game plan because you keep losing at stage 1. That's a problem. Control feels nice into Draven. Yup, Control feels nice into Draven. I do agree with that. My two favorites in Expert. Yo, Ray. You know where you come from at least. You know where you come from. Then Timo. Timo with the Pit Crew Miracle-ish build. I don't hate it, but I don't see it winning either. I think it could definitely top 8. Like, be in there, in contention for the top 8. I don't see it winning, though. It's not bad by any means. It has, like, its perks. But it's less complicated than Ezreal, too. If you want to play a blue-purple deck, Timo is easier to pick up. Like, Pit Crew is kind of self-explanatory, right? But is it good enough to be one of the top contenders of the format? I don't think so. And also, is it like that different from like that? Does it have that many differences with Ezreal so that it's worth it to pick it instead of Ezreal? I don't think so either. I'd rather like spend 5 to 10 more hours learning Ezreal and have a super giga good deck rather than 5 or 10 less hours and play Timo and just not have a deck that's good enough, in my opinion. So I would probably put Timo in the top 8 material, but it's not trash. It's a very good, like, I think it's one of the few very good meta cards contenders because it's good enough so you have control over your games and you can technically win a lot of them. You don't have like a blank matchup that you instant lose. You don't have like a lot of bricks in the deck that make you just straight up lose some. It's a very, very good metal card deck, but it's not a good skirmish deck, in my opinion, because there's no, once again, no incentive in playing bad decks in the skirmish environment. Then Victor, do you have a tip on improving at Riftbound in general? Yes, I have one, but I talked about it before already. I think, okay, I have another tip for you. We have 50 seconds to talk about it. The big step, I mean, I can just postpone the ad. It's going to be fine. Watch his stream. Yeah, that's that's a good tip. Maybe some of you that are regular viewers heard it already, but that's one of the things that got me to the next level when I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm still using it a lot to that day. And I'm sorry, in French it's called aphantasic. I don't exactly know how it's called in English, but I'm sorry if you guys are part of the few people on Earth, like there's a small percent of the population that can't have images pop up in their head, and like it's a sickness sort of. Like their mind just can't pop up images in their head. If you're part of these people, I'm sorry. One of the things that really did help me improve at like card games in general was realizing that chess players, like top chess players, have the ability to project a 3D image of a chessboard in their heads and just like calculate stuff, like basically create a movie in their head that just lets them simulate a game or a game state. And being able to do this like regularly, like training to do this actually really got me to the next step, because not only does it help you in game to calculate scenarios and stuff and be faster on that, and like you're like, okay, so if I go this, he goes this, I go okay, that's how it ends up. It's not favorable. I don't want to commit that play. And also the bigger improvement, in my opinion, was that it allowed me to optimize some of the time that you lose daily to convert it into thinking. And that made it so that even when I was a top Yu-Gi-Oh player, I was never one of them guys that like racks up 8 billion games, because I don't really need to play the game sort of to figure out the interactions. Because like when I'm in the shower, I just can't do anything but like think for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Well, I just like pause my brain and I go like, okay, so I'm playing that deck, there's X situation which is unfavorable for me. Like let's say I'm playing Irelia, Draven as champion and 2 runes open. What is my best answer? And then you go like, okay, I can do this, push this, and you can just like simulate scenarios there and just try to win time by not playing games and solving like sort of little puzzles of pieces of interactions. And that's like, I'm talking about the format right now. Of course, I've been casting games for like 2 months now on the French broadcast, but I've not played the game in like a month and a half because of casting. So I've kept in touch with the game. But most of them decks, I just did not touch, did not play in set 2 format. I'm just like, okay, this deck is this, the list does this. Interaction-wise, into this matchup, it does this, so it's losing or it's winning, sort of. It's not perfect, of course, but it's a small quality of life improvement that allowed me to optimize a lot of the time. When you're like in the train, when you're like in your car, when you're in your shower, when you have like lunch break at work and you're alone, blah 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 blah, I don't know, you can just like use those 10, 15, 20 minutes to think about the game. In short, I've Giga Brain. No, you can do it very simply, like over 2 turns. It's not like complicated, right? You just have to train your brain to visualize images, which is not, I mean, it was not natural for me. Maybe for some of you it is, but for me, I had to think about it to actually start doing it. Like, I could do it, but I never thought about doing it. And when I heard top players in chess were like 3D chessing, like shadow chessing in their head, I was like, wait, that's Giga Brain. And then you just have to train your brain to say, okay, I see the image now, I see the playmat, I see the champion here, I see the legend here. And then it's just like for everything in life, like the more you do it, the better you get at it. But even in like a 2-turn scenario, like let's say, okay, the better example, like that's a concrete example. I lose a game now. I'm just like losing it in skirmish. I'm losing my top 8 game. I try to like keep in mind the board state. And then when I'm done like talking with my opponent, shaking hands and saying like, okay, GG's, I go back to the game state in my head that I visualize now. And I'm like, okay, how do I beat this? I know my cards in hand. I know my board. I know their runes. How do I beat this? And then you can just go, okay, if I go this, nah, still losing. This, still losing. This, okay, this does not lose now. So now I can do that. What does that do? And then you have sort of a, you see what I mean? Like, you don't need to calculate like 10 turns in ahead. You can just like think for 1 turn, 2 turn. That's already going to help a lot. That's usually how I goldfish. That's another problem. What I like to do is when I finish a game, I rewatch in my end what I did and what I could have done better. Exactly, that's exactly what I was talking about, Moritor. Also talk with your opponent after his nouse to know how they view the game. Exactly, yeah. That's a good way of doing things. That's a very concrete example of how you could use this. And that's something that really did help me a lot. And it still helps me to this day. Victor, do we need to split Victor still? I feel like Victor control is slowly disappearing, so probably we don't want to talk about Victor control. Now it's more coming back to sort of a mixed build of like tempo and control tools with like Singus and stuff. I think Victor could be a stealer. I just do process of elimination on different play routes. Yes, sort of. Like you kind of picture the game in your head, And then you have like, okay, I have these cards in hand, these runes, these boards. My opponent has this and these runes open. I have to beat him. Okay, I play this. If he has Rebuke, I lose. I play this. Oh, if he has Rebuke, I don't lose. But then if he has this, I still lose. Okay, so I need to... This is a good start, but I need to find a better way to do it. And like, just, you know... Yeah, that's kind of elimination process, yes. Honestly, feels like Lux is a lot better than the rest of those decks in the tier. Yes, but at the same time, this is a skirmish tier list to help people pick their deck for the skirmishes to come. And in the skirmish environment, there's no incentive in playing a quote-unquote bad deck, or at least a worst version of any deck. Which is why like some of them decks are in Demacia. Usually there's not that many decks in Demacia, but like right now, there's no incentive in playing Lux because it's not the better control deck. It's not like trash, but it's not the better one. And it's not good enough to try and win with the deck, I feel like. Still torn, yo Ratch. Still torn between Kaisa and Irelia for my skirmish. Both are good picks, I think. I just won skirmish with Jax yesterday against 28 people. Jax is definitely a stealer, yes. He's definitely a stealer. A lot better than Airy. Lux is just control Victor, except it has way better draw power than Victor. Yes, but it's also worse than Kaisa and Ezreal. So if we're talking control, why would you pick a control deck that's way worse than the others when there's no meta core? That's my problem. But yeah, I do agree with you. If we were only talking about absolute power level, Lux would be higher than that. But we have to keep in mind that it's a balance between power level and skirmish context, sort of. So Victor, yeah, I was talking about Victor. Victor is definitely one of the stealers of the format. I was not expecting Victor to get top 4 in Bologna. The bigger problem of Victor is sort of Azir, sort of Jax, its consistency. You don't have the ability to draw consistently. You only have basically, your only options are like Hidden Blade, Consult the Past, and Stupefy, which is not enough to call a deck consistent. You have very good tools, but you have to mix your deck in a way that you can't really maximize on an approach right now. I feel like in the current format, you have to play some singles, but you don't want to play 3 because you also have to play some Imperial Decrease, but you probably do want to play 3 and also 3 Belial's Breath, but then you still want to have units to be aggressive in the early game. So there's just a lot of like things you have to mix up in Victor, and without the ability to draw cards, it's actually hard for all the pieces to come together. Which is why I would probably not put Victor in the top tier category. But if you're a super good Victor pilot, the deck is probably going to be a very decent pick because you can still try to get advantages out of your worst openings. It's not like completely dead compared to Azir and stuff. When your opening is just not good, you're completely dead in the game, basically, if you don't eat gears in Azir. And also, you're just going to have free wins with Victor. Like, the game you're getting access to Decree and Belial's Breath is just going to be a free win if you time it correctly. So I would definitely put Victor in the Steelers category. It's not one of the better decks, I feel like, but it's definitely up there and could definitely win a skirmish. Thank you for the follow, Ratchets. Thank you. Then Volibear is the Meshia. It's not like completely trash. It's like sort of Lux-ish. It's not like completely trash, but also it's not like good enough to pick it, and there's no incentive in picking it. Once again, no matter court, so why would you play Volibear? And then I had already this wrong. I thought you were talking like you knew the people at my LGS. What the fuck? What do you mean? I don't get it. And then Yasuo. Yasuo is probably top 8 material. Is Yasuo... I feel like Yasuo is pretty much underestimated. I think Yasuo, if I were to pick one underdog, like one underestimated deck in the format, from what we've seen in Vegas and Bologna, I think Yasuo would be it. Like, Yasuo feels very underexplored, very underplayed, and the fact that there were so few Yasuos in tops in Bologna's and Vegas, there was not even a Yasuo. Like, there was only one Yasuo in day 2 in Vegas. And the best Yasuo in Bologna got like 9-4 as a record. Flabbergasted me. Yasuo is better than that. Definitely. He's not like top tier. He's worse than Irelia, obviously. But he's better than that. I don't really get why Yasuo is so low in the result, but probably because he's like underplayed, underexplored. I think for Bologna and for Lille and Atlanta, sorry, Yasuo is probably a very decent pick if you want to play Metal Core, because it's definitely one of them decks that gives you control over your games. It's not like bad enough to make your matches unplayable just because you open worse than your opponent or whatever. It's definitely a good deck if you're a good player and you want to play Metal Core. I would not say Yasuo is like a top tier deck, once again. But it's definitely underplayed right now, in my opinion. Started scanning the Discord and see who be calling me out, lol XD. Probably because all the best players played Irelia instead. Yeah, probably there's that, definitely. But Yasuo is definitely underplayed, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. It was like way better than the results it got in both Bologna and Vegas. Not saying like it deserved like an 11-2 finish top 8. But yeah, it's definitely way better than what it was. And that's about it for the tier list. What do we think, chat? Was it a good... I think it was a decent format. I like it. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I think it's definitely going to be complete enough to help newer players forge their opinions, but also not too complex and deep so that they don't get lost and want to leave. Also, I'm probably going to chapter it so that way they can just like click on the legend that they want to see, and if they don't want to see it, oh, it's fine. I guess that's part of the thing, but it was pretty good, I think. So that's about it for tonight's tier lists. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Is there anything that's weird if we look at the ordering in the same columns? I'm not too mad about this one. Maybe Lucian is there, but not too far. Virexa is slightly better than Azir, but not sure. And there... Nah, I think that this is correct. And then like this, we don't care. They're just not playable. Anyway. Okay, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Let's get started with the next step of the live stream, which is going to be learning about two of the top decks in Vegas. One of them is Detonate Draven, and the other one is Aggro Irelia. So we'll start with Detonate Draven. We're going to talk theory about the deck, sort of a focus on the deck. So we're going to talk theory. I'm just going to explain the build, the main interactions, the core game plan, blah, blah, blah. And then we're just going to watch a game and try to analyze the gameplay, because we had the luck to have a cool game of Detonate Draven on stream. And it was against Victor too, so we're going to be able to showcase some Victor gameplay, and the Victor player was actually pretty good. And then we're probably going to talk about Aggro Irelia depending on the time we have left. If not, I might be streaming, I don't exactly know when, but I might be launching another stream to talk Irelia, because I really need to get some games in before my skirmish, which is on Sunday, and we are Friday night. It's not going to be in a long time, and I don't have much more time to practice, but we'll see. Let's start with Draven, because I think this sort of focus format on Draven I should have done before, and it's clearly time that we talk about it. I need to fix the layout though, so you guys can see properly. How do I do that? I could just hide that, but then you still don't see shit. Let me try. How do I fix that though? Huh. There's not much in the bottom right, so I guess I could crop myself out a bit. That way, you could still see me and the stuff. Aggro Irelia looks interesting. Yup, it does. It definitely does. And then I put you guys here. I mean, that just does not make sense. Or I hide you guys, but then you guys from YouTube can't chat with the Twitch and other way around. Thinking, do we have any brilliant idea, chat? It's now or never. Or I just like make you smaller and put you here on top. It's not perfect, but I guess it's okay-ish, and I just add this. Yeah, it should be okay. Give me a sec. I need to make this maybe like 250 and then 1000. Is that it? It's kind of it. Maybe it's 300 though, not 250. Yeah, it's fine. So you guys can see yourselves, and you can also see the list. Perfect. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. These ones are one-offs, but anyway, you can just like calc based on the like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's fine. So this is the Detonate Draven that just popped off at the Las Vegas regional. This is something that was unheard of. Obviously, some testing groups knew about it already, probably in the US. In EU, apparently nobody found that deck before, but that deck is basically a Miracle Draven on steroids. And just to give you a few words about my opinion before diving into the deck, and then I can give you like deeper understanding of what I think. I really think that build is interesting, and I really think this is probably the evolved version of what we knew of Miracle Draven before. So, one of the main issues of Miracle Draven as a deck was that it was lacking consistency. Thank you for the follow, Invinim. Why do we need consistency in Miracle Draven? Oh, this is, by the way, let's shout him out first. This is Awesome Rossum's builds. This was a testing group. I don't exactly know who was in that testing group, but basically it's a testing group of American guys that brought this deck to light. So shout out to them for finding this deck and making it work and performing on the big stage in Vegas. Miracle Draven is a deck that got his name after the Battering Ram and the Rasha cards, because it reminded people of a strategy that was originally a strategy in Magic and then came out in Hearthstone. So in Magic, I think it's a keyword. In Hearthstone, it was a deck. It was Miracle Rogue, but whatever. The idea is just that you go from an empty board or close to an empty board, and you play a lot of cards to make your units cheaper, and then you just like spam big ass units on the board for free / very cheap costs. And it's a miracle because you have access to like a lot of might from nothing. So it's sort of a miracle, right? That relies on two cards. One of them is Battering Ram, which is a 5/5. So technically not an insane card, but it costs 1 energy less for each card you've played this turn to a minimum of 1 energy. And the idea is that you abuse the purple package to make it 1 energy, and then you drop several in a turn, making it a miracle of dropping like 15 or more might for free, sort of. And then the second card is Rasha, the Sunderer, which is kind of the same, but for trash this time. It costs 10 and a power, but if you have 10 cards in trash, it is free. If you have 9, it's 1 energy. So basically, another card that completely fits in that miracle theme. The problem for that strategy is that to make the miracle happen, you need two things. You need to combine two engines. The first engine is the Battering Rams and the Rasha that we just talked about. These are your main carries. These are the heroes of your deck. These are the cores that you need to develop and to set up to win. The other part of the build is the purple package. So Cold Shot, Stack Deck, Ezreal, and Seals. This basically gives you access to free cards, sort of free F-R-E-E, not free. Free cards to cycle your deck, dig for options, find your cards, and then play them for cheap. So you want to start your turn with like 6-7 runes, if you see what I mean. Then you just drop Ezreal, you drop a seal, you use that seal to play Cold Shot, and then you play 3 cards, and all of a sudden you still have 3 runes open, and this guy is like 2 energy. And then if you play 2, it's like 2 then 1, so you can play 2 on 3 energy remaining. So that's basically the idea behind that deck. The problem is that it's pretty hard if you don't find your consistency cards to access them, because that's the cards you need to dig for these guys. But if you don't find them, you are basically stuck. And so one of the ways to increase that ratio of finding them, or I should have added Scrap Heap, by the way, in the consistency package. One of the ways of increasing your chances to find them was just straight up increasing the numbers of free cards that allow you to miracle pop off. And some people have been adding Nocturnes to the build for that idea, because you can just like flip Nocturne off the top, play it for free, and then it's one other free chord that you can use to then combo and branch into Russia and Ram. But that was not giga satisfying. Also because you already have a lot of chords in your deck that you don't want to have in your opening end because they don't combo. If you open like this, 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 and this, even this, these are chords that don't combo. And if you only open like some of them together, they clog your end. And also you have to add the Nocturne, some people play Runners, some people play Mind Splitter. Like these chords, they just clog together, but they don't really do stuff. They don't really combine well. They don't produce added value when they're together. They just clog your hands. And that's the big issue for Miracle Draven, in my opinion, or that was at the very least. I was afraid of the consistency, and that's something I've been advocating for. Is Miracle Draven consistent enough for you to want to pick it and win with it over a 13 rounds tourney plus then top cut to 8, so top 8, top 4 finals? That's something that, for example, Randy paid for in his last round on stream, because he lost, basically breaking both games, not being able to do a lot. He was just like playing Runners into Splitters, but never finding combo, never finding abilities, like opportunities to develop his boards. And he just lost because his deck did not want to function. And that's when people consider that maybe Miracle is not the answer. But then, some people in NA had a package that we did not see coming that sort of fixes that idea of Miracle might not be the answer. Because you basically go from, what is it, like these chords or consistency. So you basically go from like, or I maybe should not add the seals. Seals are not consistency, they're just free chords. But you basically go from 12 consistency chords to 18. And that's a big difference, because it goes from close to a quarter of your deck to close to half of your deck, because 19 is half of your deck, technically 19 and a half. And that package is the Detonate package. So for those who don't know, Detonate is a chord that reads, basically it's Hidden Blade, but for gears. Kill a gear and its controller draws 2. The thing is, you don't really want to kill an opponent's gear and have them draw 2. It's not like giga valuable compared to killing a unit, because units can score points, they can trade your units. A gear can't do that on its own, so it's not as good to detonate in an opponent's gear. Of course, in some scenarios it's going to come up, but most of the time it's not going to be the play. But you could also, and that's what was underestimated for that chord, you could also kill your own gears and draw with Detonate. And that's when Detonate shines. Because you can kill 2 chords in that deck that have a lot of potential. The first one is Treasure Trove. Set 1 chord, you can like pay a power and kill it to draw 1 and channel 1. But this chord reads, when this leaves the board, draw 1 and channel 1. And so you can detonate it, it's a gear, to channel 1, so you don't pay the power cost of Detonate, and then draw 1 of this, and then 2 of Detonate, effectively transforming 2 chords into 3, and playing 2 chords to prepare for the RAM cost reduction. And that's the exact same for Scrap Heap. We have a 2 energy gear that reads, when this is played, discarded or killed, draw 1. And so you can play it, draw 1, detonate it, draw 2 of Detonate, then it's been killed, so you draw 1. So you effectively transform 2 chords into 4, and you play 2 chords to prepare for your Rams. So that's the entire strategy behind this list, and it's like literally brilliant. In my opinion, it's genius. I really do love it, and I really do think that build has the potential to fix some of the issues for Miracle Draven. And if I had like an extra week of testing, I would probably have picked that deck as my deck to bring to the Skirmish this weekend, because I really love the concept behind this Detonate Draven build, and I really think it has a lot of potential. And then you just play the usual Draven toolbox, at least for the Miracle package, which is going to be Vi as a one-off with the Bushwhacks. So Bushwhacks makes it so that your units enter ready and you get a gold. gold does not really matter, but units entering ready does, because then in the late game you can accelerate your Vi to have like giga big swings at like big battlefields, accelerate your rushes that allows you to make maximum value of the shovel, because let's say you have like 6 runes, 6 energy, you just play Bushwhack, you go down to 4 runes, but you played 1 cord. Then you play Rasha, you still have 4 runes because it's only a power, it's free. So you play 2 cords, you equip with the shovel, you just go like shovel on Rasha, equip it, Posh, ability when you conquer, you play something like Ezreal, you still have 1 rune open, you go Ezreal ability, you discard 1, draw 2, you play 3 cords, you find a cold shot, you go cold shot, you played 4 cards for free, and then you have a ram for the 1 energy remaining because you played 4 cards. And so of 6 energy, you developed a Rasha that is now 8 might because of the shovel. You developed a ram that's like 5 might. You developed an Ezreal that's like not only 3 might but setup. And also you can instantly push with your Rasha and your ram because of the Bushwhack. So that's a pretty good core in that strategy. And then you obviously have the toolbox in the combat tricks, sort of, with the Fight or Flight, with the Rebuke, and with the Spinning Axe. You don't need more than one because in most games you're just going to cycle your entire deck with this strategy. You're going to see each and every of your cord. So one-offs are giga valuable, and that's also going to matter when we're talking about sideboards. This is when you only play 1 Briner. This is when you only play 1 Falling Star, because one-offs are like super valuable in that strategy because of the consistency you have. And then Traveling Merchant is just another consistency cord to unclog your early game, and it's fine. It's sort of a 1 energy play in the late game because it reduces the cost of your ram by 1 on a turn you want to combo. So it's as if you played a 1 energy merchant and then you drop ram, and it's sort of a 1 energy discount on merchant, if you will. Do we cut Fizz because we never need to recast? We cut Fizz, I think, for space issues. That's the first thing. And the second thing is Fizz is sort of a brick in a way that, like, if you eat it in the late game, it's super good, but if you eat it in the early game, it's pretty much a core that does not do anything. But I think you could definitely play only 1 Bushwhack and 1 Fizz in that list. The problem is that sometimes you need a Bushwhack pretty early, and in that scenario, if you dug through like half your deck and so only Fizz but not Bushwhack, you're fucked. Whereas if you play 2 Bushwhacks, you're guaranteed of seeing Bushwhack instead of Fizz. And that makes it so that they probably prefer to cut on Fizz and play a more consistent list, which by the way seems to be the entire approach of that deck, making Miracle as consistent as possible, I think. You can kill the gold with Detonate also if you need to draw. Yeah, exactly. You can also kill the golds. You can kill the seals technically if you need to draw. But yeah. And so that's the ID for the main deck, which has a lot of 3-off, which I like because once again, this is a consistency deck. The power level is there. You just have to make it as consistent as possible. Basically, what Miracle Draven was compared to Tempo Draven was that Miracle has a higher ceiling, meaning like if you eat everything, you can just basically climb to the stores and nothing can stop you. But it also had a lower floor, meaning if you eat cards in the wrong order, you can't do shit. Whereas like Tempo Draven eating cards in the wrong order, since it does not play as many bricks, can still like wait a bit, then go Mind Splitter, then go equip, and has some sort of a game going on. Miracle, if your head is like Ram, Rasha, Vi, Scrap Heap, Last Rites, you're just never ever going to be able to play the game. So it was higher ceiling, lower floor, and the idea with that list is to try to bring that floor up as much as you can, so that way you get to normal floor and then higher ceiling, and then it's only benefit, right? If you have a higher ceiling and the same floor, your deck is just like straight up better most of the time. So that's about it for the main deck. You try to abuse different battlefields to go along with that strategy. The first one is Zones Warren, so that way you can discard cards. This allows you to accelerate the tempo on which you can play Raza, the timing, sorry, on which you can play Raza, because you stack the trash. Zone Warren is when you conquer your discard 1 draw 1. So you can just stack the trash, make Raza cheaper, faster. You can just discard the scrap heaps if they stick to your hand, so that way you draw more of them. And you can also fill the trash for the last rites. Let's say you discard a Rasha in the early game, but in the late game you have more than 10 cards in your hand. You can now just go like conquer with anything, even a traveling merchant, equipped with the shovel, and play a Rasha for free. So it's sort of a filler for the last rites to come, which is what I like. And the other battlefields are like Obelisk of Power, which goes with the Draven strategy of you need to have a few runes actually to play with that deck. People think Miracle is like completely busted and plays with no runes, but that's not true. You need to have a certain amount of runes to play with, and then combo, and then once you combo, you don't give a shit about the runes. But you need to get to a certain amount of runes first, and that is what Obelisk allows you to do. When you know you're going second, you just go to 4, then you can play your Draven champion on turn 1, because like you play second, so normally you play with 3 runes, but because of Obelisk you start with 4. You can just go like Draven, and then next turn you have 6 runes, and 6 runes is usually when you want to start comboing, because you can just go like, on 6 you can just go like Seal, into Ezreal, into like Stack, into like Cold Shot, and then you can drop like 2 Rams or something like that, and then it's already a big turn, right? And then the last one is Veiled Temple, which is pretty interesting. Veiled Temple is a battlefield that we did not see played a lot in the early days of the format, but that's popping off more and more. Veiled Temple is a battlefield that allows you, when you conquer it, to either detach an equipment or ready a friendly gear. I think in that deck, it's more of an all-around tool than specifically one of the two. It allows you to, in the very late game, when you conquer with the last rites, detach the last rites, then equip them again, conquer with another unit on the other battlefield, and then like revive 2 Rashas or 2 Rams, or like 1 Ezreal and 1 Vi, whatever. Basically just have more revives. It also allows you to detach the axes. If you need to push like twice in the late game, you can just like push to the right with the axes, detach them, equip them to someone else, push to the left. And then also you can ready the golds that you generate with the Bushwhack, with your units that are getting ready because of the Bushwhack, and then you can just like play Bushwhack, have a tapped gold, play something like Rasha, accelerated because of Bushwhack, push a battlefield, push the Veiled Temple, ready your gold, and then you can use it again to play for another Rasha, for a rebuke, whatever, either chord. So that's just an overall good chord, I feel like, and also a battlefield that your opponent can't really use, which is one of its biggest strengths. There are not a lot of decks that make a lot of value of Veiled Temple. So if your deck is just basically stronger than other decks, it's a very good baseline to play a battlefield that's good for you, at least decent, and bad for your opponents, rather than a battlefield that's super powerful for you but also good for your opponent, because then you give them a way out through battlefields. Whereas if your battlefield is just vanilla, or close to it, does not do nothing, then it's a battle of deck versus deck. There's no battlefield factor. And in that scenario, if your deck is better, you're at an advantage here. Can you tell why TTA played the +1 might battlefield in his Miracle Draven? Nope, I have no clue about that. I was wondering too. I really don't have a clue about that. Also, untap Pack of Wonders for more treasure trove shenanigans. Yeah, through post side you can do that. I don't like the Pack of Wonders deck, but I see the plan. I just don't like it. But yeah, you're right. Technically, post side you can do that with the pack. I guess let's talk about sideboards while we're at it. So the sideboards is pretty much classic aside of the packs, which I don't like. Spinning axes and runners are for control matchups. You need axes to beat singularities sometimes, or control spells as a whole into like Kaisa and stuff, which are a tough matchup for Miracle Draven if you don't have these cards. And runner is the exact same. This is a card that you want to drop into a control matchup. And basically you want to go like, let's say you go second post side, you want to go like Draven on 4, then runner on 6, and then they already have to commit a lot of resources to take care of Draven, runner, and the mechs it's going to spawn. And them resources they're going to use are going to give you time to develop your combo, and then if you combo, they lose the game because you swarm them. You have much more board than they could ever clear. Give me a sec. So that's why these cards are here. Then we have the one-off Rebuke. That's pretty important in some matchup to push big units. It's pretty important into Irelia. It's pretty important into some mirror games if you don't use it on Erasha under Bushwhack. If you've seen the last round of Vegas, round 13, it was a complete circus. Like, the guy rebuked a free Rasha under Bushwhack. It is what it is, I guess. Brynir is here to kill the spells deck. Irelia is one of them. Fiora is also one of them. You just like big combo in the base. You try to grab some points in the early game. Big combo in the base. And then you just like go Brynir. You stick their units in the BF. They can't retreat anymore because like can't use shenanigans, fight or flies, blah blah blah. And then you just like push with everything that you combo with and you just win the game from that spot. Also helps you close out games in some matchups. You get to 6 and you Brynir and you just win. And Falling Star is pretty important in the mirror match, especially, but for Tempo Draven or in some matchups in which they do set up a lot of base. Why is it so important for the Draven matchup? It's because of Overzealous fan. Overzealous is a problem, and having access to a like one-off copy of Falling Star to punish the turn that they decide to go develop everything Zealous. You just go Star, you kill their 2 Zealouses, and then they just have to rely on their battle tricks, or else you just like crush them, win fights, and win the game, basically. So that's pretty much it for the breakdown of the cores in the sideboard. And there's the Pack of Wonders too, which I guess is here for slower matchups. Pack of Wonders allows you to bounce 1 gear or unit from your board to your hand. So I think the plan is to either go like Treasure Trove or Scrap Heap. Infinite combo, you play them, you bounce them, you proc their ability twice, blah blah blah. I guess that's just the plan. I just don't like it because I think with the Detonate and stuff you already have enough consistency, and sometimes too much consistency makes you draw into consistency cards instead of actual power plays, which is why I would probably not play Pack of Wonders, but maybe in some slower matchups it's a key to being able to outlast your opponent. I don't know. I would have to try it. But on paper, I just don't see how necessary it is. So that's about it for the theory. Now, what we will do, if you guys are fine with it, is dig into a game, a best of 3 actually, that was played on, I don't exactly know the round, but it's like round 10, round 11, I think, of Las Vegas Regional. And that's the exact list that we were talking about of Awesome Rossum playing into Victor. And we are going to watch that game and we're going to try and analyze the play and try and like understand what's going on and what are the big things we need to focus on. But let's go for that. I will try to set up the stream so that I don't hide anything. They're just going to talk about list for a while, I think. Okay. Great. Let me just try and fit myself in there. Not too bad. The camera is not too bad. The chat though. Where do I put you guys? Why is it that big though? Why are you? Wait. Oh yeah. Because I need to do this. Yup. Great. So the camera is good. I would probably put you guys on top of like Linsanity, and it is what it is. So this. We need the points though. So this is probably fine. I need to. Yup. Cool. And then I need to put you guys there. 6 and 6 maybe. Bit too big. It's 650 and 550 I think. Yep, perfect. So you guys can see and chat together, but we still have the full game going on. Let's go. Let's dip in there. Also, we are going to watch it 1.5 times speed. So this is the matchup we are going to watch. On the left is Linsanity, very good Victor player. We've seen him play. He's a very good player. He got second place, I think, in the Victor medal race, but he played pretty well. And on the other side of the board is Awesome Rossen, the guy that we just watched and analyzed the lists. And in this first game, we are going to see Victor pulling in the Void Gate, which probably means a lot of control spells. You can expect Singularity, you can expect Wages of Pain, so Draven is going to have to be wary about that. And on the other side of the board, we obviously have the Zones Warren that's going to help us start our engine of Discord and Draw. Draven is going to start, which is a pretty good thing for him because he's going to be able to trade with Victor earlier, which means not crumbling under the pressure of Victor playing a lot of tokens and trying to stomp the game to outrush Draven. Basically, the win condition on Victor's side is score early to force Draven to commit in the BFs, and then play cards like Singularity and stuff to punish Draven and remove the board. If he can do that, he probably has a shot at winning the game. If he's not pressuring enough and Draven can just like spend an entire turn comboing in base and setting up like 3 to 4 bodies, that game is over for Victor. So he has to go fast, sort of. Draven is going to start with a Merchant, which is a super good start here. We'll be able to cycle 2 of the Zone and the Merchant, and we have a free Conquer. And Victor is going to miss on turn 1, which is like, this is a crazy good start for Draven. Because if Draven had a, what's his name? Honest Blocker there, the 2/2 that dies and creates a gold token, it would have been a completely different story, because then he could have gone like trade there, next turn kill the Merchant, and then like conquer with the Recruit, get access to a draw, which Victor is lacking a lot of, and like start scoring points, but it's not going to be the case. Victor is most likely going to be forced to go in that Void Gate when Draven gets in there, which is not good for Draven. So we're going to send Merchant to the Zones Warren. Blood Money is going to come and kill the Merchant. Good thing for Draven. We are denying the Zone Warren, and we are also getting to score and access the Zone Warren next turn with the token. And that Merchant is going to die. We did discard another Merchant. We get the gold too. So that's a fairly good start for Linsanity. We would have preferred a turn 1, but this is decent. Draven is just going to go Draven champion. Once again, the purpose of the Draven build in the early game is to get to 6-7 runes, ideally. We're going to send the token to Zones Warren as expected. We want to cycle. We can't really do that as Victor, so we really need options to draw better. Cold Sharp is not a super good card in the matchup. We already have the golds. Another Recruit is going to see play, and we're going to pop the gold to play a Call the Week, getting rid of that Draven champion. That's a pretty good trade here. And once again, we are off to a great start on Victor's side. This time, the idea is that we want to rush Draven. But it's not as good as having access to a turn 1. And now, we're reaching the turn in which Draven could start comboing, and we only have 8 points. We would have loved to be like on 3 to 4 points here. So now the question is, does Draven find combo? If yes, Draven is in a good spot. If not, Victor is in a... if not, Victor is in a good spot, yeah. So now Draven is going to try and find combo. And that starts with a Treasure Trove. We're going to go for the Detonate. So keep in mind, we played 2 cards this turn. 2 here. And we draw 3 of that combo. And now we either want to set up an Ezreal, if we have it, and we are going to combo next turn, like Seal Ezreal would be the better play here. Or we have Pseudo Brick, and then we need to try and draw as much as we can. Maybe like playing Scrappy, playing another Detonate, something like that. And that's just going to be a Ram for 3, which is pretty much an indicator of not having a good end here on Draven's side. Because I think the first choice was Seal Ezreal, or just Ezreal if we don't have the Seal. The second choice was probably digging for more. The third choice was probably Ram. Maybe we value Ram over digging for more because we know that Victor's win condition is to be very aggressive and score points, and we need to develop some board to try and contest the tokens. But also that loses into so much stuff. Like that just loses into another Cold Week, that loses into Singularity, that just loses into so much that we kind of go for a desperate play already. It's not like completely desperate, but you get what I mean. Victor Champion going to be developed. We're just going to create a recruit. On the Sanity side, we have 2 runes open. And it's just going to be a pass with 2 points. And now Draven, as a ram, has another turn to try and convert into board here. And that ram is going to attack the Zone's Warrant. We discard Scrap Heap. We get to draw 2. And now is the Ezreal. So now, Scrap Heap again, draw 3. We drew 5. We were set up. We most likely found our options. And now is going to be the time we want to combo. Combo is popping off now. So we only played 1 chord this turn. But we're going to want to pop off now. Stack deck going to see play. That's the second chord. And I could just do it that way. 2. Rassam is thinking. Digging the deck is important here, but you don't want to bottom deck your important options in matchup. Not now. It's too late. Seal, 3rd chord. Cold shot with the Ezreal, 4th chord. And now the Rams are 1 energy. And we did stack the trash to 9 chords. So next turn, we can Rasha for free. So as you can see, it was always a mini game on Draven's side of trying to maximize his resources, cards in and runes available, up until the point he could combo off. And that's going to be now. Merchant, Ram, and Ram. And now, that game is over. Like, Victor can't come back from this. That game is already over. Victor is up 2-1, but as you can see, Draven fulfilled his win condition, which was this, basically. And that was down because the previous turns he was fishing for this, which was sort of a sub-step to access this, which was important. If he does not eat this, he can't go for this. It's too expensive. He loses too many resources. So that's pretty important to know what your opponent is trying to do and what your win condition is. And here, Awesome Rossum does a good job of understanding his win condition and playing for it. And then Linsanity now really can't win that game. Like, that game is over. It's 2-1, but Awesome found his win condition. Thank you for the follow, Masco. So, Lince is sinking, but that one is already pretty much over. We're going to watch it for the sake of it, but you're going to see that that's how that game unfolds. And that could have been predicted from the start, basically. If we reach X point, Y game is over. It's basically math. So it's going to be token. We clear the seal, but it's too late. Seal did the work already. Xin is going to come in, accelerate it, because we have a lot of units in base. And we're just going to pass because we can't trade with that Ram. And now Draven is going to match us in score. And if we try and see what's on the screen, remember the 3 pillars. So 1, econ, economy, econ. 2, tempo. And 3, points. If I freeze the game now, drop you in the game without seeing anything, and you try and tell me what's... I should actually fast forward a bit. Yeah, here. What's, like, who's winning? You just look at the board state. Rather easy. This guy has way too much tempo. If we look at the board, he's like way ahead. So tempo goes his way. Econ-wise, we have a few extra runes on Victor's side, but we have too many cards in hand on Draven's side. So econ-wise, it's going Draven's way. If Draven was like on 4-3 runes, it would probably be tied or like going Victor's way. But we have too many cards in hand, and also we tailored the hand. We discarded the card we did not want to see, and we fished for the card we wanted to see. So Econ is going his way, and points are now tied, but with that Conquer is going to go up. So all of the 3 pillars are going his way, which means Draven is going to win that game almost certainly. Like, there's a very thin chance that he does not. But at that point in time now, up 3-2, turn 4-5, we can already say Draven is winning that game. Basically, Victor has nothing going his way. He had win conditions in the early game, but he did not manage to meet them. And now we're just going to keep comboing stack deck into stack deck. So 2 cards played that turn on Draven's side. And you can see that the Detonate package was exactly what he needed to fulfill his minigame of consistency and finding his key pieces here. Because he did not find Ezreal Seal in the early game, but he did find Trove into Detonate, and that was what sealed the deal here. To access Ezreal Seal, to then access combo. Trove going to see play. Just going to detonate that Trove. Records drone. And then with 2 runes remaining, we have a trash that's full, so we know that rashes are free. We have the 3 rams on board, so we can't drop more. That's the good news for Victor. Good news, it can't be worse. And then we're just going to keep that ram at bay and pass with 2 runes open. Which means Fight or Flight, which means Rebuke. I was kind of joking, but there are actually a few good news in it can be worse. It can't be worse. The first good news is that you don't care about losing combat now, because they have so much in hand, 1 draw is like not relevant. And the second good news is that the side of Russias, if you deal with the Rams, you know that you're pretty ram free for the rest of that game. So you now have to expect the Russias, but that singularity play is a good one. Axis being developed, so now you just have to attack in theory with 2 tokens. One of them beats the Fight or Flight, the other one deals the remaining damage here. So you technically just have to go with 2 tokens, but then you can just Fight or Flight the ram to base. Which is sort of the problem, but you can't force it anyway. So we're going to go with 2, hoping that it's not Fight or Flight. If it is Fight or Flight, it's just going to save the ram anyway. And we are just going to pass here on a Fight or Flight that sends the pickpocket back to base. Oh, that ram was actually 8. So it was a good bait. That ram was 8, my bad. It was actually a good bait because it took 6 damage, but it's 8 might, 5 of its own might and 3 of the axis. So 1 token was not enough. You needed to deal 2 damage to kill it, which is why we send the pickpocket, because we know we have the Stupefy, and so that we have a winning trade. And so sending the pickpocket and a token here instead of pickpocket, that's actually a pretty interesting play to talk about. I like that play when we were casting the game. If you send 2 tokens, he knows, like you send 1 more token, so it's technically +1. He knows that whatever he fights or flights, his unit dies. Because like, you have the 2 tokens, like if he fights or flights the pickpocket, you have the 2 tokens you trade. If he fights or flights one of the tokens, you obviously trade. So he's definitely going to fight or flight his own ram back to base. But you push him to be greedy because you know you have the Stupefy as the insanity. And so you want him to think, oh, he made a mistake. Then fight or flight pickpocket to base. And if that happens, the token is not going to be able to kill the ram. And then the ram won combat is going to completely heal. And so you want to bait him to think you made a mistake, which is a pretty good play on Insanity's side here. And also, he spent a lot of time like thinking, packing cards and stuff in the base before. And to be fair, I'm pretty certain it was bait. Like, he knew he had to go in with that lineup, but he wanted to make it seem like he was thinking. And like, there was room for mistake, which actually there was never. I think he was pretty certain he would go in with that lineup the second he saw the Stupefy. Stupefy going to see play on that ram. We draw a card. We managed to find a trade with that token. Axes are going to drop too. That's pretty important for the upcoming singularities. Most Miracle Draven lists only play 1 axis. So the fact that it's out of the rotation now means that we have a good way of making singularity efficient in the upcoming turns. Then Xin is going to get that Void Gate. And we're just going to pass. But the problem is, if you count the might, we had a pretty good turn and we outplayed the opponent here. Once again, with the stupefying stuff. We have 5. We have 5 here in the battlefield might. And then here is like 7 and 2, so 9. So we have a total of 14. They did not even start playing, they have 8 already. And they are like close to tied in points. They are close to tied in runes, and they have so many cards in hand. So tempo-wise, we came to a tie, or maybe like even a bit stronger, but they did not play yet. And like resources-wise, we are still behind, and points-wise, we are not ahead. Which is the problem for Victor this game. That game is still over. Even if you have like a feeling that he could potentially come back, he can't. Except his Draven Giga Bricks, which could happen, but once again, we saw like literally half the deck or 2/3 of the deck because of the cold shots and stack decks and stuff. The cards that we have in hand, we wanted to have them. Xin is going to die, we get a token of the yellow Victor. Floating purple, we go for a cold shot here. Yup. And now we've probably seen the entirety of the deck. So we exactly know what we're looking for. Double floating, we play the seal that we just got off the cold shot here. And now paying 3 runes, we have access to another Ezreal, I feel like. Probably is another Ezreal, right? Oh no, it's a shovel, my bad. Equip the shovel to the Ezreal. Put 2 cards at the bottom of the deck, then push Ezreal into the token. Opponent is completely tapped, so you know he could like potentially stupefy, but not more than that. Ezreal is guaranteed to hit. Connect to that Zone Warren, discard a card. We play 1 from trash. Rasha going to see play for free. Then Ezreal is going to connect. We played Seal Rasha Shovel, so we have a 2 Might Ram in the trash. 2 Energy Ram, sorry, in the trash right now. Going to go for the Warrens. Ram for 2, or for 1, rather. No, it's 2. No, we play the cold shot. We play the cold shot, my bad. It's 4, so that Ram is only 1. And we are going to pass on that. And we still have 2 runes open on Awesome side. Which could once more mean Rebuke, mean Fireflight. And as you can see, we are back to Might advantage on Rossum side, point advantage. The only good thing, if you want to look at the points, is that that point advantage is meaningless. Because the important points are like 4, 6, 8. And you know that anyway, Rossum is going to have to play 2 turns to try and win the game. So the only like shiver of hope that Victor has it is to go to 6 now and to try and close the game going to 8, which is what we were discussing earlier, right? The only out Victor has is to play Giga Aggro. If he goes 4, 6, 8, he wins the game. But can he, is the question. He has to be able to double conquer now, and using that double conquer set up enough to still be winning that game next turn. Because if he double conquers now but spends all of his resources doing so, he can't win next turn. So we're going to send 5 in that battering ram, Fireflight on the pickpocket, and then Wages of Pain is going to be used. Once again, good bait here. Very good bait here. We force the Fireflight out, and then we still have the spell to find the out. Very good trade here on Insanity's side. And we can just use the token to get the Void Gate. And now we have to find a way to bypass that Ezreal, which so far we don't have. Singus we used last turn. Token going to see play. And now I think that probably is a mistake. I might be wrong though. I'm not like Giga Victor expert, but as you can see, I was wondering in cast. Here he has Hidden Blade here. This is Hidden Blade. You probably can't see it, maybe it's too blurry, but this is Hidden Blade. That's interesting, but there's... If you watch the game state, and you realize that your only out is to win by out-rushing your opponent, because you're ahead in runes, but you're still behind in cards in hand, and you know that Draven is not going to use runes now. So you're still behind in resources, you're behind in points, you're behind in tempo, because like now what's the board state? It's like 5 and 9, and this is like already 11, and this is 5, so total like 16. So you are behind in tempo, you are behind in points, and you are like, let's say, tied in resources. Your only out is to try and scam a win, in my opinion. And so maybe the play here was to go Hidden Blade on that Ezreal. Fuck, it draws 2, whatever, he has like billion cards in hand anyway. And go to 6 with the Victor and trying to find an out next turn with like maybe the Fox, anything that we have in the list that could accelerate, maybe a Xin. Try to scam a win next turn with 2 points. And not using Hidden Blade here. Hidden Blade does not feel like a good play, but it's also not like good enough to keep it and not use it, because it does not open a win condition window. Now you are not playing to win, you are playing not to lose on Victor's side. Because now Rossum is on 6, so he knows he wins next turn, and also he has no pressure of Victor winning next turn, aside of maybe Time Warp, because like Victor is on 5. So he knows that he can just like play chill, maybe power all one of the fields, maybe like develop in base. If he has access to bargain or something like that, that game is just over. You create a scenario in which he knows that he can't lose next turn. And if he stacks enough to force you to use something like Decree, then that game is over, because you can't Decree and Time Warp, which is why I'm talking about stacking. So Rasha going to get a Conqueror, Seal going to see play, Bushwhack, I think. No? What's that? Oh, it's Vi, my bad. Vi going to see play, and Vi is just going to recycle a few cards, which is also a play that I thought was interesting. If you deck out, the mechanic is that you shuffle your trash, form a new deck, and give your opponent a point. And that's one way to lose that game for Draven, because if Victor manages to like crash tokens to like make you draw 1 or 2 because of like your champion passive, that's not an option, it's a mandatory effect, and then just like Hidden Blade one of your units and you draw 2 and you take out, that's a way Victor wins the game, because that puts him to 6 and then Double Conquer wins the game. So Draven has to be wary about that, and dropping Vi there to recycle a few cards and make sure you're out of range of decking out was pretty interesting, pretty smart play here. I did like it. And once again, that is Rossum playing, realizing the worst thing that could happen technically. So cards go to the bottom. And now Ram is going to be stacked. Seal going to see play. For Irasha, another one. And now that's exactly the scenario we were talking about. You can't brute force any of these. You don't have the might. You have 8. This one is 16. 12, sorry. This one is 10. So you can't force any of these. So you have to use a card to push into any of these. And then if you use a card, you don't have the resources to Time Warp anymore. So you can't win the game. Checkmate. You can clear, but that does not win you the game. And that's what's going to happen here, I think. We're going to try and find a clear, but that's just not going to be enough to win us the game. And Linsa is calculating. You've seen Linsa pull off great plays. Like, he's definitely a great Victor player. Like, a great player as a whole, and also a great Victor player. But he just does not have an out in this one. Time Warp is going to be dropped. Fairly decent chord, but we still don't have a way to push. So now we could technically go Blade. Then push one of them BFs. And hope for the better. But if they have like any answer, basically, we just lose on the spot. And they have 4 runes open, so they definitely could have answers. But we need to try, anyway. We're going to find a Posh there with Victor and a token. Idea is to trade into either Ram or Ezreal, whatever, and then Posh with Pickpocket and Iron Blade it. So we're just going to kill Ram and then Iron Blade on the Ezreal. So we get to clear the battlefield. And then Pickpocket Posh. And do they have an out? Yup, Fight or Flight, and that game is over. I mean, you have the extra time warp turn, but you can't win on that turn. Because you did never get to 6, so you can't get to 8 now. And then it's just GG's. You're going to play your order, I think, to fish for options, but you don't have any. In this scenario. Next turn, they have 2 Bushwhacks in their deck, so you know for a fact that they have access to a Bushwhack. It's just sitting in their hands. And they have access to Vi, equip the shovel, push into any BF with like a billion might, conquer it, and then Russia Vi ability, play Russia, shovel ability, play Russia under Bushwhack, push the other BF. There's no way out. You literally can't win that game. Even if you double conquer now, you can't win that game. But it's been that way because you played a certain way for like several turns now. Rebuke going to C-play and that's going to be over. Yeah, it's just too much. But you can't really be like, okay, they add everything, like it's just like IRL game from Draven because he drew like 20 cards during that game and half of them he selected them. He did not even drew them. He looked at like 2 to 3 cards and picked it. So literally, he saw literally every card in his deck and he picked exactly what he wants. So like, that's just consistency, and that's what Miracle Draven was missing as a deck, and that's what the Detonate package brings as a whole. So I really like it. I think that's going to be the new standard build, I think, of Miracle Draven going forwards. Are we going to play 3 Troves? I don't know. Are we going to play like packs? I hope not. But is that deck strong? Yes. Is that deck scary? Definitely. Is that deck going to be a threat going forward? Yes. Do I think it makes Miracle Draven better? Yes, for sure. We're not going to watch the 3 remaining games because I feel like this was pretty much self-explanatory, sort of, talking about Miracle Draven. But I kind of wanted to make a review because I did not have the opportunity to do Draven content when it was like in the beginning of the Draven era, and then I did not see added value in making a Draven video when there were already like tons of them on YouTube. But I feel like the Detonate build brings something new to the table, and it was the good timing to do a Draven video. How about we jump onto Aggro Irelia now? What do we think, chat? Let me just update the stream title. Aggro Irelia testing. Here we go. How do I update the stream title on YouTube is the question though. Is it there or title? Top chat, can I just hide the chat? Wait, I have to do this? Pain. Yeah, edit. Give me a sec. Aggro Irelia testing. Okay, here we go. Save. Perfect. How about we watch that Gale video now and see what's up with the deck. Now we need the sound though. Let me just get the headset on. Alrighty. Wait. The music is giga loud. I think I can bring it down. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's go, chat. Let's get started. Maybe some of you are like, I mean, if you're deaf-ish, probably you can't really hear me, but it does not cost a lot to turn on the subs. Anyway. Oh, you probably can't hear, right? Yeah.
You about how it all went. Well, I see.
You is probably like giga strong, though. Feel free to tell me more about the like sound balance.
Just got back, but really this is happening
If
a
the video
day
is too
after
strong
I
or
got
whatever,
back, because the
let
first
me
day I
know.
got back, I was just so tired. Anytime I would turn on my camera, I would just be falling asleep.
Probably
So let's
do
get right
this.
into it. The very first thing I did at the regional was set up my card swinging booth. So this was something that Riot had personally invited me to join,
Is it good enough?
and I was a little bit nervous about it because
the
they had
sound
also invited,
balance?
you know, people like Skara, people like El walking through
Code
how to play the
slinging,
game.
blah 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 blah
I
blah.
was like, yes, ma'am. Laugh at me. Don't laugh. Forget.
He's just doing a recap of his event, I think, in the beginning, and then he's just going to switch to the actual deck sort of. Okay.
Super special for me to see as well. But now let's get into the run itself. This is day 2 Saturday, main event. I am ready with my deck, and this is what I brought. This is what I have called Apostasy Irelia.
So the plan is that we discover the video together, and we try and learn about the theory behind the deck, and then we try to maybe make some changes to the list, which, as a reminder, this is the list that I'm planning to bring. Because like it's inspired from Is, but the video was not out when I built it. And there are a few things that I changed because I think it fits my playstyle more. Which one of them is like the stack deck stuff, which I completely understand that he does not want to play it. But I think that card fits my playstyle too much not to play it.
For me, meant that it was a deck that goes against all of the fundamentals that people have generally thought about Irelia is. Irelia is generally sacrificing a few early points to come back with that tempo later in the game using Draven or just the sheer power of Irelia Fervent. But this deck is doing the opposite of that. This deck is trying to gain massive tempo advantage early and use that to steamroll the game using...
I think that's a great concept as a whole. If it's functional, right? Like, if it's shit, you probably don't want to do it. But having the ability to tinker your deck in a way that it does what people aren't expecting of it is a pretty big plus, in my opinion. Because it just gives you the ability to go for like a counterplay that they don't expect, and they prepare and they like set up in a way that they can't really then beat you then. Because like they just go like, okay, it's Irelia, I can play chill in the early, I'll just like mulligan my early threats away, and then you drop like double turn one and they're like, oh shit, problems.
The Irelia Fervent more as a threat of winning the game rather than as her main plan of the game. So here we can see the full list here. I won't talk super in depth about this. I do intend to have a guide written about this. As I am now like full-time in Riftbound, I will be putting all of my time this week into making this guide, into making some extra videos as I go, and getting that out as soon as possible. But yeah, this was the deck I ran. Most notably, it has 10 2-drops in it. 9 in main and 3 inside.
Yup, so 3 Traveling, 3 Zealous, 3 Turners. I like the Lonely Poro though. Let's see if it talks about Lonely Poro, but I think Lonely Poro is a cool addition. To just like draw more. I'm probably like, I'm playing, so far I'm playing like 10 1-drops, or 2-drops, sorry, in the main with like 2 Zealous and 2 Poros. I think Poro is better in the early game, and Zealous is better in the late game, and you absolutely need 1 Zealous with the last right so you can keep replaying it. I think like that's the main plan for the deck, I would say. We're going to see what it's going to talk about, but like, can I just play On Guard instead of Defiance? Yeah, I think you can, but I think you have to play both.
This is because, again, my entire plan is to get as many points early as possible, and then just start threatening strong attacks with my Irelia Fervent and keeping her safe in base. The strangest card you'll probably see in the whole list is the Ribbon Dancer, which is the
Ribbon Dancer is shit, but I see it. It's both no budget for me then. You could technically probably play Defiant, what's the name? The Wolf. Feral Strength, my bad, I'm getting tired. You can probably play Feral Strength instead, but it's definitely worse because it's 2 energy. Simple as that. And not as much value. Ribbon Dancer is dead. So when I saw it in his list, I was like, why the fuck would you play Ribbon Dancer? It's a 3/3 that reads, when I move to a battlefield, give another friendly unit +1 this turn. And then I think what he's going to talk about, Reborn Dancer probably allows him to go for double conquer plays because it can target, and so it activates the Irelia ability, the Irelia Fervent, Legend, sorry, Blade Dancer ability of when you choose, you can pay power to ready. So I think that's why he's playing the card. I really don't like it, but I see his point. That's also why I'm playing a tiny bit more turn once, because I think I really don't want to play Reborn Dancer, so I had to swap it from some other early game tools.
Cost 3 might calm unit that when it moves to a battlefield, it can give another unit +1 might for that turn. And this card sounds awful on paper, right? Like, what is this card doing? Well, what it's doing is triggering Irelia Blade Dancer.
Yeah, okay, that's the point.
So we can use this going second. On our first turn, we can play this, and then on the next turn, we can move it and ready up another 2-drop that we played to double conquer on 2. The entire deck is dedicated to double conquering on 2. I can't stress that enough. That is our main plan. Everything else is simply helping that.
That is decent going second if you hit it on like 3. But then it's like giga shit if you don't, right? I just love sneaky deck and so much more than that shit. Our finisher
for Scam, in most Irelia decks, you would have Draven Audacious to be able to get that extra point from winning a combat. But I didn't like how much it requires you to win a combat. I don't really want to win a combat. I don't have that much strength all around in the deck. So I opted to go for Yasuo Windrider, which is both. The 5 energy.
To be fair, I sent, like, my editor played in Bologna, he played Irelia. We settled on a list that was not playing Draven. So I understand the idea of, like, Draven is too conditional to play. We settled on a list with, like, 2 Vexes and 1 Yasuo in the main, instead of the Dravens. Which, in my opinion, was a very good pick for the Bologna Regional and for Vegas. I think Yasuo is, like, way underrated in Irelia right now. It's very, very free to accelerate it. Like, you just have to have a gear lying around. And then on 7, you can just go like Yasuo, ride the wind, 1-2 moves, then equip the gear, ready it, push again, 3 moves, and you got like, you have the ganking already. So you got like 3 points in a single turn on 7, which is crazy busted. Yeah, I really think that Yasuo is underestimated in Irelia right now. The only thing that I don't like in this list is that you play one of Yasuo in the list that only has 2 cold shots as a way to dig. And so you sort of have to find it. I mean, yes, the cold shots and the merchants, of course, but you sort of have to find it. Whereas with the stack decks on top, I feel like you increase your odds drastically. But I don't hate the idea of a one of Yasuo because we were playing it already anyway.
1 power cost purple card. When you move 3 times in a turn, you score 1 point. Now this allows me to score points from hand, basically. At 7 energy, I can play Yasuo Windrider, play Ride the Wind,
exactly
move him once, he's readied, so he comes back, moves a second time, and then move with Ribbon Dancer, readying it with...
And then Ribbon Dancer, but then gear is the same. Ribbon Dancer, huh? The Ribbon Dancer technology, huh?
To move a 3rd time. So a lot of this is based on him.
I really want to fit a 3rd Ride the Wind in that list,
as easily and as efficiently as possible.
I don't have the room. But
very strong card, especially since a lot of people are playing around Draven Audacious.
I also really like Flash with Yasuo. Because there are a lot of scenarios in which your Yasuo is going to like be able to enter an open battlefield and then like into Draven and stuff. Like they don't have that removal in the base, right? So you develop Yasuo, then Yasuo readies, you can play for an open battlefield, and they have 2 outs, which are rebukes / fight or flight to prevent you from scoring. But then fight or flight does not make sense because if you push, they fight or flight you back to base, and you have any way to ready it, be it a spell, a gear, blah, blah, blah. You just ready it, you push again, you still get to score, and they gave you the 3rd move to score a point with the ability. So technically, their only out to Yasuo is Rebuke, and in that regard, Flash is extremely powerful with that purple Yasuo, because you just go push to a BF, they use Rebuke, you flash out Chain Irelia Legend, so you ready it, move it back to base, you dodge the Rebuke, and then you can push again, it's your third move, you score a point, and you score a point with the Conquer. So Flash interacts extremely well with that purple Yasuo too.
Wind Rider is punishing the patterns that people would use to play around Draven Audacious. Generally what they'll do is, if you're on 5 points, they will fully pull back, which is the perfect time for Yasuo Wind Rider to take over the game and go from 5
and also Yasuo ult is Giga Dope.
I'll go over a lot of the sideboarding more in the guide that we make, but let's go through the run we had. We start the day off with a bye, so pretty easy for us to go through.
Run.
You know, I mean, getting a bye
Let's hear about his run.
Fine. I still am unsure on how the breakers work for the bye. My breakers ended up being awful, but I don't think that was because of the bye. We'll get to why later.
Nah, he speaks too fast.
Still unsure how strong a bye is supposed to be, but that's what we started the day with. Next, we went into a Miracle Draven, which we 2-0'd. My list is very good into Miracle, as we can just put on the early tempo.
That's also part of why I want to play that deck. Because I think a lot of people are going to want to try and test Detonate Draven, and that list just pressures Miracle too much. Like, as I told you before, Draven Miracle has to get to like 6-7 runes to combo once, and then it's fine going below that, but it has to at least do it once, and that's exactly what this list punishes. You can't get to 7 runes, or I'm up like 4-0 and you lose the game.
They have to, spend resources earlier in order to stop us from getting too many points, and we can just take the game over from there. And by the time they do have a strong board, they have to decide if they're putting it all in one battlefield or splitting some in base to take over, and it puts them in a very tough position that we can usually just exploit the weakest part of their plan. And then round 3, we had the most unfortunate part of the day, which was an early loss. We played against a mid-range Draven.
He loses round 3.
And we didn't play bad. The mid-range Draven happened to hit everything. I played through minimum of 2 rebukes a game, and on the final one, it was 3 rebukes, which is very tough to deal with as Irelia, especially when you don't draw the cards that you need to counter it. So we had a...
Yeah, you have to have the not so fast or the flashes to play around Rebuke, that is true. The good news is that you have a lot of draw power in that list, way more than in the usual Irelia, due to merchants, essentially. So you can dig for them, but if you don't find them, yeah, it's kind of hard to play into several Rebukes.
Loss, which is awful for breakers. So from here on out, I knew that I basically had to win out if I wanted to top 8. So that put a lot of pressure on me immediately to perform well, and I think that ended up being my downfall towards the end. So we reset mental, and we start going into round 4. Round 4, we got a Lux, which I'm very happy to see. My list is very strong into these yellow control decks, because Last Rites is allowing me to bring out all of my units.
That's also an interesting point. Usually Irelia is pretty bad into yellow decks. The worst matchup of like classic Irelia, present Irelia, however you want to call it, is Victor. But the ability to have a good matchup into yellow decks is also a fairly good point for that Irelia list.
Every time, I can just keep recurring all of my units whenever I need to, and I just have more units than they can deal with. They're more tech to deal with, larger guys, like a more vertical Irelia than a wide one. So these matchups are perfect for me. Yep. 2-0 the first Lux.
I see it.
I know. First Lux. The next matchup I go into is another Lux. So this Lux ended up taking a game off of me in game 2, which I was very surprised from. They actually ended up just, they had Harness Dragons in their list, which is something I haven't seen from Luxes in a little bit. It's a great card. They should be running it. So that one actually ended up being a game loss, and I was...
Harness Dragon in Lux? Huh? Okay. Doesn't the legendary, when you play a spell that costs 5 or more, draw 1, and the spells that cost 5 or more red kill a unit? Huh?
Getting nervous going into game 3. I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot lose to a Lux. But we ended up taking that one too, so we had a 2-1 there, and we felt good going into round 5. Round 5, we sit across the table from a set. Now this set player actually ended up winning the best of set medal. Of course, I don't know that at round 5, or round 6 now, but what round are we? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, round 6. So of course I don't know that at round 6 that this guy is going to get the best of set, but that's, you know,
set is probably pretty favorable, no? Like, you have D5 for the showstopper and the challenge. You have too many units for them to deal with early on, and you have Rebuke for the late stuff. I think you're willing to set, no?
Against here. Set is a pretty fine matchup for my deck as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Rebuke is just so strong into set in general, so we end up just being able to win through. The most annoying thing that he did was play...
Oh, by the way, fun fact. My first and only interaction so far with Gael was them and me being in a secret tech Discord together that was like built by Tog, I think. I don't exactly remember, but I think it's Tog's one. And then I play his Yasuo list from top 64 in Houston that he got best of Yasuo with. I play his list because I love the concept. And he's in the guide, like in the guide video, he goes like, yeah, a Mind Splitter is your better core into Kai'Sa. If you drop Mind Splitter into Kai'Sa, you just win the game. And I go to a skirmish and I do exactly that. And Kai'Sa has like 3 cards in hand. And I go Mind Splitter. If I find the Icathian Rain, I just win the game. But turns out they play 2 Icathian Rain, and turns out they have both in hand. And so I get rid of one, but the other one kills me on the spot because like that's what the card does, right? It clears the board. And then I reach out to Gale in that Discord and I say, bro, you have like main character energy, I can't be you. And he laughs and he's like, why? And I'm like, I dropped Splitter to Kai'Sa and I lost on the spot. And he's like, of course, if you drop Splitter, like he thought I meant I dropped it as in like I mulliganed it or something like that. And I was like, nope. I dropped it on the board and I checked the end and they had 2 rains and I lost on the spot. And he was like, unlucky, I guess. So this was the start of my first interaction ever with Gale. He has main character energy, I can't do that. I'm not main character enough.
That card is just a very strong card, especially into my deck where I'm playing a lot of 2-drops. Him being able to trade over it and then leave so I can't trade back over his is a large nuisance. But we were able to play around it. We just kept things in base when we could, you know, readying things with the Blade Dancer, bring them in base, and set up for good pushes. The one game that I lost in that set was...
It's just very good indeed. Only counterpart is that if you add Yasuo in your deck, that means you also have to add flashes and turners, I guess, and that takes some spot, while Draven, you can just put him in your deck without having anything for it to work, or maybe I'm wrong, I'm not expert at all. Now, Yasuo... You want to play flashes and you want to play turners anyway in Irelia. It's not just you play turners because you want to play Yasuo. It's like you play turners and flashes anyway because flashes are like extremely good at dealing with Rebuke and just also very good at dealing with Briner. Like flashes are literally a cheat code in some of your matchups. Like Draven usually, when they go Briner, they stick your units in the BF, you have to use all your buffs, and then they just don't trade, and next turn you don't have anything left. Now, in that matchup, you can just go flash out, and like, they go Briner, you react flash out, your units are safe, you can't die anymore, you can't get rebuked, blah blah blah. And turners are just a super good way to conquer twice anyway. Like, that's also a very good way to double conquer in the early game, which is what he was talking about, right? Like, you just drop a unit on 2, it readies, you go to a BF, and then you just drop Turner onto, use its ability to swap units, pay with Irelia, ready the units you swapped, and then Turner goes there and the other unit conquers the other way around. So, like, yeah, that is pretty important for the strategy, I feel like, anyway.
Because I was trying to hold against it, and the set just has so much power on attack that we lost that game from that. We recouped for the next game, and just focused on conquering over his stuff and going back to base like the plan should be, and it was fine. The next game we had was an Irelia. Now, I love the Irelia mirror. The Irelia mirror to me is, with my deck, is very easy. We just go straight through aggro them, we get all the points we need to, and then we hold all of the hard pushing spells in our hand, right? Things like the Foff, the Rebuke, and the Defies to defy their not so fast, etc, etc. We're not actually trying to engage in them.
Okay, so you score a lot of points early, that makes sense. You score a lot of points and you just set up and then you win the game.
At all. our goal is never to kill the Irelia or the Stella or anything. We just don't care. We're just going to get points around them and then finish the game when we can. And this match was actually the quickest match I played. This was a 14-minute mirror. And most of that was because my opponent would play the Stellacorn Herder. And each time they played the Stellacorn Herder, they just got out-tricked because they don't have enough might to be able to push over things as effectively. And with all of my
so like technically, like, let's say they play first, which is the worst case scenario, right? You drop a turn 1 unit, they play Stella, turn 2, you double conquer as expected from the deck, you get to 2, and you still have runes open. They can't push with Stella, or they have to use battle tricks, but then you can have yours, of course, so it's a match of battle tricks. If they just get 1 conquer, it's fine, you still get to 3 points, and then you can just like push back the next turn by like going back to base, using a trick, pumping, readying, pushing. And if they don't push because they're afraid of your battle tricks, you get to 4, you retreat to base, and that game is already over 4-1 or 4-2.
It meant that the cards in their hands don't matter if they just don't have what they need to win the game at all. So that was a pretty quick mirror. And then we end the day with yet another mirror. And I sit down and I'm like, wow, okay, another mirror. Super excited, super pleased to see this because I like this matchup. We do game 1, I win game 1. We do game 2, and he wins game 2. And I start getting a little bit nervous because I'm like, wow, I shouldn't really be losing this. And I didn't really understand why. By this point in time, we were getting to like 9 or 10 o'clock Vegas time. Which
so 10 hours playing the game.
Wait, I don't remember my time zone. What is my time zone compared? Doesn't matter. Regardless, we were getting to... I think it is later. So it would have felt like midnight to me in Vegas. Anyway, I was getting tired, and I did not realize I was getting tired, so I did not mentally prepare myself for exhaustion. I was playing as quick as I would normally, thinking that I was on my A game, and I just was not. And I can tell that I wasn't, because I don't remember this match at all. I think this was probably one of the best played matches that I had, like, in that the skill levels were very evenly matched and the cards drawn were very evenly matched for hands as well. And I just wasn't able to take it, and I don't remember why. Because of exhaustion. Okay. The biggest thing you need to be able to fight in these large tournaments is your mental stamina. And if you're not paying attention to...
That's kind of true, but... mental / physical, because physical ricochets to mental, sort of, but yeah.
Where you are on that, you will not be prepared to
this
react
is
to
something
yourself.
that you... I think this is Gail's first TCG. From what I've seen in his posts and like videos and stuff, if that's the case, this is something that you learn with experience. I had to learn it the hard way too. But like, the perfect example of that applied to me was like eating at events. I used to like go with my friends between like round 4 or 5 when you have a quick game. You just go to like the hot dog food truck or whatever, and you just grab a quick one and you eat it. And like I just had to realize after a few turns that this was literally killing me. Like the digesting process and stuff was like exhausting me, draining me, and I was paying it at the end of the day. Like I was literally losing a lot of energy because of that. So I had to rethink the approach and just like bring some snacks, but nothing too fancy and too big, and just make sure I'm not eating a full meal the entire day, because that is the better way for me to... So like bananas are fine, cereals are fine. It's just a better way. There's no universal rule book for that. It's just like experience and learning how your body functions. That's part of the learnings that I had. Also, like some stuff that I did learn was about focus. I'm a slow diesel, sort of. I don't get into it round 1. Like I really need a bit of time. Like I did draw some of the majors that I topped. I did draw my first round that I should have won because of like not taking the correct decision and stuff. While like round 1 you should not be tired, but I just need to like get in that process, sort of. So that's something that I had to learn, as in like when I'm playing a major now, I have my like sort of ritual that triggers me to get in the mental state of, okay, I'm now focused, I'm playing the game. And I'm doing this like half an hour before round starts. So that way, when round starts, I'm already over that like sort of slump of me getting started. Which is also something that I figured on the spot, sort of playing them events. So this is something that's like very personal, very different on like depending on individuals. But that's definitely something that you have to optimize if you want to perform regularly at major events, that you have to play for 10 plus hours a day, 2 days in a row over a weekend.
This game, and I ended up losing this on very small margins throughout each game.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts me at X2 going into day 2.
So he loses it. He's like doomed already to top, and he's also pretty much doomed to Metal Irelia, because it's very likely that there's going to be an Irelia in top cut, right? So he's pretty much doomed for everything, no? I think he really can't get anything besides qualification for the Continentals, but he already got it in Houston because he got top 64. So if you want to play for the content and the record, I could see it, or for the fun of it. But otherwise, I think he might as well go side events. It would be the same. I don't think he could do anything in that day 2 going X2 in there.
Guaranteed to not top 8. My breakers would have to be beautiful in order to top 8. I believe we had 2 or 3 people in top 8 that were X2. And my breakers, because I had a loss on round 3, were pretty poor. So going into day 2, it was going
breakers,
to be a very
the primary factor
top
is
8, which means that my likelihood of best of Irelia was very small. So we just go into day 2 with the thought of doing the best that we can. Our dream of best of Irelia was gone, pretty much. So we're just going to get as far as we can into
Okay, so it's just for the content and the sake of it, right? I see
Day 2
it.
comes.
I respect the grind.
The first person I sit across from.
I mean, technically, you could still get like top 32, maybe top 16, and look for like $500, but is it worth a plated metal in the side events? Probably not.
Gorka. For those who don't know, Gorka was best of Teemo at Houston, and also a good friend of mine.
Give me a second, chat. I need to take a quick piss. I'll be back in like a minute, maybe less than that. Give me a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's go. So faces Gorika.
And we have a lot of the same circle of friends, and so this was very much not how we wanted to start our day 2 fighting each other. Now, again, I feel like my deck has a very strong matchup into his deck, which was Vexreal, which is Alan's list from Bologna, basically.
Oh, wait. He expects his deck to have a strong matchup into the Ezreal Vex? Huh? I don't see it. Can we just take this deck ID and put it into a Yasuo shell? Oh, you want to spill the goo, huh? Okay, so let me tell you why I decided to play that deck and that list for this weekend. I mentioned before that I don't understand how Yasuo was so low on play rate in Bologna and Vegas, and that I thought Yasuo was like giga underexplored, and like it was probably possible to play for Meo and in Lille and Atlanta, and that Yasuo would be a good pick in that sense. We talked about with my editor. I'm going to be casting Lille and Atlanta, but he's going to be playing there. And I mentioned it, and I did a few bit of research on Yasuo and trying to establish a standard list. And I realized that an aggro build was probably the better way to play Yasuo. And so we had a build before this Irelia list released, which was like super aggressive and pretty close to it. We did not have the Zilus, but we had the rights. We had pretty much the stuff in there, and the Stella too. And my leader is testing it right now. Maybe he's bringing Yasuo to Lille to play for the medal cards. So yes, I think Yasuo has a shot at playing something similar and doing it like very decently, I feel like.
Ezreal. Since we are a super aggro deck, we can get points before that they can get into their second cycle of their cards to have the perfect hand that they need. This means that we are putting pressure on their ratios, which are not exactly prepped for dealing with an early, fast game.
I don't think I agree with that statement of it being favorable. Like, it could very fastly go from favorable to miserable if they open something like Bellow's Breath. So I kind of see what it means, in the sense that if they don't have the early tools, you can surprise them. But I also think if they have the early tools, you basically can't win that game. Trying some miracle combo builds to score twice with Valsonger. I think you could flat out stick to a more stable build for Yasuo with just a lot of aggro, flashes, purple Yasuo in the champ zone, triple Ride the Wind, Traveling Merchant, Stella Cord, Treasure Hunter, Boots. Just like a lot of aggression, I feel like.
So my deck tends to be pretty good into it. The only thing that we can really lose to is like a perfect curve of like Raven Bloom into Vex into another Vex. That tends to be very difficult for us to deal with, but past that, we can do pretty well into this matchup.
Okay, I'm interested to test the matchup.
So we go into it, and game one, it is Raven Bloom into Vex. And I'm like, okay, my bad. He won die roll as well. Well, so it wasn't, Vex on the turn 3, but it was Raven Bloom into hold up spells into Vex, which was very tough for us to deal with for game one.
Mm-hmm.
So we go into game two, and I win with my arenas.
I mean, if you have to expect a miracle deck that combos and draws infinitely to not have like turn 1 into Vex at any point in the game, it's just delusional, no? I think, right? I think it has to be.
Oh, no, I had this wrong. Sorry. I'm just remembering this match now. We win game one, and then we lose game two. The game two is very difficult for this deck against Vexreal, I will say. The game two is where we put out Reaver's Row, and if they can ever have the moment where they put a Vex onto the Reaver's Row, it gets incredibly awkward to deal with that Vex. It basically becomes a rebuke or bust, so we put in the third rebuke just for that. So we win the game one, as expected, for the deck, and then the game two, we lose because they were able to put a Vex onto the Reaver's Row and then block us out, and we didn't have what we needed. No big deal. We go into game three. Game three is our best game. We have going first. We put out the arena's greatest, so we can just aggro them out fully. I missed my 2-drop. Deadly. And then Gorica plays Raven Bloom Student. And I'm like, great. So then we're able to put a sneaky. So we put a sneaky onto the arena's greatest and get our second point. And then their next card they play is a Vex. And I'm like, great. So normally I should have about 5 points at this point, and I only have 3, which is not going to be enough to contend too much, but we're not in a horrible position. We're going to just pull back, play the Irelia, and then see what we can do from there. He pushes up the Vex and plays another Vex. And now it becomes pretty much impossible from this position for us to win. We don't have the ability to push through both.
What's the point there of the second Vex? Like, I mean, isn't it impossible to win from like, if the setup is describing is correct, it's like odd curve, you have like 3 points, you need 3 turns to win the game, you are playing into Vex, that game is lost already, no? Like, what's the point of the second Vex even? It's like sealing the deal, but if they play correctly, like you can't never win Eve.
Vexes.
Anyway.
If we try to just go for the other one, then the next Vex and base.
Missing the turn one on arenas when you have like 10 of them is the deck is kinda cringe, not gonna lie.
This is gonna push into us, and it gets very tough for us to deal with. We don't have the cards that we need to deal with both of them, and we don't have the points to make them have it. So we end up losing that full match to those draws. And of course, I'll always blame draws against Gorica. Not salty. But no big deal. We're just trying to go for...
I mean, that's part of the problem. If you only play like President builds, with like entirety of the deck being like 2 boxes, and then Irelia, you're guaranteed to have, guess what, 2 boxes in Irelia, because Irelia starts in the champion zone, and 2 boxes is the entirety of your deck, basically. So, I think that's one of the main issues with that aggro list. That's an issue for the aggro decks in general, is that if you miss on your early game, that game is not looking good, not gonna lie.
The best that we can get at this point. So we start day 2, X3. Next thing we go into is a Miracle Draven.
Anyway, he was not playing for anything
again,
aside of honor at that point, so
clean matchup for me.
I could kind of see why he keeps on playing, and that lose is just like getting him out of top 64 contention, maybe. If he wins it all, maybe he gets top 64 guaranteed, but not even certain.
Also
I think.
Against Anu, who, if you don't know, did a lot of production for Houston, and is also a good friend of mine.
Who the
so
fuck
all of
is
my
Anu?
day 2 is just friends after friends, which, you know, I guess is good if my friends are in day 2, but not good when I have to kill them. Or in Gorka's case, kill me. That match against Gorka, by the way, we're going back a little bit. I start off super overconfident. We're smiling, having fun. I'm joking with him, razzing with him. You know, just giving him, you know, all the trash talk I can because I feel confident in this and he knows it. And then about the middle of game 2, I just go dead silent. I don't take losing very well. Anyway, we have the Miracle Draven match against Anu.
Okay, so he's tilted. He's now getting tilted. I mean, you're not playing for anything, so I see like the mental process, but might as well enjoy it if you're playing for nothing, right?
And he was on DSG's list, which had the Detonate Scrap Heap tech, which I was very unimpressed with overall. I had not really seen how it functions, and I was not super invested in what that was trying to do. Like, drawing 3 cards on that turn is great. Restarting the engine, great. But it's not really making anything happen faster, I think. So that ended up being a pretty clean win as well. And then next we had a mid-range Draven. And this was actually the only match of the entire tournament that I feel like I had extreme good luck. On the final game, which is when I present the Arena's Greatest and my opponent, mid-range Draven, presents Obelisk, I start with Sneaky, go to 2 points. I follow up on my next turn with a Tide Turner to swap the Sneaky.
Wait. That's the start of them starts. Turn 1 Sneaky because they play Obelisk. Then you get 2 points. Then Turner swaps Sneaky, conquer the other one. You have 3 points, all 2 battlefields. And you have 3 runes open to play battle tricks. Holy.
And
that's a start.
And go to 4 points. My opponent pushes in their Draven, 4? And I rebuke the Draven.
Conquer, hold, swap, 3, no? Oh no, you have Arena. You have Arena. So it's 4, yes. What the fuck, what a threat. What a threat. 4 points turn 2 is something.
6 points for free here. Back up, play the Irelia, and then pass to my opponent. And I can just win the game from there. Even if they decide to remove the Irelia, they still have way less energy to use. And I'm at 6 points, so anything in my hand can basically win me the game from there. So that was the only match in the entire tournament that I felt like I actually got like my handpicked hand. So that was good. That one went 2-1.
I see it.
And then my final match was against a mid-range Draven. This one, I took a little different. Because at this point, I was at a crossroads where the only thing that I could get was top 64. And I didn't really need to get top 64.
With X3? I mean, going into day 2, that was already... it was just not knowledgeable, sort of. It's not like criticizing him, right? But he was just not knowledgeable enough to realize that he could not get anything else start of day 2, I feel like. Because the only thing that he could play for was top 64 anyway. Maybe top like 32 and get a bit of cash on the way, but that was basically
because I already
it.
have.
How did he get 4 points turn 2? Play Arena. Opponent plays Obelisk. So he starts with 3 runes and a point. Okay. Then for 3, turn 1 Sneaky. Get to 2 because of the Conquer. Then opponent plays Draven. Start of turn Sneaky untaps Hold. Go to 3. And then Turner, move Sneaky, ready it. Move Sneaky to base. And push Sneaky on the other battlefield, 4 points.
My invite.
That's the start of them starts.
And there was no pricing for it. I couldn't get top 32. So at this point, I'm just kind of like, nah, whatever happens, happens.
I see it.
So I start playing like a psychopath. I'm just taking super experimental lines and just having a good game with my opponent. We actually get to a point where I have a Yasuo Windrider on the Reaver's row, and I'm at 7 points. If he pushes into it, I will bring the Yasuo Windrider back to base with the Reaver's row, ride the wind in, and then flash back out to get my 8th point. So I had a really cool setup there on that turn, but unfortunately, anti-fun card, he just brinned me. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh, I forgot about a match. There was an Irelia match, an Irelia mirror in between.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Tempo Draven plays Brinier. That kills my deck post sideboards. No! Unfair!
At a really sick line that I'm going to.
To be fair, the core is pretty sick. As in boring.
So this was the position in the final game of an Irelia mirror. Not the final game. This was the second game. So I already won the first, and this was my going second game. A few issues with this position. One is that I have no buffs in hand, so even if I were to try to Foth my Irelia or flash my Irelia to get over the other side, I would have to start with a Rebuke onto something to get through. That would leave me with only 2 energy to play with, and if they...
What's the spot? He has 7 points. Completely open. And he has not so fast and Defy. Ain't that game easy? Or am I dumb? How about just... Ain't that Wait, let's solve the puzzle. I think it should be easy game, no? Fourth Rebuke, Flash, not so fast Defy, sure. The only thing you lose to... No, you never lose to anything, because you have the Flash to kill the Rebuke. So it has to be... Charm? This dude? Charm this dude, trigger Rivers, put the Irelia to 5, Irelia to base, they get 7 points, we don't care. Push 5 over this. If they play buff. If they play buff, they can't rebuke twice. So you just fuff them. And then if they rebuke you not so fast, you win the game. Because you have 1 rune down. If they don't buff, they go rebuke, you go not so fast, they go rebuke again, you go flash out. Irelia ability, so not so fast is that. Then flash out is that. Irelia ability, ready it in base, push again, you win the game. This is checkmate, no? It is opponent's turn, no? Or is explanation it's his turn? I don't know, let's see. I was trying to resolve the puzzle before he gives the hint.
Have a rebuke, and I not so fast it, and they defy it, then I can't defy. So I'm in a very strange position on how to attack this to start with. I have no clean way to get through this. So what I realized I could do was
What do you mean no clean way? Clean way as in flash out then push with buffs? No, it's his turn. It's definitely his turn. That's the play, no? Just charm this dude here. Reverse the Irelia, put it back to 5. If they defy the charm, do you defy the defy? You probably do, right? I think you do. Yeah, you definitely do. Because then they only have one rebuke available. They can't play 2 anymore because they paid the rune. So it's definitely defy the defy, and if they defy again, you just flash out and you win the trade. So it's like charm, defy the defy, and then if they defy twice, so they use both runes, they only have one rebuke. So you can just like flash out there, push there, and if they go rebuke with the 2 remaining ones, I don't have flash anymore, but we have not so fast. So we just not so fast it and we win the trade anyway. Wait, do we? Because we don't have the... I mean, we flashed, so we are on 6. But we don't have the... Huh. We don't have the might to push through. We go 6 in 6, which is trade. We don't like it. So that's probably the worst pattern, though. The worst pattern is like charm, defy, defy. Is there any way we do better than that then? Let me think. Is there any way we can beat defy, double defy in their end? There might be one. Or it's... Maybe rebuke now is better. Okay. What if we rebuke this now? Rebuke. If they're not so fast, we're in a good spot. Can even defy. If they don't not so fast, we can just... So rebuke. Whatever, 2 runes are gone. We don't care the color. We can just... Foff out. 2. This is... it's 5 now. Push here. And if they go rebuke, now we lose. So the only problem is they have that modify, I think. That's the only line we lose the game.
Use
charm and trigger reverse vote to go base for free. Yup, but if they defy the charm, yeah. The puzzle, like the best solution here is definitely charm. So use this. Pay this. Trigger this. Row. Get to 5. Get back to base. And push here. If they use rebuke once, you're not so fast. So not so fast is this. If they use if they use defy on your not so fast, you can defy the thingy. If they don't, they let it go through, and when they rebuke again with their 2 remaining runes, you can just flash out, pay 2 to dodge the thingy, use Irelia Legend to ready in base. So this becomes 7, and then you push and you kill and you take control and you score. So the only losing line is double defy here. I think we lose on double defy. Charm here. They defy the charm, you defy the defy, they defy the defy that defies the charm. Just lose the game on the spot, I think. Or like it becomes extremely hard. You have to rely on them not having anything for their 2 runes.
And she started ready.
But look at the card in end. If that's the real scenario, like they have a billion cards in end, you just lose on the spot.
So she did not get her awaken trigger here. So I realized what I could do here is I can use this charm as both a foff and a buff for my Irelia, and without using my legend trigger. So I charm the Tide Turner over to Reavers.
Turner?
Which allows...
You have to charm the Stella, no? Like, you give them a robot, look at their end. Do you even give a fuck? I think you don't, right? And then it's not like that much might in there.
Me to trigger Reavers, giving Irelia +1, and then I take Reavers back so that she is ready and I preserve my legend.
I think you have to charm the Stella there.
My opponent goes to 7. I willingly give them a point so they can go to 7. And then I move Irel over the Stella. Now, I've preserved my legend, so I've got 2 answers to 2 rebukes now. So if they rebuke...
That's the key port, playing around 2 rebukes, I see it.
I can flash, ready, and bring her in again. If they then rebuke again, then we have a not so fast, and we can win the game there. If they have some combination of buffs, we can just rebuke Foff and defy whatever they have. And this was like the only combination of plays to get there. And it just felt so cool to have this really unintuitive interaction by...
Okay, I see it. I mean, it does not seem like super unintuitive, but maybe it is. You have to be familiar with how river works, but rivers is a pretty important card in Irelia. I don't think it's important to the point that I want to play it myself, but it's pretty important to be able to abuse the Dravens when they play the rivers. Because the cool interaction that's simpler than that, probably you know it if you play Irelia, is when you have Irelia in rivers and they attack you, you can trigger rivers to give +1 by targeting, and then you can also like use the legend because you target it to ready it, and so that gives +2 for free. You don't have to use a spell, which is sometimes pretty important. Yo, Shape, how you doing, brother?
Charming over, letting them have the point, just so we can get a Reaver's Row and come over the other side. And that's really what I love about this deck, is all of the cool, like, tricky things that you can do if you just are looking for these ways to win. We're really solving puzzles with this deck, and I love that about it.
I do agree with that. Irelia is a lot about being creative sometimes.
Up from Houston in general. Overall, with judging, the appeals went very smoothly. And
okay, judging, blah, 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 blah. No more deck.
At the end of an event, when we get to the top 8, pretty much everyone leaves the venue. On the last turn of the game, Sam D. Sherman had a switcheroo hidden on a battlefield.
Okay. Now he's just talking about the overall event, which is probably not what I'm most interested in. What time is it? Do we have time to queue for a game? Oh, it's pretty late, but we have time to queue for a game because I decided that we have time to queue for a game now. So, how about we go and play one? Some games. Yeah, I kind of want to play too. So let's queue for a game. Do we just queue ranked? I feel like we just queue ranked, right? Let's just queue ranked on the Runes and Rift server. I've not played in like 2 months. Maybe I demoted. I don't know. Join queue? Players in queue 0. Players in queue 1. Perfect. Let's fight. Match is ready. Perfect. Insomnia, huh? Let's play. Clicky. Direct connect. Send my ID. Bonk. Join in on the fun. Let's start the game. Yup. Perfect. Hey there. Good luck. Have fun. I should switch to the correct scene, by the way. I have a scene for gameplay. Oh, I think I have to be... Same. Say is the man. So, game 1 is Dreaming Tree, right? Evil by all. Okay, please Kaisa. Roll a dice. 17, 13. Okay. Yup, you can go first. Let me just pull up the camera. So that way I can just erase the background. Yep. All good. Mulligan. Great, not so great. But we don't have bodies. So let's do that. Okay, nice. Clean opener. Pass. Let's see. Passes on 2. It's Poro stacked, right? It's probably stacked first. Manage top chords. 1, 2, 3. Draven feels like it could be key. With the deflect on top. Let's grab that Draven. And then it has to be 2 for a Poro and a pass. Kaisa pass. Alrighty. completely tapped out. Is it like, is there any timeline where it's like Poro gate there? We could also force them to sing us on that Irelia on curve and then drop Draven. That would be fairly decent. I kind of want to keep runes open to try and trade with the Kaisa though. So it maybe has to be Lonely on its own and then Merchant and pass. I don't hate it. That's going to be a point for us. And when it's a Merchant, that gives them a good Falling Star, but I could probably trade with it with the Discipline and the Defiant. You on Vex? Nope. I'm on Aggro Irelia. I used to be on Vex though. Star, right? Yup. Lonely. 1, 2, 3, 4. -3, draw 2, and Merchant dead. Kinda wanted to bait out that star. What's that? Piercing. Piercing is probably fine, right? I don't want to do more now. I'm okay. Yup. I'm fine with that. Just give me a showdown so I can stack, and I'm okay. One, two, three. We have Discipline Defiant, we probably don't need more. We have Bodies. Zealous is probably not going to be the key, so let's add that Defy. Maybe it's going to come up on this 2p5 or stuff like that. It would have been fairly decent on that. Or unbelievable. Would have been fairly decent on that Piercing Light, but it is what it is. So do we just want to sneaky, or do we want to try and fight that Kaisa? I feel like fighting that Kaisa is the plan, no? It could be Draven Defiant. That's 2 points, deflect. Not easy for them to deal with. Or it's like Irelia. It could also be sneaky there. Defiant Ride the Wind, but it's pretty expensive. I like the Turner idea, the thinking. There's a line in which I go sneaky there, score, then Defiant, pump, reduce, then Turner. I think that's the line, no? That has to be. Yeah. So it's sneaky, pump, draw, then it's tap 1, recycle 1, Defiant on this and this. Put my sneaky to 4. His Kaisa goes to 2. I draw another Defiant, huh? And then it's pay 2. Turner, target sneaky, tap legend, recycle, untap sneaky, move Turner there. Posh. I love that play. Very good play. Very, very good play. And then it has to be a pass there. It's fairly good, and I keep my bigger options for later on, and I put them in a spot in which they already have to commit to some big plays, like Singus or stuff. Another Piercing. Is it Defy now? It probably is. Probably is Defy. They used one already, and they used Falling Star already, so the chances of them having another multi-targeting removal that is like only available on these rune counts is not so high. And also, like, this does not win. This has to trade. If they use 2p5, I'm fine. I get 2-4, that's what's important there. I like that Defy, I think. And we have the Ride the Wind too. Yeah, that's a great spot to be in, I think. Yup. Hopeful for 4, huh? So that's just going to be 5. That's just going to be base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Irelia pass. We have the Defiant if they go like Singus. If they go Singus, Stupefy, they're just going to like pay a billion. And then we're just going to be able to Draven next turn. That's a good spot. That's a very good spot. I like how this game is playing out so far. 6. Singus. Oh, Progress Day. Yeah, sure. That's not going to help them. Yep. You have that one body. Hopeful there? Sure. Sure. Completely tapped. Game over. GG's. 3-5. We have 8 and we have Draven. So let's just make sure we don't miss anything, but we win that game on the spot. It's Draven first. 5-6. Draven. And then it's 1-2. Push Draven in there. Win combat, double points. Push over Hopeful, win the game. GG's. GG's. Nice. That game was smooth. Start. Yep. Now we can sideboard. This is pretty important, and this is also pretty important. What's not? Fireflight feels decent. Flash probably ain't as good. And we need to get one more. Yasuo probably is not too bad for the extra point. Raven is important. Might be the 4th. Huh. Big think. Stack, let's... Nah, we can't get rid of a stack. Let's get rid of the boots. Continue. Then it's Targons, right? Oh, so I was supposed to play Targons game 1, I think. It's okay. It's okay. Reveal. Good luck, good luck. I like that. I like all that. Let's just mulligan the Chorm. Too early. Oh, Draven again. Sheesh. Draven is the GOAT. Draven is definitely the GOAT. Yup. Good to go. You can go. Poro. Poro. Yup. You can get in that Dreaming Tree for sure. Are we playing for the double conquer? We might not be. Because I could get into that peak, then Turner, that Poro, then Discipline in there, draw one, see what happens, but... Do I want to be recycling so early in the game? Or do I just want to go Poro in there, develop Turner? I kind of have to, no? I could also go Kaisa, Irelia, but then they can remove. That's too early. I need an extra turn. But an extra turn without recycling could be good. It could also be Turner pass, but that gives them a super good falling star. But I don't hate it. Okay, let's go for that. It's like 1 pay pass. We have 5 open and we can play. I kind of don't want to not so fast, to be fair, but maybe I won't have an option. We'll see. I would like not to have to pay 6 Singus. Thinking, because now I really want to not so fast that Singus. They have 3 in hand. That gives me a draw. That does not give them that much tempo too. But should I let it go? I probably should, right? Next turn I develop Irelia, they get to 3, they get to 5 for free. They have the peak open. I kind of have to. I kind of have to. Five points is too much. If they were on like 3, I would have let that go through. Yes, that goes through. I'm fine with that. Okay, so now we get to 2. And now we can go Irelia. It does not matter to get to 3. But let's get in that row. And retreat that poor row, I think. So that way we can have peak next turn. Okay, it rose. We retreat and we pass, I think. So we have row for a fight. He's going to Falling Star, right? I probably should have kept Poro there to draw. It's okay. It's okay, we're fine with that. He's spending energy not clearing Irelia. I don't hate it, I think. Probably should have kept Poro in the peak though, to play around the Define. Yeah, that was a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. Should have kept Poro in the peak. Even though the MVPs are here and we have the perfect setup to play with them, that was still a mistake, I think. Yep, that Poro gets in that pick. Gold 4-5. What's 5? Kaisa accelerated? Yes, sir. You get in there, you get to 4, you draw. I can't say I like it, but I'm fine with it. Turner is a super good draw too. Gosh. Poor Rodage. So now it's definitely Turner. Target that one. Pop, pop. 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 Kaisa goes back to base for sure. And then we have 6 runes open, which I feel like we kind of want to bait them to come in the row, and we kind of want to meet them there. But Draven would also mean 2 runes open and a Draven on board. But I kind of think we want to hide the intel that we do have that Draven. Pay 1 to ready. And then pass. On tap 2. Ready is free because of pick. Six. What's that? Singus? Progress? Okay. Now they have the chords, huh? Get excited? That's your only out, buddy. I don't think I let that go through, actually. Stoop? Those stoop go through, because we have the Defiant Dance thinking. To deck top. Thinking. We probably don't want to discipline on that Turner, right? He baited what he had to, but that also checkmates the Kaisa from drawing and them from getting their 5th. I'm going to gamble it. So this just ends up being a +1. Draw 2. Yo, Silent Knight. Thank you for the raid, brother. Hope you had a great stream. What were you guys on? Gameplay? So now if they want to go for that play, I'm fine, because I'm getting to trade the Kaisa next turn for free. Yup. Was Solid playing Rek'Sai in a tourney? How did he do? What tourney and how did he do? Is the question. And now they are on 5. We just have to care about Warp. We get to 6. Not that one. The red one. We can't win because of Draven. Because of the hold. Otherwise, we would have just Draven in. But don't we just straight up Draven? Or we could just like shovel Irelia. What does shovel do? Shovel does Poro. Poro is not good. But shovel is not bad either in that spot. I think I like shovel. I think I do like shovel. Let's go back to base. 1, 2, 3. Shovel. Equip. Pay. Beam. Bam. Pop. We have to recycle too. So 2 deck bottom. 2 deck bottom. And then it's Posh here, no? Good seeing. Yeah, good luck with the game. Thank you, Silence. Friday night fight. Deck didn't deck tonight, but it was a lot of fun. Best of Rek'Sai. Okay, I see ya. Yeah, you can do that. I don't mind. Yup, you can draw if you want to. Conquer, we will untap too. And now, how about we go sneaky? Because they tapped everything, so they don't have Ray anymore. I did not want to sneaky, but now I kind of want to. Zingy. We can't conquer, so we don't draw. But we can still untap 2 and pass. Now Irelia is total 6 might. And we have Defiant and Rebuke. They can't warp us. Like, there's no way they win that game. And if they manage to clear, we have Draven accelerated to win the game on the spot. Why not go in with Draven for the win? Because we can't win because of Draven. The way Draven works is that you win combat before you score your conquer point. So I was on 6. I mean, I held. I'm Dumbo. No, you're right. You're right, I held. I'm Dumbo. I forgot that I held because like no, I win. So the way Draven works is that if you get to 6 and you just push with fuck is already doing Falling Star. I mean, wait, I have to think now. They have a lot of cards in hand. So might as well just go Draven Shovel next turn and let that Irelia die, no? I think yes. Or I could just Defy and force them to recycle more and then Draven next turn, which is sort of the same end result. There I died to Ray. I died to a lot of stuff though. But if they recycle more, they probably can't win either way. Thinking. I think I kind of want to go Defy in there. Yeah, let's go. So, the way Draven works, as I was mentioning before they Falling Starred me, the way Draven works is that you score your conquer point, like your combat point, sorry, from the ability before you score your conquer point. And so you have to get to 7 because of the effect, and then you can't get to 8 because you need to score in both battlefields to win. So you only draw a card. But I did odd at the beginning of the turn, so I had a win. I would have scored in both to win the game. But I'm Dumbo. Oh, you're right. Oh, he's probably right. Yeah. You're right. My bad. Sorry, chatting on stream. He's right. So this is Dej. This is Dej 2. And that's Shovel. And Dunk. Right. He's right. So he knows we have Defiant. We can still push with Draven to draw 1. We can just go Draven, Shovel in the reverse row. And it's still a good setup. We could still find a Charm and win off that too. Let's start with that. Stacked. Show me Charm. Boy. Hey, boy. That's why you play stack deck, boy. That's exactly why you play stack deck. 6 is Draven. Recycle 1. Pay. Recycle. Group. Ready. Show. To deck bottom. Whatever. Get in pick. Throw. GG's, man. GG's. That's what I'm talking about. Can you win that way? Yup. Draven ability gives it does not work when I'm at 6 and attempt to go to 7 then 8. Yes sir, you can ask, no worries. I fucked up on the Defiant, so I get why you ask, lol. Now I'm just like kissing a unit in whatever unit and they just die on the spot and then Draven triggers and I win. Nice one. Okay, so actually that deck felt pretty good. Also, I think I played it poorly. At least twice. I should have kept that Polo in the target speak. And I should also have won with that Draven. So that game too was far from perfect. But the deck seems to be functioning properly. I like it. It has ugly Draven in there. That Draven is like ugly as shit. I like that. That one is like one of the odds that I do like. Most odds that are just skins, I don't like, but that one I do like. It's just because Draven. Yup. It's like purple. It's to get from 6 to 8. When combat point occurs before conquer. So I go to 6 to 7 of the effect. Then draw because I need both BFs to win through conquer. But effect from 7 to 8 is good to go. Just like it is for purple Yasuo. I mean, I can kinda understand why he's asking though. It's not like super clear. You guys can't see the chat, but it's like underneath. Oh, I hit it anyway. KK, you are right. OG, no shade in asking. GG's. How about we queue another one, like a last one? How about we queue a last one? Join queue. Let's go. It was a pretty short one too. Wait, we queue again. Not Insomnia? Not Insomnia, it's fine. Let's just exit there. Queue a new one. Here you go, man. Oh. Let's queue first and chat next. Hey there. Good luck, have fun, mates.
Internet.
Thank you for the follow. Seafrig. Hope you're doing great. Lucian, huh? So I'm supposed to go pick first, actually, right? Am I not? I think I'm supposed to go pick first. Visible by all, and then dice roll 20. Oh, 3. Sick. I think you win dice. Lol. GL. Second? Holy. Sure. So he decides to go second. I have access to Sneaky. Lonely Merchant. Ain't that like just we keep Lonely and we go for that play? I think I don't hate it. But maybe... Yeah, maybe we just keep these. Let's go. Okay. So it's definitely Lonely for 2. And then it's a pass. Going to be Lucian, I guess. Yes, sir. Yes, you, huh? So it's Lonely in the pick. And then this in the forge. 1, 2, 3. Sneaky. 2. Pass. What do you do now? If he attacks Lonely, I think I let it go. If he attacks Sneaky, I think I flash out. So that way I still have double conquer next turn. Let's see. What do you do now? 3. Shiver, equip. Attack Sneaky. Definitely want to flash out now. Flash. Zoom. Zoom. Get in there. Anything? Good. Get in there to 4, I feel like. Four is good, I guess. Looks like he does not have an answer. So 4 is probably good. And then... Is it like pay 2 Zilus there in the forge? So he has to attack the Poro. And then just restand pass because of pick. So he has to attack the Poro, I get the draw. And he can't contest that one? I don't hate it. I see, I don't hate it. Kind of. If he has first mate, it's slightly worse. Because I can just Zelos him out. And then he first mates. Yeah, that goes through. I'm not mad at it. I'm taking that stack. 4? What's 4? Kaisa, hopeful pass. Okay. 5? 5, now it's Turner get to 6, set up Irelia in base, pass with 1 open bluff. Ain't it? We have Draven anyway, so... It could also be Yasuo. Then Yasuo would be super eye roll if we proc Turner. I did score already, so we can't win off Yasuo now. Thinking. Turner. Accelerate sneaky in there because of legend ability. Ready. Pay pass is decent. Drop Irelia is even better, I feel like. So it probably is pay 2 Turner. Get there. Move sneaky. Sneaky in the pick. That most likely goes through, I think. Then Zealous to base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is Irelia. And then it's restant 2 of the pick and pass. And now we have 6. We have Draven, Yasuo, stack deck, discipline for next turn. We are king of the world, basically. Ain't much he can do, I think. I mean, he can do the Lucian Mosquito, but he has 2 points. I have like a billion. So, yeah. That goes through. Get your rune, buddy. Do I want to discipline? No, because I don't have a way to accelerate these dudes then. Maybe I want to stack deck though. Do you mind? Mind if I do? He's probably fine with it, I guess, since he's not moving. Oh, I definitely want to get that extra stack. Very good to go. Dies. Okay, he's going to hold. Skyfall. Fluffed. Okay, that's a big case. Not there. Okay, it's just equipped, no fluffed. And pass. Okay. Okay, so he has a lot of runes open, which I'll have to be thinking about. But I think I can just win through Yasuo if I'm wary of the challenge. Can I not? That Irelia is 5 already. I can win through several scenarios. One of them is just trade this win, but he probably has punch first and stuff. So I think I want to stack deck before anything. If we get like Ride the Wind, just Yasuo, right? It's definitely just Yasuo. And we don't give him a window. Yeah. It's definitely Yasuo. So it's 2 ends. Bottom. Then it's Posh Zealous there to make it look like we are on a weak play. That's so fun. This deck is so fun to play, bro. Sorry. Didn't see. Good to go. Okay, so it's 7 now. And now they can't answer anymore and we win the game on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is Yasuo. 1, 2 is Ride the Wind. That guy in. So he moves once. Back twice. Pay. Ready. Move. Win. GG's. That's pretty fun, to be fair. That's like giga fun, actually. I loved it. Adapt twice for sure. It's like boots off. And then what? Draven feels pretty slow in that matchup. Maybe we can cut Draven and see how it goes. Let's see. So now it's Definitely Dreaming Tree. Huh? I know that some people want me to speak French, Kush. I can speak French for a second. Give me a second, English audience. Oui, oui, je... Thank you for the follow, ciao. Oui, je pourrais stream en français, mais le problème, c'est que je fais du contenu en anglais. Il y a des gens qui me suivent parce que je fais du contenu en anglais. Les Français parlent anglais, les Anglais ne parlent pas français. En gros. Si je veux faire simple. Mais probablement, ça reste une question que je me pose, ATM. Probablement que si je go full time, il y a un monde où je switch en anglais. En français, pardon. Enfin, je switch back du coup, parce que je faisais déjà du français avant. Okay, back to English now. Okay, so he goes first because he has Obelisk. Which means I can technically sneaky, but I would get traded. So how about we go double merchant and then keep the sneaky out there? This fight is cool too for the challenge stuff. It's probably like one merchant out of the way, but then I kind of want to drop it. Probably sneaky out and DeFi in. You can go, sir. Yeah. Maybe I'll go back to streaming in French at some point, but... Ah. Not from end, not from Champion? Okay. Definitely is like double merchant pass, right? Has to be. You have two questions. First, how do you play ranked games? Runes and Rift Discord. There's a Discord server. They have a ranked queue there, and you can just like play ranked games. Have you decided what legend you wanna play, or do you choose which checklist you take? You have to bring in a pre-built deck. So, I guess if that's what you mean, I guess that's what you're talking about. Okay, so we drew Discipline. So now we're probably going to loop Engward because we have like DeFi and Discipline anyway. So let's get in there. Mill Engward row. Ooh, I love that. Point. And then I kind of don't want to move that now because I love all of the cores in my hand. I think we have to go Adaptation. I don't want to loop any of these. They are all super important. I think it's a pass. Because of that draw, it's a pass. Sorry for my bad English, it's fine. You have to bring in a pre-built deck. Yep. That guy's dead. Which is how you pick your deck. But you can have like several lists and then just you pick the one you want. You can build like several Draven decks, several like Irelia decks, whatever. Yup. Lucian is good to go. Can I conquer with my Adaptation? So I'm going to pump it. And yeah, we're going to get rid of that Shiver now. Let me just like pay 2 to discipline it now. And put that in the chain to ready it. So it's draw 2. Back to base, so we don't lose it for next turn. I mean, I should probably just put a 1 counter there. And then it's Irelia pass now. We have DeFi. Let's get in there. Get rid of the Poro, draw 1. Sneaky? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Irelia. Pass, I think. And we can checkmate Illusion with the signature too. Like we can just check Illusion with the merchant. And then their only out will be to play a quick draw equip that we're going to kill next turn because of the adaptation. So I think Defiant is a pretty strong play here. Before. Like Longsword trades, they don't even win, so they have to play 2 equips. Oh, punch first? Okay. I like it. Not too mad about that one. Yep. And we have 8 billion runes anyway, so... Yep. Get to 4. I'm fine-ish. I don't want to give adaptation, so I'm probably just going to go Irelia Sneaky there. Let's start with Sneaky, see what happens. Is Sneaky good to go? Or do you have something like a challenge that you would want to use? Is it good? Okay, get to 4. That one is like 5. Get there. 5. And we play with the resources that we have, which are a lot. We have this for the challenge, however they do it. And then we have like these, which are giga correct. Triforce, equip. What do you want to do? Push over Sneaky? Huh. Swords. Push over Irelia. Am I flashing out, chat? Thinking. I probably don't want to, right? Like, I could just go... Huh. Flash out is tempting, but then they get to 6, and I can't win next turn. So how about we try to contest them for a while and see what happens? How about if, like, what if I do this, target Irelia, put this in the pile, recycle. It's on 6 already. Answers with what? Challenge? Okay, wait. Wait. So my spell resolves. Irelia gets +2 of Defiant, then Redis gets +1. Then I draw 1. And now you can challenge. You get to draw and I get to defy. What do you do now? GG's. GG's. I don't hate it. That deck feels fun. That deck feels like giga fun, actually. I think I'm loving it, chat. It actually feels like smoother than normal Irelia. Do we queue for... What time is it? Yeah, we have time to queue for the last one before it's like 3 AM. Let's just jump into a last one. Join queue. Okay, we tagged instantly. Not one of the guys we beat already. Perfect. I love that deck. I really do. Okay, let's send him the thingy. Are you joining? Or am I? I could be the one. Connect. Yup. Hey there. Good luck. Have fun. So we supposedly go Targon Speak first, right? I think that's the plan we decided on. You can see the pick. I'm fine with that. Least if possible. Here you go. Geo, you got 17 on dice. Holy shit, 2? Bro, I'm like losing dice. Yes, sir, you can go first. Oh, Seaver. Seaver is supposedly a tough matchup. Let's see. Oh! Okay, this is excellent. This is absolutely cracked. I'm not even sure I want to get rid of the Turner. Maybe I do. We're just going to defy the cold shots anyway, so... Huh. Okay. Okay. So this is not Miracle Siever. Then I think I kind of want to go sneaky in there. They did give us a lot of intel there with the Yoni drop. The Yoni 2 drop gave us a lot of intel there. I'm afraid. So what do they play? Confronts? To try and like make that Yoni alive as fast as possible? I think if it's not Miracle Siever, we do have a fairly decent shot. To be fair. So 4 is Siever champ. Yup. It's actually Turner get to 3, get rid of a Defy, I think. Up, up, hop. Get to 3. Is it Defy or is it Lonely? It could also be Lonely. Stacked? Stacked. 1, 2, 3. Huh. All of these are fairly decent cores, but I think I want to go with the Defiant Dance. There. And it's a pass. They have a trade guaranteed, but we did not have any targeting yet. We needed one to accelerate this girl if needed. To accelerate Boss Lady, to be fair. She's definitely Boss Lady. Can't wait to play these bad boys, Irelia. Like the Delinquent Duo. If you guys have played Yu-Gi-Oh, you probably know the Delinquent Duo. These guys seem like fairly good options, to be fair. So it's gonna be Siever Doran. Yup, I'll give you that. OG. And then what's in the box? Yoni? 5 is Yoni? We saw Yoni 2 drop, so it could be 5 is Yoni. It could also be something like challenge and stuff, but then I think I want to okay, they discard Ezreal from the zones? So what, they have another Ezreal? 4, 5 Yoni, right? Weapon Master get the blade. Okay, hide the cord. So we actually have a super strong turn here. Turner, Sig, whatever that is. Defy. It has to not be switcheroo though. I think stack is the play. But they are completely tapped. It has to be right. Right, I think. So I think Turner Defiant is the play now. Turner to base. Pay 1. Defiant. Recycle, recycle. Tap to untap. That guy is 4. Your bitch is -2. And now we go for the trades. What's there? Off right. Don't want to. Don't want to. Siever Dedge, get to 5, get rid of second Defy. They probably don't want to play them cores now. Maybe Defy is like decent, but Rebuke is also pretty strong into Yoni. And Ride could be important later on. I think I dig it. This is low resource game though. But that Defy was like pretty strong. Oh. Please equip more. Please give him more. Alright, it has to be now. It's just too high value. It's just too high value. 4? Oh. 4 again, not cool. 5, 6? Not open BF? We try to sneak the win? Okay. Let's try to sneak it. Let's try to be assholes. Mm-hmm. Can go Warrens. We get to ult. Then it's going to be a tough one, not gonna lie. I think this one is going to be a tough one. I probably should have played it tighter. Hold up, might be a first. Yes, sir. I mean, I don't know what you do with one rune, but yes, you'll be a first. Mm-hmm. And now what? Yup. You'll be a first. What's up, sir? Anything here? What could he do with one? Like, he could play stacks, cold shots, blah blah blah. But that does not deal with my thingy. 6. 6, 7? Holding? Discord 2 is utterly useless because of this dude. Like, if I just leave a BF to go back to base, he just punches me in the face. Discorded gold, hit a chord. Okay, Foff, I guess. Get to 7. Foff is a problem, but we don't really have a good way to deal with what he set up there. I mean, we have like enormous lead in points. So there's that. We could have scammed him with something like a rebuke there, but... So this is Foff. Send back to base. Get there. It's not. It's not. It's actually not. So he has to fish for now. Does he have it? He could play first mate, he could play Foff. He could play Ride. Confront could be an out too. It was fight or flight since then. Yep, Turner Dedge. I'm fine with that. Big pass. Not big pass. Hide. Once more. Cold shot, okay. Go for it, G. Dig. We set up Irelia and we try to win off Irelia next turn is the plan. Not gonna lie, it might not be possible, but we're going to have to try and play for it anyway. Stacked. Yes, sir. What you gonna go for? Battering Ram? I'm pretty happy though. The like dual output stream setup seems to be working fine. My computer is not like dying. Pretty happy with how it's working. I was afraid that streaming to like both YouTube and Twitch at the same time would kill it, but it seems to be doing fine. Yes, stack again. Problem is that we can't really Irelia here because he could have challenge. That would fuck us, but... Do we have to greed? Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So now it's Irelia. If he does not kill Irelia, we have a shot. If he kills Irelia, we have a shot with Yasuo next turn. Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. Actually not, because we are missing a rune anyway. So it's Irelia and Prey, right? And if he has challenge, I just threw it. And it's on me. I got too engulfed in the idea of playing an aggressive deck. On the hunt? Yes, sir. That works, I guess. That means problems, but that's good to go, I think. Kill Irelia. Pay deflect technically, but that's not a problem. Then he gets to 6. And he can just double conquer next turn. I mean, hold and conquer. Right? Okay. Okay, right. I see. Is it equip rights? You can't conquer. Battlefield just... Yeah, okay, it's Russia. So it's Yoni and Doran's Blade in Miracle Severe, which I'm not a fan of, I think. But I also don't hate what he's doing right now. It's kind of working for him, I guess. Reset to base is fine. Hide a cord. One more rune, we won it. One more rune, it was a win. But now it can't be, right? Like, it's developed Yasuo, right? 1, 2, and then we can't move anymore. GG's. But I threw it. It was probably a win if I played correctly. It was probably a win if I do it correctly, and I did not, and that was like kind of deserved. That early rebuke fucked me. How about we start with the same? We get back to it with the same list, huh? Let's play aggro now. Actually, that would have been it with the Arena's Greatest there. That would definitely have been it. Because we were on the 8th point scenario, stuck to 7, but that's on me. I think that Rebuke Defy was too ambitious of them not having access to something to move that Uni around. If they get access to it, I'm just doomed. So my bad. Good luck, have fun. I'll start. Aspirants. Okay, so they want to take it slow, I want to take it fast. Sneaky is a good way to take it fast. This is actually a super strong end. I'm keeping everything. Good to go. Oh, this is giga strong end. Point. Forward pass. Let's not forget the Arena's trigger and be a dumb boss. 2 merchants. Okay, I see. Push. Push. Pass. So I have Defiant to bait that dude. And we have a super strong curve now. We have a curve of like 3, 5, 7, 9. So in 3 turns that game is over. If we score twice a turn. Which could happen realistically. Is it going to be accelerated Seaver? It probably can't be. It's not. Okay. So it's forward to base, sneaky to base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Irelia pass. He can't have Yone accelerated. He could have Seaver challenge, but then we have Defiant. The only way we lose now is if he has like punch first on the Seaver and then challenge. And then if he does this, I guess I'm fine. Because he pays like 1 billion power to just get rid of Irelia. He has to pay one of the punch first and this, then one of the challenge, then one of the deflect. So he has like 3 runes open left. We have these guys, we have a lot of stuff, and we have the stack deck, so... Okay. I was thinking it could be the play, but it's not. I think I like it then. I think we have a good start, strong one for sure. We can get to 7 next turn pretty much no matter what. Yes, sir. You can do the when I move. You can do the blah blah blah. Scrap ape draw. And we are probably retreating Irelia back to base. I think next turn is just us going Irelia, kill something, ride the wind, kill something, get to 7, back to base, and we keep everything open. Maybe we slam the stack deck too. Because why not? I'm not going to use it this turn because I never ever want to give them the free challenge. I really do want to pay 2, recycle 2, as, yup. He also plays Orange Seaver. What the fuck is that list though? Just going to be right. Yeah, that's definitely the play. And if he goes Punch, we can still outmight with like Discipline or Defiance. Probably we want to play Discipline, get the draw and stuff. Yeah, that Arenas game with the aggressive build is like terrifying, to be fair. Like, it feels like there really ain't much you can do. Is it Bunker? It is. Six. What you gonna do? Bargain twice? Thinking. Play 4, bring her back to base, have 2 runes open. There's no reason not to, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Paid. Boom. 7. Back to base. Pass. Now what? Is there anything more scary than my board right now? Yes, you can cold shot, sir. You can cold shot for a challenge that I will not so fast. And if you find anything to challenge again, I will still win because of my smaller units that are just going to win me the game next turn, I think. There probably is no out to this setup. Am I not so fasting or am I Defiant dancing? I think I'm not so fasting anyway if they challenge, right? I'm not letting them challenge me and I'm keeping the Defiant for the win next turn. It's probably the plan. It has to be the plan. They have like a billion cards in hand. Sabotage. Am I showing? I think I'm showing. What you doing now, sir? What do you get rid of? Fasty? Okay, I see. So he has the challenge, I guess. If I go Defiant, what's his out? He does not have an out, right? If I go Defiant now. Side of bargain. He has to have another bargain. You already used one. Maybe he plays 2 or more. Bargain is a good card into Irelia, so he could be playing 2 or 3 post side. But that's basically his only out, right? Because I could just go Defiant, make this 8. This is 6. What's the out? There's no out, right? So the only out, it's either like he goes bargain, big bargain, or he goes punch first. Yes, that goes through. I don't even need to Defiant then. I just need to Discipline then. I don't think he has an out, to be fair. Yes. Okay. What do we do now? He wants to lure me in, but I have stacked and a draw. So it's not as if we're in a tough spot. And we could also just trade with the Poro first. The Poro and the Defiant. And then see what happens. This is a slight loss of might compared to pumping Irelia. Sabotage again. It's getting boring, sir. Reveal all. Defiant. Okay. Deck bottom. Boots. Okay. So let's stack first, right? And then we see what happens. He has like what, 7 cards in hand, does not matter too much. We need to beat 4 runes. That could help. To end. Defiant. Then how about we send in a Poro and we play with a Discipline to force a first trade and draw one. Just targeting Poro. Nope. He has Fight or Flight now. We are aware. We are aware that the dude owns a Fight or Flight. The good thing is that we are so far ahead that we can just take it slow and try to get value trades there. Pass. Draw. And now it has to be Defiant, I think. Target Irelia to plus and Ezreal to minus. Right? Irelia to plus, Ez to minus. 1, 2, 3. And then Ez is 1, and we can just push 2 in 1. Pass prior. Sure. That's a good way of forcing stuff up GG's. GG's. I think we keep the same deck. But we have the Dreaming Tree though. And they have the Sigil. GL. So we want to look for interactions. This is probably not good enough, and DeFi is fine. So let's keep the chords. Okay, and we have the Merchant. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Fact, okay. Not doing nothing on turn 1, I like it. How about drawing Sneaky now? I'm fine with that. Oh. Flash is cool. Rights is cool. Merchant is okayish. It has to be Flash though, I think. Because Dreaming Tree. I think it has to be Flash. Rights is not like insane. In other matchups, I would probably have taken Rights. But they have the Sabotage, and I don't intend on dropping it now, which means they could probably Sabotage it away before I want to drop it. Yep, you can Ez. Also, I'll probably want to keep one rune open to defy the cold shot next turn. They don't have purple rune, so they can't now, but next turn they can. Sneaky is cool. Sneaky is cool. Sneaky is like definitely pretty cool. So is it just like sneaky there? Then what do we discard? Right? I think it's right? We have the flash anyway. Sneaky. Get to 1. Merchant. Pitch. Draw. Get to 2. Recycle 1. We pass with 2, right? I think we do. I think we do. The DeFi is tempting here. Are you gonna go cold shot? Because if so, I'm definitely gonna go DeFi. And if you go... Like, them going trade first would probably be the best play. I like that play on their side. But then it means I just have the discipline value and they have to like punch first or something. Bargain? Okay, still draw. I'm fine with that. Two? Challenge? Draw? That's a good challenge. Oh, it's not challenge. Ride. It's also a good ride. I probably should have flashed out, but they would have bargained anyway. Bargain on that timer was not cool. They're rich now. But they don't have purple runes. No cold shot for you. I mean, they can pay with gold. I'm Dumbo. Maybe cold shot for you. If you don't, though, it might be fine. Do you or don't you is the question. They do. Yup. Kind of has everything I see. Kind of has everything. Like these two chords together, plus the cold shot now, kind of has everything I see. It has to be Irelia pass. We have the DeFi. They could sabotage us. Sabotage into like what? Punch first challenge? It is what it is. We have to play President now. Probably the mulligan was not like giga optimal. I mean, the mulligan was good. But maybe the decision making in the stack decks and stuff was not giga optimal then. I don't see what we do into bargain that early though. Yeah, let's go for it. You have everything now anyway. You kind of have everything now anyway, so go for it. Cold shot if you want to. We have to keep the DeFi for the challenge. And if they have bargain again, it is what it is. I'd rather put them on half DeFi, half challenge, bargain again. Yeah, you can see my hand, whatever, I don't care. It's getting painful. I don't intend on letting you challenge my Irelia. That's the only thing that I'm certain about. You won't challenge that Irelia now. Maybe later on, but not now. Charm? Okay. I'm pretty much okay with them taking that away, I think. As again? Nah, Seaver. Seaver, huh? Thinky, little me. Do we go to 4 with a flash? I guess we have to play some. But then if we don't draw into anything, this is pretty terrible. You have all the counters. Let's just pass. Yo, yes. Yes. I've not been streaming. Which is why there's no videos, because I've not been streaming. But I do agree that YouTube is cool. This is the first stream in about a month-ish, aside of openings, which is why. But I will be doing more videos on YouTube. I will be editing this stream and turning it into some videos, don't worry. Definitely more videos releasing next week. Getting back to the grind. But I've been casting every weekend for 2 months, which is why it's been a bit hard to produce regular content, basically. But you're... Yeah, thank you. You're right to ask. Yoni? Posh? Pass. So it's get to 4. It's get to 4. Turner, base, Posh, recycle, get to 5. Flashy, I'm fine-ish. We have to be wary not to flash like an idiot into Yoni, but aside from that, I'm fine-ish with all that. We can also flash and abuse not so fast. We can still pay the board gain anyway. That's also something that could be considered, to be fair. Yep. They are the rune in trash. Miracle Seaver player trashing their runes? Question mark. Good YouTube video title, I think, no? Seaver push. I kind of want to flash out, I think. Draw? Yes, draw. And now they want to... Okay, this is 5, by the way. Now they probably want to push Yoni into Sigil, and I want to not so fast. They will pay deflect, and I will just not so fast it. And if they bargain, we have what it takes to pay. So now they are recycling of Sigil, they are recycling of deflect. We just not so fast it, it's okay. Then try to get to 6 next turn. And try to win off that. Probably if they bargain for 4, we actually do defy. So that way if they have challenge on top, we can also defy the challenge. Because if we just pay the bargain, we lose to a challenge there. I think he knows I have not so fast though. He saw it. Does he remember and does he know the interaction with Yoni? Maybe not, but definitely knows. If he goes Yoni on the turner, do we not so fast? I think not, right? Probably don't. Probably let it fly. Is? Sabotage? Oh hell no. Okay, that forces 1 defy out of me. Which I must say I don't like, but... It's okay. We can not so fast now. The Yoni. Still. Not so fast was the next card you drew right after his sabotage. Okay, so he does not. Interesting. So he's playing around it without knowing. We are definitely playing against a good player. Goes through. Pay the Sigil. Pay the Sigil. Not so fasty. If we draw into a buff, we have a super good shot at killing Yoni because he does not have orange energy, so he can't punch first. Isn't he supposed to recycle the sabotage? Not if you defy. Because it reads after you play it, and he did never play it because it got countered. Thank you for the follow, Tsume. How you doing, brother? It got countered, so he technically never played it, which is why he does not recycle it. Can you get rid of that arrow, though? It's pretty tilting. Either way, we either have Irelia into Sivir, play for 6, develop Yasuo pass, or we draw into a buff and then we have Irelia into Yoni, and then that puts us in a super favorable spot. Thank you for explaining yours. It's fine, no worries. No worries, gotcha. So now he's thinking. We could also have a problem with Irelia into Sivir is if he plays Gold Shot and plays double power and then makes Sivir 6. So we kind of need to find some sort of buff anyway, I feel like. Right. Okay. So he could technically Cold Shot us still. Hide. Pass. Okay, boots. Boots are pretty much excellent there. He has zero runes if we commit into double Cold Shot. So I think I want to... Thinking, but I kind of want him to grid that now. Thinking, not easy. I don't want to kill the Fizz, because he can like shovel the Fizz. I don't care about the Ez. I don't care about Yoni. I kind of care about that though. Oops. We could have a crazy play next turn too with the Turner. We could push the Turner in there, rebuke it, and use it to pump Irelia. So I think this turn is just boots and grid into the double Cold Shot. Do you have double Cold Shot, man? Pass Prio. 6. And now it's just tap 3. Boots. Let's tap purple instead. Group. Pay. Ready. Back to base. So she's now 7. And we pass with 6 points. They get to 5, potentially 6. We pass there. I don't hate it. Now it's 6. And if they go like spell, bounce Yoni to try and go for the Yoni trick to kill Irelia, like Foff Yoni to base, push there. We just rebuke the Yoni. And then I think that game is over. I could not play Yasuo, because if I play Yasuo and they go Yoni trick and I go rebuke, I can't go rebuke. Anyway, and if let's say I have one more rune, they could still have Borgain, so I think now it has to be rebuke Yoni for the win. Yep, Fizz gets the point. Fine with that. What are you gonna do now? Row one more because of the tree? Maybe challenge, something like that? No right, but they can't do much with it anyway. And they just pass on that. Okay. Okay, so Big Finky. Big Finkerini. Charm is pretty good. Not gonna lie. Here's a fairly decent play with the Turner there.
Internet.
I think I kind of want to charm that Yoni away anyway. Yo, Trazy, thank you for the follow, man.
Internet.
Big Fink. Thank you for the follow. I can't read your name. Give me a sec. Quick red. Thank you. So there are several lines there. There's a line that goes Yoni back to base with the charm, push with Irelia, but I think it's not worth it. Or there's a line that goes push with Irelia. I think I like that line more. There's a line that goes push with Irelia. By the way, she's redded, so she's now on 7, which trades with Yone technically, but push with Irelia. Turner, okay, so is the line push with Irelia and Yoni force something, whatever they do, and then if they clear Irelia, we just clear Yoni, then go this, boots there, and we win the game. That could be a thing. I don't hate it. I really do not hate that play. I think that is actually the play we have to go for. Right? I think that's the play. Pass prior. Edge. So now we go rebuke on the bad boy. I like that line. We also had the line which, like, we push Turner. Let's float one. Get to 7. And then it's probably charm the Fizz and push with the Turner, right? Charm the Fizz into Irelia or into base. Wait. Charm into Irelia does not make sense, right? Does it? I think it does not. I mean, it does make sense if they have Ride the Wind. So yeah. Let's try and win. They could punch first. Draw one, get in there. Yes. That's good to go. But if they have Ride the Wind, we have the Defy. Oh, maybe I should have charmed it to base. To be fair. What do you do now? 1. Is it punch? It's not. Fourth? Challenge. That's why we kept Defy. No. No, 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 no. You have another one. You have another copy. Nope. Push. Rebuke. Yup, GG's. Yup, yes sir, that's what I'm talking about. GG's. That was a clean lethal. That was a super clean lethal, not gonna lie. Nope. Why? I had both units ready in base start of the turn. Thought you did. Nope, nope. Can rewind if you want. Okay, he left. He left, he left. GG's! That was a tough one. He was playing great. He was a great player, to be fair. But that was a clean lethal. That probably was close to the best sequencing we could find. Because there was another sequencing that went like... I did not hate that one either. It was like this to end, this to end, this to end. And they had like... Can I move their card? No, I can't. But they had like Yoni and stuff. There was another sequencing that could go We had the boots. I don't think we had the boots under Irelia. Or did we? No, we did. We did have the boots under Irelia. So Irelia was 7. There was another sequencing that went like Irelia, Indir, kill Fizz, get to 7. Then Charm Yoni into Irelia, try and get a trade. And if they do anything that we... Oh, I have to bring the Turner in, I think. Yeah. No. Yeah. Because then if they do anything, like, we had a billion rules, right? We had, I think, like, that. If they do anything, and they just let the Yoni trade, like, if this is, like, whatever that prevents us from the hidden chord, prevents us from doing that play, we could have just gone, like, Rebuke on that dude. So Rebuke is already in the trash, but it was in the end. On our dude, to end, draw 1. Okay, it was a pump. We win without the pump, but it was still a pump. Because we already have the point there. Yoni comes here, trades with Irelia, whatever, we don't care. We force the punch first, the Rebuke, whatever you want. And then we just go, like, Irelia dies, so it resists the boots. And then we just go, like, pay 2 again. Turner, equip the boots, ready with the legend, and then Turner could get there because of the boots. So that was the other line that I was thinking about, because then we have like a billion runes open to death with the... Fast was gone, I think. But we had a billion runes open to death with the Defy. Charm is gone too. So that's something that I was considering, but I think the line that I used was cleaner. Anyway, that was a good set of games, to be fair. We are 3-0. We could have been 2-1 because I trolled game 1 in this best of 3, but that was a good set of game. I liked it. And I really enjoyed the feeling of playing the deck. That makes me think, I was like uncertain, but that makes me think I will definitely be bringing this Irelia build to the Skirmish this weekend. And hopefully getting that winner's World Atlas map low. Giga low, winner World Atlas map. Giga low, winner World Atlas map. Double me. Double me. Stop it. Okay, all good. OG. Who's live on Riftbound now? Who's streaming? Friday Bunker, Nexus Night. It has to be, right? Let's raid the Friday Bunker Nexus Night. What's the name of the channel? Bunker Gaming. Let's raid Bunker Gaming. Anyways, hope you guys had a great stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the content. So glad to be back to stream after casting for so long. Feels refreshing to be back with you guys. Hope you enjoyed the show. I will most likely be streaming next Wednesday, 8 p.m. as we usually do, talking meta and stuff. I hope you'll be there. I'll also keep in touch with my Twitter because I'll also be posting when I know my card reveal, when I can talk about the content and the date and stuff. So stay in touch with me there, and also feel free to join the Discord if you want to discuss deck building and stuff. I'll see you there. Hope you had a great time. Wish you the best rest of your day wherever you are, wherever you live. And also goodbye YouTube. It was the first time we were streaming to YouTube, and we will be doing more in the upcoming future. So if some of you are still watching on YouTube, it was nice to have you here. And see you on Wednesday is going to become a weekly thing. At least I'll try to make it so. Thank you so much for your time and your support. And I'll see you super soon for some more meta content. Much love. See you all, guys.